voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah. Long have we fought for these lands, in the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond.
Tell me where do I go, tell me where do I take us. Your heart is starting to slow, may the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath our waves. I'll be reaching out to kiss your face. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another night of LPL English. At least it's night for us here in up in America. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafa. As always, we've got another exciting match of the LPL as we progress further and further into the first split of the 2025 season. But before we get further into our games and the schedule and everything else, we've got two very special guests. If you're very familiar with the Tier 2 scene, then these two lovely faces should be of no surprise to you. We got Chase Shochi Capello and Bradley Bennyworth here. both representing and holding down the mid lane expertise and maybe a little bit of top lane knowledge, since Bradley did a little dabbling during his time in Team Liquid Challengers. First of all, I'm gonna go to Shochi. What's up, man? What are you looking forward to tonight? Oh, I think you're muted, brother. We gotta get you unmuted.
Okay, I'm back.
Voice.
My bad. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some great mid lane action. You know, we got some titans in the mid lane. Xiaohu Scout. I want to see mid jungle support working in harmony and lots of battling around the mid lane.
What about you, Bradley? Anything else that's gonna stand out to tonight's match here?
I want to see some spicy picks, you know, in the mid lane. I've kind of liked, since I was playing, the ADC meta has grown kind of a bit out, and now mages are kind of in. I'm kind of looking to see, you know, something more than just some mages. Although that'll probably just be the case anyways. But it's always fun to wish.
And I'm definitely down to deep dive into some of the mid lane pocket picks. I know that if any of you caught the series last night, Doinby flexing his creativity muscles with the Rise once again, but maybe it'll be something that Scout and Xiaohu decide to venture into with some of their other pocket picks. But to catch everyone up at home on what has been going on in the LPL so far, well, we've had almost 3 full weeks of active gameplay here in the LPL first split of 2025. We're going to go ahead and show you the group standings so far, because there are 16 teams playing total and 4 groups in where they are battling for their lives to advance into the playoff section of our first split. As you can already see, some groups like Group C and Group D have already been determined in at least a couple of their seeds. BLG and Thunder Talk Gaming will be advancing in the playoffs. However, it doesn't seem that the first seed has been quite determined yet. There's still some possibilities of maybe that could go up to BLG or Thunder Talk, since they will be playing each other later this week. Whereas NIP seems to have secured one of the seeds, and then for tonight's match in particular, Weibo Gaming and JDG have both secured seeds out of playoffs. But the real question is, guys, who's going to be first seed? Because for those that don't know, the playoffs format has 2 brackets. An upper bracket where if you lose a series, you go down to the lower bracket, so you still have a life. But if you are the second seed advancing out of your group, you go immediately into the lower bracket. And once you lose a series in the lower bracket, Shochi, then you're just done. That's your split right there.
I'm familiar.
Ooh,
Oh man, I hope I didn't bring up PTSD for you.
Oh, wow. You bring him on and then you already pushing him down. That's messed up.
Hey, man, you know, in tier 1, you know, I got no time for coddling. You know, we just got to tell it how it is. But we're going to show you the rest of our schedule for this week, as we still have plenty of games pretty much from Monday through Friday. Never mind, we do not have a schedule graphic. That is my bad, but there's still a ton of games. I think we're running games all the way from tonight until Saturday night, if I'm not mistaken. So you definitely don't want to miss on any of those. But continuing further into the show, we have quite a lot to talk about between these 2 teams for tonight's match is JDG and Weibo Gaming. But the big highlight of matchup, I know, is we're looking at the mid lane between 2 players who have such storied careers. One of them, a world champion in Scout, and then the other, Xiaohu, multi-MSI finalist. I think he's won more MSI titles than any other player in the entire world. That is quite a feat and record. But I know that, you know, looking at both of these teams, we have high expectations for them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they've been playing without flaws. And I'm not sure if either of you have gotten a chance to watch many of their games this split, Bradley, but, you know, kind of what are your insights? What are you really looking for coming from players like Xiaohu, like Scout, who have, you know, such experience and so many games under their belt, under their career?
I think first and foremost, consistency is always like the #1 thing, right? I mean, I think to be at this level, you've shown that you're able to be consistent. But nevertheless, it's always like the kind of prerequisite to be playing as where we are. Because for players like these, right, you kind of highlighted their, you know, their career a little bit, their how good of a players they are. So especially mid lane, you know, kind of being in the center of the map, you know, jungle support permanently kind of involving around you, you are kind of the controller of the game in a way. So really looking forward and excited to watching these 2 kind of control the game and seeing where it ends up.
And in continuing that discussion, Shochi, I know something that kind of Bradley brought up earlier is that we're no longer in the marksman meta that was dominating the pro scene pretty much all of summer. And as we finally started moving away from it in during the World Championship in 2024, where you see the meta right now, how pivotal of a role do you think mid lane is playing right now?
I think mid, like as Bradley touched on, is always in the center of the map, really involved with whatever decision may be on the playbook at that current moment. But one thing I really love about mid lane is you can be really unique. And I noticed Scout, he's played like this Ambessa, this Jace, like these AD mids that kind of allow his team to flex a bit differently in the draft phase. Whereas Xiaohu hasn't played a single AD mid all split. So I'm really looking forward to see that kind of creativity. They've been playing for a long time. They've been able to develop their champ pools in however style they see fit. I think mid lane is really important, and it's just going to be a battle of the styles, I think, tonight.
And it definitely makes sense for him to be playing a lot of AD mids when you got someone like Shun, who loves flexing into that AP jungle champion pool. But let's go ahead and remind everyone who is on this JDG roster and the fact that this is a complete rebuild from last year. We've got Olive, we've got Shun, we've got Scout, Pays, and Missing all coming in. Missing the only player that remained on this squad from last year's JDG roster. And, even though Demacia Cup has, long passed at this point, we had such high expectations for what should be many great individuals with such high highs in their career. Didn't go so well during Demacia Cup. They didn't get out of the group stage, and at least they have now starting to meet those expectations, being able to net 2 series wins, but they did go to Game 5 against OMG, who is a much newer roster, 2 rookies on that field, and just seeing some, I don't know if you want to call them uncharacteristic mistakes from the side of JDG, but it just goes to show that even though these players, Bradley, are, great in the games and the highs that they have been able to achieve, they're not without their faults either.
Yeah, I think this roster is pretty good. I'm familiar with a lot of these players. I think I'm most familiar with Pays, obviously. I think he's probably the most well-known one from this roster, but I mean, there are a lot of superstars. I really enjoyed watching Shun as well. And I'm excited to kind of watch Scout, Shun, and Missing, specifically, like as a 3-core, because I do think that in tonight's featured matchup, there are definitely the kind of pivotal focus points to watch around.
And I love that you hit on Pays here, because Pays is now the latest in a long story lineup of legendary AD carries that have come through and played under this organization. I think you've just, if we look at before Pays, it was Ruler. And one of the big stories that we kind of came upon for JDG in some of their earlier series was that, hey, Gen G, their AD carry before sending Ruler over JDG, and that came up through their academy system, was Pays. And then Ruler goes back to LCK, back on Gen G. Where does Pays go? Well, the only place where there's probably a spot for him, it's JDG. And you might be able to recognize some of the other big faces and names who are now, in other teams around the world, Hope, B-Boy on respective teams.
B-Boy, NA Talent. Woo! NA Talent, B-Boy, yeah.
Woo! Let's go LTA, yeah.
Yep.
But it just goes to show that, JDG has been able to attract, such high caliber talent over the years. But it's still not going to be, all about just star power. It comes down to, whether you can execute or perform. And, looking across the rift here, it is Weibo Gaming, Shochi, and we've already touched upon, Xiaohu being such a creative and storied player in his own right. And he is surrounded by pretty remarkable individuals as well. Xiaohu, unfortunately for him, he's not been able to net a world championship title, but he's got a world champion in his back pocket at his right-hand side in Tien in the jungle here.
Yeah, as an aspiring mid lane professional player myself, I think one of the greatest things you can do is just pick apart whatever the greats of their field do the best. And for Xiaohu, I agree with you. He's really good at unlocking the map, kind of roaming around. And, he has this star firepower surrounding him. So I think him being able to push mid, go roam, go make plays is gonna work really well for Weibo tonight.
Yeah, and something that has been already super characteristic about Weibo Gaming and seemingly whatever team Xiaohu ends up playing on is their ability to really use side lanes, play 1-3-1. And when you have someone like Breathe, who is a pretty competent top laner in his own right, and you have such obnoxious champions you have to play against in the top lane role these days, things like the Cassante, the Ambessa, the Renekton will always find its way through. And now, I know we're on patch 15.3 and Riot tells us they nerfed Tank Jace, but I don't know if you guys saw those base damage numbers. I could be wrong, and this is the time just to call me out on my BS right now, but those base damage nerfs looked like light taps to me. I don't know if you saw them.
It's probably still broken.
We'll see. Yeah.
I'm kind of happy. I'm happy that you brought up Breed too. When you were going over all the players, because back when I first played top lane for a little bit, I actually watched Breed a lot, and I remember there was a distinct play of watching Breed on Renekton. There was one specific game of Renekton where he quite literally 1v5, and it was like actually inspiring, because it was like I need to do that, That's kind of where I was, and I was like, I want to be like that. So I'm happy you touched up on Breed.
Yeah. I'm assuming this was during your TL Challenger top lane days. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. I mean, if you're able to pull off that as a Renekton, and you're kind of weak-siding king it up, and attracting all the attention and pretty much opening space for your team to do whatever the hell they want on the other side of the map, I mean, that's always something that we'll really, really treasure out of a top lane who can just kind of do it all and be a solid rock. But, of course, our featured matchup is in the mid lane. It's why we got two aspiring pro mid laners here in Bradley and Shochi, who have also, done their fair share of accomplishments within the NACL and Tier 2 scene in itself. 2 Chainz and Scout and Xiaohu. These two players, so far in the LPL split, they've had some, as expected, some awesome performances, but they haven't necessarily been super clean either. And when it comes down to a matchup like this, where getting first seed is so important, making sure that you're giving yourself that extra life, what does it really come down to as a mid laner? I'm going to go to you for this one, Shochi, is what are some of the things that you have to be really careful about? Is it through laning phase? Is it just making sure you're not overextended on a side lane? Talk to me through it.
I'll start with Xiaohu, I guess. You can kind of see just from the stats, kind of Xiaohu's playstyle, where he doesn't value the super high CS per minute numbers that you'd see out of Scout or maybe Chovy over in the LCK, but he gets in there. He has first in damage per minute, second of his damage percent share of his team, and his KDA not the greatest. Maybe he's throwing his body in there to get a fight started, but like I said, when you have these superstars around you, you can afford to do that. And Scout, maybe taking a bit more of a selfish approach, where he's telling his team, yo, play around me. Give me all the gold. I promise I won't die a lot. I'll still pump out damage, and I'll carry you guys that way. It's just, again, going back to the different styles of mid lane you can play.
Bradley, do you have a rebuttal, or do you have any?
I do actually, because if you look at the stats, one that's might be misleading is damage percentage, right? Because if you look at DPM, he has the 3rd highest, but for damage percentage of his team, it's 9. So all that means is, even though he's still putting in work, his team is also putting in work. So we can't discredit him for damage shared percentage, because DPM alone, he's 3rd. So just want to point that one out there. I know that might make him look bad, but he is 3rd in DPM. So
and it does make sense, since that within the star power that is alongside Scout here in JDG, you have someone like Shun, who loves playing those carry junglers. You have Pays, who has just been absolutely crushing it in his LPL debut split so far. Probably one of my personal favorite games was his Ziggs, where he just racked up so many kills, being able to just be on point and precise with those Mega Inferno bombs. So, if you're putting in a lot of damage as a mid laner, and yet, you're not even, that high in the percentage of damage share, like you said, Bradley, it means that your team is putting in a lot of work, but someone does have to step up if the rest of the team is, you know, experiencing some uncharacteristic crash outs, you know, they're losing their lane, or, you know, the jungle gets a little too deep, a little too crazy. And, you know, at that point, there's reasons why we have mid lane champions like Galio, you know, things that want to facilitate the rest of the map. I don't know if you two have any thoughts about some of the, oh yeah.
We don't like Galio as mid laners.
Yeah.
We pick
It's
Galio
good once in a while.
We pick Galio when our jungler says to pick Galio because he wants to go Kindred. That's when we play Galio. Yeah.
But I mean, would you play like a mid Renekton if I wanted to play like Talia or Nidalee jungle?
Oh, I mean,
gladly.
me personally, I love playing unique champions, so I would gladly play like a lot of different unique champions in mid.
All right. I'm gonna keep that noted, and thankfully I got you guys now on my friend list, so I might have to call in a couple favors now. But as you two can see, we're getting ready to greet and welcome the teams to the stage. First up, taking their welcome here is Weibo Gaming, and remember, so far this team not necessarily a full rebuild themselves either, as Xiaohu, Breathe, and Light still remaining core members of this roster, whereas Tian and Hung are the ones coming in as new players and adding to the core. And I just have to remark, I don't know what your experience, you know, with aggressive supports, but Hung is probably one of our most aggressive support players in the LPL. And I think if you have someone like Hung who is willing to flash engage on a pick and, you know, you're in position, that can really just turn the game for you right there, Shoji.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the things that LPL is most known for are these aggressive fights, and a lot of it you can accredit to the support and the jungler, just seeing these decisive angles to snap engage upon.
Yeah, I will say too, an aggressive support can be a little bit of a thin line because sometimes they can get too aggressive and then they just look like they're inting, and it's like, ooh, you're a little bit too far there, buddy.
Yeah, and
sometimes it's a fine line. That's why, like, when you talk about like support deaths, there's always like Nautilus, like Leona, the champs that like you hook in and then you hope your team's fed, or else maybe you were too aggressive, you know. So
Very true.
It's kind of the bane of playing certain support champions too, when you only have a way in and you don't have a way out. You know, you have to be confident in the gauges and the picks that you choose to commit to, because if you choose wrong and the rest of your team backs out, you ain't getting out. You know, you're in there and you just kind of have to pay the price of whether it's your decision or your call or someone else on your team's call, and you just have to, you know, suck it up for them. But we're gonna be getting ready for the 1v1 soon, as both teams are getting comfortable in their seats and chairs. I want to see if we have a chance to go over any footage we have from Scout and Xiaohu so far in the split. If we don't have time, that is totally okay. I just want to double check with our producers here, but let's roll the tape on Xiaohu. I want to get your two's opinions on how this guy's playing so far. I mean, damn, wow. Xiaohu is just
Victor from Arcane right here.
He's up 40 CS. He can't even farm under his tower. This is brutal.
Absolute dominance right there. Masterclass.
I'm calling for my jungler if that's happening to me.
Yeah, me too.
Can you legitimately do anything in that situation though, if you're like below 40% HP and Victor is like full HP?
No, I mean,
not really. No. Yeah.
You could probably like trade your life for the few casters and then just recall, but you would probably lose some of the next wave as well. So it's a rough spot to be in, all in all. Ooh, draft started.
Oh, this is the 1v1. Oh, this should be extremely exciting.
Nivea 1v1.
A Nivea. Do they pick at the same time, or does Ale get a chance to counterpick here? Or is it blind?
No, it's blind. It's blind.
I see.
Okay, well, gamers, we're gonna take a backseat here and let our wonderful casters capture the also very fun action between these two. It is going to be Breathe taking on Ale, both of the top laners, and we got a Nivea and Lee Sin. Mazel and Elk, I hope you're ready to cast some League of Legends.
I am absolutely ready to cast some League of Legends, even if it's a 1v1. No, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm very excited. I'm Azelle. I'm joined by Alk Battery. I love your jacket, by the way, my friend. This should be a lot of fun because both these guys like to cook, but you know, both these guys also like to go ham on each other. So not only is this maybe a precursor to what the top lane matchup could look like today, but it's gonna be a side select 1v1 that's very important.
I feel like we forgot to ask the one person that actually wants to watch Anivia in a 1v1. Because everybody was like, oh, guys, we're getting Anivia versus Lee Sin. Everybody in chat's like, oh, Anivia? What about me? I don't want to watch Anivia in 1v1 versus Lee Sin. Okay,
a
this
top
is going to
laner
happen.
playing Anivia? Come on, it makes it fun.
What Allah can do here is he can play Lee Sin. He'll press Q. I mean, look, he has his Shun next to him.
Dude,
So
look
maybe
at
he's
Sin. He's just like the epitome of the brightest smile in the room.
He wants to play the Lee Sin, but you're playing into Anivia. You have a pretty straightforward, you know, with the Q on Lee Sin. I think this is a tough matchup for Allah if he's going to be able to get this down. And maybe this is he's trying to do the delay.
Yeah,
so this
true.
I wonder if they're going to fix this, by the way, because I know that there was a thread earlier by I think it was Medler a couple years ago saying that they really don't want like minion manipulation in the game, but Anivia Wall is a great way to get that done, and as long as Breathe keeps us under the turret,
it's already decided. You know, that one wave changing, it's over. GG. Breathe wins. Nah, we'll see. But if you're wondering what this is, if maybe this is your first time watching something like this, I mean, it is the 1v1 for side select. Whichever team wins does end up probably choosing blue side. But it's first to 100 minions, first turret, or first to 2 kills, unless we're in sudden death, and it's first kill wins.
Dude. Breathe. Why do we have clarity? It's better than exhaust and ARAM, but we're not by how much?
If
how
you're
much
trying to win side select, are we really holding them to like no exhaust and stuff?
He's gonna get level 6 and just
Dude,
AFK.
I'm loving the
All's gonna
grasp.
fall asleep.
I'm loving the grasp on Anivia. I want to see how much health Breathe gets. Maybe
much-
it's like
how
the
much
new
Anivia have you been
iteration of the
watching, by the
Vigar tank build, but it's just Anivia.
Oh. Well, now Vigar is part of the movement speed tech where everyone's
He
building,
is.
you know, the Sing Souls and getting Shirelias. So, not surprised there. Also, I'm surprised Cosmic Drive. We'll probably be seeing that later. But how much Grasp Anivia have you been watching? Because I know it got popularized over in the LCK
None.
first, but we were on the break, so we didn't have very many games going
2
on during that
weeks.
time.
2 weeks of no game. Like, how can any sane person go through that and still be normal?
Yeah, unfortunately, all those people had to go watch LEC during that time. So we had to make do. The ability for us to watch.
But on the
competitive games,
positive, they get to watch LTA. Let's go. Is that showing bias?
So
Is that
Anivia
too much bias?
Grasp. Look, I've been just flaming LEC on every show that I can.
Nice. All right. Great. I'm sure that's going to go over really well with the audience. I'm sure.
It's okay. They know. Except for our GX Junin lover. That guy might have a small problem with that one. But
If anybody wants
you're in the 1v1.
if anybody wants to subscribe to the coffee and tell Alk to not flame LEC, go ahead. Maybe
Nice.
we'll listen.
I don't think they need to
Chill.
talk for that one. They can
Ooh.
just get straight into the chat. But level 6 is here for both of our players, especially for Anivia. You can literally just wave clear.
Yeah.
And while it isn't the electrocute variant that we've seen in years past, where you're able to explode them with frostbite, this is just more and more oppressive now with even the grasp
God,
as well.
dude, you just can't do anything. He's just stacking up grass stacks, and you just literally cannot do any damage to him.
And this is the mode where you can back as well. So with clarity, you can keep an insane amount of pressure onto Allah. As, yes, he's an energy champion, but you're going to be able to clear the wave a lot faster than he is. You can take your recall as well. If he ever tries to go for a recall, you can force the issue. I
At
think
this
it's a
point, you're
tough
just
spot.
waiting it out, right? Like, you're literally, okay, or not. You're just going to go in and get completely
Oh!
chunked. Allah, no! Oh my goodness, a one more auto and it would have done it. Allah will get his back off. And honestly, I think maybe go into my plan of just waiting it out and hope you win the all-in.
Bree's going to get this wave to crash. He's going to get a turret plate, so he'll be able to recall and have a lot of gold. I wonder what his first item is going to be here, as we've been getting a lot of the AD champions. This is one of our few times we've actually gotten a mage in the 1v1.
True.
And a lot of our AD bruisers have been going for more of the tanky builds. It's actually 2 plates here for Breathe. That's a massive amount of gold.
Yeah, he's going the Rod of Ages. So, you know, with the Oblivion Orbs to cut the early healing.
Yeah, Catalyst is a very good item, and unfortunately there's an Oblivion Orb, but look, Allah has some healing.
No, like that?
Maybe.
You don't like that?
Yes, Conqueror, I get it. Just, you're playing Anivia. I think you're just going to bore this guy to death, probably.
This has been a pretty boring one, man. Mostly because it feels like Allah literally can do nothing. But he is up in CS, at least. That's a positive.
It's about to go even with this wave. And Allah has access to a lot of regen, right? Already
does.
has the Spectre's Cloak, has the Kindle Gem, so maybe, I don't think he has quite enough gold to finish out an item. Maybe he gets, oh, he gets a full Spear Visage. So
Wow.
while it is slightly
That's
countered
huge.
by the healing reduction, yeah, the additional shielding and healing is something that Lee Sin is able to use both sides of.
Want to see if maybe he takes some more all-in trades at least. The biggest thing is you don't want to be caught like he has been multiple times now, where you just can't go in, but you also can't run away, so you just get poked down super heavily.
So Conqueror is going to be applying, what we're expecting anyway for Allah with the first item that he's gone for. I think that this means that Conqueror is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, especially with how much basically omni-vamp this character is going to have. Full Catalyst already done. Rod of Ages. I don't think that's going to matter, guys. It's
honestly,
7 minutes is when the Ring of Fire
Yeah,
comes
I
out.
was
He'll get
gonna
extra
say.
stats. He'll get some extra stats, but he's not getting the full Rod of Ages.
How
Maybe just
many
wants to
is
get
he
access to
really
early
getting?
HP.
Like 2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah, I think 3. I mean, that's still a lot of HP and mana,
It
to be
is.
fair. Just, it's not the items. This is, again, one of the rare times we've gotten mages here, especially for Anivia. I'm wondering how much this is going to have an effect on our actual draft, just because we are in Fearless, and we've been seeing a lot of tank Anivia, specifically into things like Rumble. Rumble, I think, has kind of been the big loser of the last couple weeks.
Yeah, honestly, it's been kind of weird to watch. Breed doing some really nice trading into Allah there. Even though with the increased shielding and stuff, still getting hefty health trades onto him. You're getting closer and closer. I was going to say we might start looking at first backs going through, or at least final backs going through. He's got 1,200 to spend, so decent amount, and can't be stopped.
I always forget that because of the way that this map is segmented, or I guess made, minions just give a lot more gold, so
Yeah.
my timings are just off. He has a phage.
There it is. No more back for
Cool.
Breathe. Breathe, you're too late.
No, he should be fine. He should be fine.
Maybe. We'll see. I think
Hasn't
yeah.
started.
I think it's going to be perfect timing, actually.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
it's
we go.
literally.
Oh, and he has the plated steel caps. Okay,
Yeah.
Allah. Look, he has the kick. This is going to be a big game changer.
That's
He just
it.
needs to be able to survive for long enough. This wave is going to bounce back towards him, so he'll be able to fight in the middle of the wave, or in the middle of the map. We got the Ring of Fire closing in.
How do you like your eggs cooked?
Scrambled, unfortunately.
All right, well, we'll see if Breathe gets scrambled, or if he's the one scrambling Allah here as the fire is coming. Allah is just buying his time. You have to wonder, is it going to be enough? He just wants to get an angle out onto the fire. Needs to not take as much damage early as we get down to it. Some heavy trades coming through, and Allah still shielding a lot from this one, but those
Wait
steel
a
caps
minute.
are doing so much work right now. It's just a slap fest until the kick is going to come through. Breathe knows that it's coming, and there it is.
No!
Instantly burned, and there's your scrambled eggs, Alk Battery.
Allah, Stoneface killer during all of that. Sun's actually having way more fun than he is, I
Yeah,
think.
he is.
And that would be side select going over to JDG.
That's hilarious. The Anivia looked so good until the moment that mattered. Literally, what ability made the difference? And it was the Dragon Rage kick. And, you know, who'd have thunk it? Who could have seen that coming in this matchup? I don't know.
I can't believe I just had to watch Anivia snooze fest grass proc this guy to death,
Just
and then
get
didn't
kicked
even.
out.
Yeah, the dives to sudden death. There's nothing you can do as Anivia. He's just
Literally
sitting there like
nothing.
getting cooked the whole time, and we'll see what has an effect, how this has an effect on the rest of the series. As getting that game one side select, we were talking about. I think some of our mid laners during the desk rightly put some of the unique champions, and yeah, JDG get blue side, so red side has been so contested on bans. It's been really a big focus on Skarner, Rumble, and Callista. I wonder how that's going to shake
Yeah.
up as we get further.
And I know we talked a lot about the mid lane, the kind of party that's going to be there. Desk was covering it so nicely. So happy to have those guys on here. But I also want to bring a little bit more light to that kind of bottom conversation that we were having, especially around Pays, who tonight's going up against Light. I feel like could be a big showdown matchup for that bot lane itself. I do think we have some Pays clips if we potentially can go through those. But this guy really came into his own in this last series. And I think against OMG, we saw some really fun moments from him. I think the Jhin game maybe holds a little bit higher for me. But the fact that this guy is sinking in with his team, finding those pieces to the puzzle that I feel like we're finally seeing this team wake up. It's really nice to see when you have that kind of scope of that conversation from earlier in the history of some of the ADCs that JDG has been bringing to town.
For JDG, what I want to see from this guy, and you know, when we're talking about his, I guess, built-up legacy over on Gen G in the last year, was there's a lot of criticism for Pays individually, whether or not he was going to be a top-tier AD carry. You're on a really star-studded roster in that Gen G last year, and so it feels like, yet again, he has some similar pieces, but JDG have been a bit of a slower team to kind of rise here in winter, so
yeah,
it's going to be, especially like you were saying, going against Light, I think it is one of those moments where you're proving your name against one of the better AD carries here in the league.
Light, I feel like, has been just at work in the mines here. The LPL just carving his legacy out, finally getting a ton of recognition at Worlds this last year for a lot of the plays that honestly deserve some of that recognition. And wanted to show Pays who's boss here, I guess, in this group. Again, winner of this series, this best of 5 Fearless is the leader of group, and we will see them as the first seed. The first pick is the Cassante, which honestly for Allah, right as rain for him. We also have the Jace and the Vi insta-locks by Weibo, who are on the red side.
I want to just very quickly touch on the bans. The Aurora being taken away from Xiaohu, I think, is a really good takeaway, and that Nidalee from Shun is something that maybe we see later on into the series. But we're kind of wrapping through this draft really quickly. Strong top-line blinds here in the Jace and the Cassante, and then immediately the combo here for JDG saying, you want to play with Vi? Well, we're going to take this Orianna Nocturne combo and get ready for big ultimate wombos.
Yeah, I mean, though they have to be able to execute that, but there's a reason why a lot of time these picks are taken apart from each other, or we just see them outright banned, because it is a ridiculous combo once you can get it off. The Kaisa does come in, so a ton of follow through here on an engage by Tian on Vi, and I really like that setup for the way that Weibo plays. For
Weibo, I think it plays so well into kind of the modality or the option of being able to switch into 2 different modes. One of them being we can play for this poke style where we're whittling away at our opponents with a Jace and a Kaisa, and then swap immediately into dive mode. We're going in with a Killer Instincts. We have the cease and desist from Vi. Lots of different targets here, and if we are getting that kind of Bruiser-esque Jace build, as we've been seeing, is kind of moving away from the Thimble Winters and getting more into the Black Cleavers and the like. We'll see what that's going to be going in as we get to the back end of our drafts here. Focus on mid lanes here from JDG, as you still need someone that's going to be able to pair up. Maybe they go for something like the Talia for Xiaohu, but could also be our Azir matchup that we've been kind of getting a bit of a taste as we get further in the season.
I was going to say, if Ashe makes it through this draft, that's going to be hilarious, because JDG will just pick that one up all time and just have this incredible combo. Luckily, Weibo, we're reading that. They do ban that away, so double AD focus in Weibo's second phase of bans. We'll see if that mid lane focus continues to be the name of the game for JDG, or if they want to maybe whittle down some of those support picks that I feel like Hung can unlock the team with.
3 AD carry bans and Kaisa as well taken away. Maybe this is just going to be our Jinx game here for Pays, really to kind of open up. Could also be I think a pretty good game to go Ziggs. Pays has been one of our few Ziggs enjoyers very early on into the season, and would definitely help. You can go for something like the Zhonya's very early on to counter someone like Tian.
I am always a big fan of the Ziggs. Almost up there with Jhin. Maybe we'll get that here in Fearless, as I really want to see some of that flexibility. I know the Shochi Bradley minds are thinking we want to see some flexibility in the mid lane, at least somewhere in this best of 5. We'll see what that final lock-in is going to be here for JDG, as we did have the Rakan locked in, saving that counter pick obviously for Weibo, but the Rakan providing a lot of wiggle room for Weibo in their comp.
Has the ability to kind of play, and also a big denial from missing. Again, we are in Fearless, so once a champion is picked, it's no longer available for both teams. Missing one of the best Rakans here in the LPL and in the world in general, so something to kind of look forward to as we go for in this series. And now it's that last pick. what does Xiaohu take in the mid lane? Could be the Jace as a potential flex, but I think
be.
you're more than comfortable with that matchup going into Cassante. So kind of pick of the litter. You're looking at this team pretty limited in terms of range, especially with the Xayah now included.
It's so interesting as well. This guy, Xiaohu, obviously now we get to see some of that flexibility here. And Bessa can't still go mid, I'm just saying. But there's some flexibility there. But Xiaohu, I don't know if you got to watch the recent like interview documentary with him celebrating his 10 years in the LPL. But man, people forget this guy's history, man. People forget that he had to build himself up through RNG and a lot of that haymaker day and age, I guess. But it's going to be the Jace locked in for him this time around.
This feels like such a weird matchup to talk about just when we're looking at our mid laners. I know we set up a lot on looking at Scout versus Xiaohu, but I feel like Scout has always been the Jace player compared to someone like Xiaohu. He has been, I think, more of the mage player, and I think one of our deskers, Bradley, really mentioned it, and I think that was a really great point to pull out, was that Scout has been more opting into the AD mids, and that hasn't been the same for someone like Xiaohu. So to see him here in this series, an important one for them to be able to decide who is going to be our first seed from the group, is something that could really help them going into playoffs. And even just in the series, that could be a curveball.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about that now, the reason why we have to talk about those playoffs is we're right around the corner. I mean, this is the final series in this group, and I think being able to see the way that Group B has panned out has been really fun, but kind of expected. But this is the matchup we've been waiting on in Group B, to finally see the test to take between the two top teams, and to see who's going to be looking at that first seed going into the playoffs with the double elim in their eyes.
Wait, you don't? We still got the Ultra Prime OMG game on Wednesday.
For these two teams.
Yeah, okay. These two teams for sure. It's our last one, and yeah, I think for both of these teams, for JDG, they really, I think, need to prove themselves, which is weird to say. I know we've been kind of teasing it a little bit and touching and I think going around the subject, but their early split to 2025 has not been great. I mean, struggling in a best of 5, going all 5 games versus an OMG roster, and Weibo, who, while I think found some of their footing in Demacia Cup and have really, I think, taken this group really light, will need to, I think, focus in on what they've been able to accomplish specifically around the mid lane.
We're getting into it now as you hear the home crowd in Beijing for JDG get loud, but we also get those gyos going both ways. A matchup many have been waiting for, our match of the week here on the unofficial LPL English, and it's something we've been really looking forward to, especially with the 2-week-long break that we had to take, obviously for good reasons, but now we get back to the League of Legends the yesterday and today, and hopefully we have more than 3 games tonight.
Ooh, look at Hung. He's in a super flame.
Dude,
he's going around, missing as well. I don't know if they'll see Xiaohu when he leaves this brush, if he enters towards the bottom side of the map.
If they get information here on the lane swap, though, it could be actually pretty big.
Hey. No information. So Tien gets an early ward onto enemy Raptors, but aside from that, we're going to have our lane swap here. Not one that I think we're too expecting, but I think they really want to try to cover for someone like Mbessa. She can be very, very volatile in the lane swap until she gets a few levels under her belt.
Yeah, needs a little bit of strength behind it to find that ramping pace. Honestly, though, with Mbessa and Cassante in the game, I don't know if I feel really bad for pace and light. Honestly, a lot of these points in the later part of the game. We'll see how this lane swap ends up working out, though.
Junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map. I wonder if this is going to be a vertical jungle where the entirety of the top side belongs to someone like Weibo. And
got the info.
Yeah, so they know Sun is down here, and so Tien has a couple of options. He can go towards the bottom side of the map and try to cut this Nocturne off. They need this play to work or else it's going to go terrible.
They really do, and this is start off of the combo you really want to see get ahead. Shun maybe getting the kill. Couple extra shots were missing. They gets the dredge line right back, and Pays picks up that first blood for JDG.
That turret was starting to ramp up. Let's see if Weibo can make it happen on the top side.
He did get the unstoppable under that grand entrance, though. Hung trying to tank up. They don't have as much damage as JDG did on the bot side, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do this. There's no dredge line to get the rehook here. As he goes through, he gets the flash. Ala dashing straight to his death, and Light will pick up that one. Both ADCs off on the mark.
Definitely a lot closer than what we saw in the bottom lane, but I think key difference, Ala had level 2, Breathe didn't. So
True.
all the summoners gone from our
Massive
two
difference.
top laners, and look at where that gold is going to our two AD carries, especially we wanted to see from JDG and from Weibo what these two guys were going to do, and kind of different trajectories for both Light and FaZe.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like it feels like Light has been working at this for so long. I mean, I remember the glory days of the Miracle Run and everything on LNG, but this last Worlds for Light, I mean, he had some of the best plays of all of Worlds and towards the end, towards the playoffs, and I think it's so cool to see his matchup against FaZe now, and both of them getting off to the races a little bit as, speaking of, we're going right back down. Can't get the Blade Collar in, but it's fine. We do get the redeploy from Weibo out bot.
Pushing out their bottom lane here. I mean, Breathe can very easily catch this wave. By the time it makes it to his turret, with how much mobility someone like the Mbessa has, should be able to get there in time. 10 is also in the area, so after finishing the scuttle, I wonder if there's going to maybe be a look towards top side when Ala tries to crash the wave. That'll be potentially an opening for them. It would mean that they're not able to contest for this dragon in 35 seconds.
Looking at priority in lanes as well. That dragon's super important, but just down the way, a minute from that will be the grub spawn as well.
Tien gets spotted there. I wonder how JDG are going to play around this new set of vision. I mean, Shun's already on the top side of the map. He's going to take at least his Gromp, and we'll see what they're able to get done. We have grub spawning in a minute. I think that's going to be potentially an objective that we're both looking towards, especially when we're talking about trying to play for long lanes. Someone like Xiaohu, I think, could be really, really dangerous if we're getting some longer side lanes.
And I think another key breaking point, which we'll be getting to very shortly, I'm sure, around the grub fight, is that level 6 mark, because that's where JDG's comp really turns on, but that's also where Tien gets all of the setup he needs for his team, as we do see a little 2v2 kicking off in the bot lane.
Big item wake up for both for Weibo on 2, especially. We're talking about Jace. Once he hits 2 items, Tien even on 1 can be very powerful. So I like what you were pointing out. The level 6s here for JDG are just really, really impactful, especially if they're able to get that onto Missing. Having that Nautilus ultimate to really kind of, I think, get around some of the less mobile members of Weibo can definitely open up the fight, as
Missing.
immediately a flash from Missing, I think, just means this is an early drag here for Weibo.
That's actually really big. I mean, a flash engage is huge, but a dredge line to the face will do just that anyways, as FaZe does get a little bit of damage down. They will clear out some of this vision. Really heavily contesting over bot lane prio around this dragon that spawned. Grubs are coming up now, though, so maybe a little bit split focus.
Looking at mid right now on the minimap, and what I've loved so far from this Weibo squad is one of the big changes when they brought in Tien over Tarzan was just this team felt like there was so much more action in the early game. Xiaohu feels like he's, at least watching the games, feels more bought into what Tien wants to do early on, and we saw right there, as soon as there were any action towards the bottom side of the map, he immediately hovered. There was no mid-wave, they already cleared it out, he started moving into Fog 4, and Scout went to go follow. So as long as JDG are able to get 2 objectives first, I do imagine it's going to be pretty difficult for Weibo to find a fight. Shun is nowhere near this. I think this is just a fake contest coming out from JDG.
JDG, we're putting a little bit of pressure onto them as...
Oh, Scout!
He gets knocked away. That's Jace from Arcade right there, but that's a bit unfortunate for Scout. You'll want that one back. And we did get the trade of objectives.
Oh, that one's getting into the replay. Shochi and Bradley,
that was a little rough.
whip up the clips. We're doing a mid lane review, VOD
I'm trying
review
to decide
for
if he
Scout
wanted to like
versus Xiao.
flash or something. I don't know. But hey, they're gonna find another gank. He's got paranoia this time. Xiao dodges the dredge line, still gets feared. Shun wants to go in the turret. Paranoia in there, baby. He gets knocked back twice in a row.
No way. No.
What am I watching right now?
Tien has
As
ult.
JDG fall apart. Tien tries to go for the flash play. Can't find it on the scout.
Maybe if he could have used the ult after the flash immediately, then saved the Q, but I mean, look, that's a flash out from Scout. It's a flash out from Shun as well. Our 2 mid-jungle duos now losing a key summoner spell. And how spicy has this game already? We wanted to see early action in the mid lane, and we're getting that. Repeated ganks here by Missing, trying to put Xiaohu in an uncomfortable position and get that summoner spell before the fight. But I think really deftly played by the mid lane of Weibo, and then forcing the issue. JDG are just in no position to get into this fight between 2 turrets, Shun.
I knew we were going to get the little slight slow-mo zoom in there of that flash as soon as it happened. I'm waiting for it. But a little bit of unfortunate gameplay coming through there for JDG. But hey, the party in the mid lane stays strong. Now Paranoia a little bit off center there, as Shockwave will be coming back up, but that's the combo we have to look for going forward.
Even if they're not able to land the combo, I think just having the Shockwave is definitely, in my opinion, just more important here, especially when we're talking about setting up for fights. We have Grub spawning in 2 minutes, 3 minutes before Dragon. I'm going to be looking at whether or not both of these teams can play around the missing summoner spells, because I think when you have so much lockdown, you have so much crowd control, no longer having the flash is going to be opening up plays around the map. And you look at how many playmakers they have. Missing's getting closer to that level 6. You have CC coming in from JDG's AD carry as well. A lot of options here. And we haven't really been talking about our two top laners, but those ultimates are going to come up huge when we're looking at
They're both
team
like
fights.
the same thing too. They're literally like
kind of.
the same animation in some ways. No, it's going to be really impactful, honestly, how they find and execute some of these lower health targets. But Tien is the one that's scary to me. He has so much power on this Vi traditionally as well, but now here in this game, and here we go. Paranoia already popped missing, losing all of his health immediately, and the cease and desist was saved until the last. Blade Caller is massive from Pays. I thought that was a ruler play right there, but he's filling his shoes just well. That's a double kill for Shun.
Wow. Great job from Pays. He saves his ultimate and is waiting on those feathers, gets the reposition. I mean, Weibo, they invested so much for that play, and now we're looking at this. Look at what they were able to trade. Yes, they did die, but now there's no ult, there's no double summoner spells from Pays. This could mean that Weibo are looking to contest that second grub, and that's the feat of strength, I think, more importantly, going over to Weibo as we get into this replay. It's a snap engage from Hung, and then while all of this damage is here, they're trying to get it onto Missing. Look at all these feathers that are about to rip through the back line, and then Shun just gets, I mean, free access, right?
I mean, I can't even count on my hands the amount of times I saw Ruler play a play just like this for JDG over these last 2 years, and Pays fitting the mold just well, able to bait them all in and find a really nice blade call. I'm sure that's going to happen many more times in this game as the comp begs it from Weibo as they're looking for an engage again. Shun gonna be the target now. He's a little bit split from the team. He will be able to walk out. Even emotes on him. My God, man.
They've got the Shockwave. Oh, Pays, you're just too far
Pays,
up.
Pays, bro,
we said
Pays.
it. No flash, no ultimate. Can they make this play happen? Shun and Missing are backing them up.
Oh my goodness. The aura on Pays here, you know, just step it up right there. No big deal, as we do have the grubs started by JDG. There's the experimental hex plate for Shun. I don't know if they want to contest this one. And that's all 6 grubs given over to JDG.
How much can they actually get with this, though? They have not really been able to hit on very many of these turrets or get a lot of damage. So we'll see if maybe Pays and Missing can look for something. We're talking about big items coming on through. While Shun does have his first, we also have the Static Shiv completed here for Light, so helping out with some of the wave clear as well as just tickling your opponents. I'm going to be looking, as we get further in this game, not even at this Dragon, but really this Rift Herald spawning in 4 minutes. JDG have been able to kind of play around cooldowns really, really well, which I think has been a criticism for this team in the past so far early on in the season.
I feel like we've seen this story before. There's the Featherstorm Blade Caller combo. He got the Paranoia on top of it from Shun just to help him out, and he's the one pressing up now with the aggressive stance. Tien was coming right down the way, but nothing else going to come of it.
That's beautiful. Hung has no ultimate anymore, so that's going to open them up to be able to make some more plays. It lets Pays play a little more. Oh, Breathe,
okay.
Ala?
Ala goes for the flash play, gets Breeze play instead. That will be flash from both top laners down.
I know we also have been avoiding this matchup, but I don't know how you feel about our top laners, but I do think that Ala and Breathe are like LPL big game hunters. Maybe being a little bit more
really
like
are.
regular season contenders.
Big buck hunters, like the arcade game.
Yeah, that's true. They've been competent top laners, but when they have really important matches, it's, I think, where they tend to really, really come into their own. And so we'll see what that looks like here in this best of 5. As they're trying so hard to get Pays.
They want him so bad. Cease and desist there. Grand Entrance going to follow. Gets the double knockup. Blade Caller not going to be enough this time, but the shield
Does he live?
is there. Is it enough? The 3-man stun there. Root Ala looking to clean up a little bit. Maybe a bit of revenge for his teammate, but the follow-through might not be there. Unfortunately, Pays does go down like 6 times the charm. I don't know how many times that was, Alk.
Look at what they're losing on the map, though. It was those 6 grubs going over to JDG. It's another turret or another dragon in the bottom lane. JDG are feeling at least a little bit more poised and focused on what we've got.
Shockwave.
Oh, God.
Oh, we got the combo off
It'll
with that
land it.
public execution. There's the shockwave to follow through. Breathe getting low and low. He's going under turret. Now the turret's there to help him. Shun getting low. Now one more shot, but the heal up is there. Xiaohu wants to make the difference. Scout doesn't have much mana. He's going to use the speed up there. Shun might just have to give his life. The fear is not going to be in time, and Xiaohu takes him down.
Shut down as well. Gold going over to Xiaohu. Our 2 mid laners having such an important role. We've talked a lot about it from JDG's perspective, but for someone like Weibo, our deskers were talking about it, the ability to play on the side lane. Jace now, we'll see if Xiaohu can kind of play a little bit more on the edge. I think he's going to have a really tough spot. It's so hard to play these long lanes when there's a Nocturne in the game. So going to need a lot of cover. And Weibo feeling a little bit lost. I think they're kind of really focused on trying to get Pays. And with Pays making it out so many times or wasting a lot of their time in some instances, JDG are playing the map in a really respectful way and being able to still get objectives.
There goes
First turret
that
as well. That's
top
feat
lane
strength.
turret. Yep, that's huge. JDG finding massive gold advantages early of a very even game as well. We have first items completed. Breeze stops the back of Ala. Honestly, not super confident in taking that fight, even with the health differential, just because of what Cassante can do. And I really love the stop at the back, but we'll see if the reset from Weibo gets them on more even playing field.
My big criticism for JDG the past like 2-3 weeks while we were waiting has just been the fact that this team does not know if they want a team fight or if they want to collect waves on side. There's usually someone picking up gold, picking up resources, but then we're just starting a fight and we're down numbers. We're starting an objective and we don't have everybody in position. Feels like at least in this first game, they have a goal in mind. They're playing within what they're able to do and also able to escape a lot of the plays. Maybe part of the vision that missing is being able to grab for them as Scout has flash, has ultimate.
He's in a lot of trouble. Public execution is there. Paranoia is not going to be enough, even with the attempted shockwave. Shun taking a 1v3 here, but I don't think that's what you want to fight. As another kill goes down to Weibo. That's just unfortunate as Pays tries to catch light in the transition.
Nope. Flash from Scout here. We'll still have the shockwave, but no ultimate. That's probably, like you were saying, the top tier 1 going down. And we don't know if JDG will be able to really contest for this Herald. I wanted to see them with 6 grubs. Look for this.
Okay, missing, just getting chunked immediately. Tien just finding constant action here. And a big piece to the puzzle that we were talking about coming into this one is Tien and Xiaohu and their combination. But it's been a very weird game so far. I mean, our first time seeing these teams back from this long break. I feel like breaks have been much to the detriment of some of our top teams in LPL's history. But this was a test of strength. This was, I want to see what you got in your last series here before playoff.
Got a lot of games, right? Best of 5. We're making a re-engage. Now, Scout can't be here. He's going to move eventually, and he finishes the Seraphs.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Shun. They go in, though. The Rift Herald already taken by Weibo. Nice little Blade Caller right back to get some damage down. Hung, trying to go over the wall, does end up making it. They do pick off Tien, though, and that was pretty massive. We'll get that Rift Herald for Weibo.
Another criticism that I've had towards JDG is Scout feels like a really big coin flip player right now, which sucks to say as a player that has so much tenure and I think has brought so much honor to the LPL with a world championship and his multiple worlds appearances. But in LPL so far this season, it feels like he is really hot and really cold sometimes. I think of the Akali game from Demacia Cup as we get a replay here. This is just Scout getting caught out. Oh, we're getting full on
it's the
cinematic
skin. You gotta do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Orianna ult doesn't go off here, and if we get a replay of the Herald fight there, he also didn't have the shockwave didn't land. So
yeah.
I feel like in a matchup where you have to be really in sync with your Nocturne, this is a dangerous spot to be in.
We see that play here. Weibo getting the latter half.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's the flash. Okay.
But you bring that up, but honestly, it's a sad fact to say that was also what was happening on LNG. He played a side lane, try to get as much gold as he possibly could and try to carry the game. And half the time it worked, half the time it didn't. And that's why we saw a little bit of faltering from LNG and why we've seen a little bit of a roster swap in that regard. And I think that it's something that Scout needs to find that consistency again, and something you're hoping to see with JDG and Shun at the combo.
Ooh, Xiaohu going for a bit of a different build. I know with our Jaces, we've had Fimba Winter, we had the Dying Despair, Black Cleaver has becoming more and more popular, specifically over in the LCK, and now we're getting Spear Shojin first, so getting access to some flat HP, AD, and ability haste, I'll take that. That's perfectly fine, and we'll have them what looks to be a Muramana second, so a lot of damage here for this Jason the next 2 minutes.
Missing, trying to catch Hung there. I will say, Light has forgone Boots and gone second item. He already has Static Shift and Guinsoo's. You start watching to see if Light's going to be popping off in some of these fights. At least most items built, pied there with Breathe. And we will have that set up with Atacon coming up into the top lane in about a minute. We've seen a lot of teams be very hesitant around that objective.
I'm now going to be looking towards these 2 big items. Like, we're talking about Xiaohu getting the Muramana soon. We also have Black Cleaver, what looks to be done soon for Tian. If by the time this Otacon fight starts, and yes, it's spawning in 45, I don't think we're going to be starting it on spawn here. This is still, I think, a big point for Weibo to try to play around. You have 2-item Kaisa with Rage Blade. Again, those item completions are going to be really, really important, and I want to see if Weibo are going to be looking for fights during that timer.
And I think with these kinds of comps, like, it's really up to Tien or Hung for Weibo to get those engages. It's primarily on Shun for the JDG engage. Obviously, missing is there as well. Ala and Bree just going to go right back at it. Bree holding up a little bit better this time than he did last time. Ala going for the long flank onto him. Going to use that all out. Has Pays coming up here to help him as well. Public execution going to be used. Pays lays down the damage, and those feathers hurt. Ala gets the kill.
Great job. That Mbessa can go into the skirmishes, but not when you're going to be playing up against 2 players. Suddenly, it's no longer the fair top lane 1v1, and that does buy some time here for JDG. They invest a lot of resources. They're going to start this up with the 2 carries, Scout and Teleporter for this play.
I mean, they just kind of burn it, no? I mean, they get the TP up there as well. Xiaohu will just take his pity prizes as pings have already come out. Couple turrets will end up falling for Weibo, in favor of them, rather. That Atacon is going to be a massive buff for JDG.
2 turret, I think a big part of the map. Weibo, surprisingly enough, it feels like history is repeating itself. I think it was in the Ultra Prime game where they gave up the Atacon, but destroyed the map. They had 2 turrets now here for Xiaohu. They got the mid-tier 1. If they can wait out this timer, it's 2:15. If they can, as long as they don't lose the game and try to take a silly fight, I think Weibo come up on this play a lot better than JDG. Oh!
Yeah. Oh, no.
Look away, we're getting a
Shield
replay
your
from that. It's
eyes.
LPA.
Oh, God.
It's LPL, we're getting a replay of that for sure.
Zoomed in, directed cam. Don't worry, the operators are looking at it right now. They're cutting it to pieces. As right now, we're actually taking a look at Pays cutting the mid lane turret to pieces. Doesn't end up getting it, but JDG are going to strike some revenge gold on the map from these standing objectives. And I think what comes next will be the setup around these 2 item spikes. We're getting very, very close to finishing those out, as we did get that Muramana completed for Xiaohu. Breathe actually just got free time on a side turret here.
Sante can move. There's a bit of time. Again, Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. You can
What
go
is
for
happening
this play
on the map right now?
top
Okay.
side. They were looking to try to maybe look for something on a Scout. It's a minute before the Otacon falls, and JDG have not really forced anything yet. I think that they needed to look for something, get a summoner spell, get some ultimates, but that hasn't been the case. They're starting to slowly get back into some of those habits we were criticizing them for. So Weibo now, the only, I think, piece that has kind of helped JDG is the fact that they have the 6 scrubs. So despite the fact that Weibo were able to get so many turrets in that play, anytime JDG win a team fight or they get alone time in a side lane, these turrets are going to fold really quickly.
And it's so interesting when we started the conversation looking at these 2 teams as a test of strength, but more so seeing the synergies from Weibo actually having some proficiency. JDG needing to kind of wake up. Well, it's JDG. That nice up the Oriana combo. That feels so bad. But they still get a little bit of pressure on mid lane, I guess. They wanted to try to use these Atacon GAs as best as possible. 20 seconds till it falls, though, and you risk being in a really bad position if they fall in the middle of the fight. That's going to be a Tien flash out, maybe looking for a re-engage. It's coming down in 10 seconds.
Tien, what are we
JDG know
doing?
that. They go for the fight. Tien goes in. Public execution. They got Tien, though, before he could get him. Now Breathe is in the back line. Xiao
The GAs are down.
The wall. Pays is going down. They're using
Oh!
those GAs. The GAs just fell right as Pays died. As Light finally, maybe, no! Ala does Cassante things, and you better go ahead and spam that copy pasta, because he is destroying the back line right now. As Xiaohu's looking for an angle onto Ala, he just skips his way to victory.
That looked a little bit of int, a little bit of pog coming in for Tien. He opens up space for his team, and that's such a tight timing. I want to catch it in the replay. I think this is such a huge fight for them as we look coming in. Dragon, while maybe this can be soul point for Weibo, more importantly for me, if they win another fight, you have the Baron spawning in a minute, and there are so many summoner spells missing. This combo, everybody's been playing it. It's not like this is a new combo. These champions are incredibly old as well. So Scout -1. That's going on the report card. I'm sure that we're going to get a review from Bradley and Shoji.
That was a nice
Tien,
flash.
he just plays with his life. He understands that HP is a resource, and while he goes down, he'll have the respawn timer. Big things for me that I'm looking at are all of these summoner spells and the ultimates that are going to be gone here for JDG.
What a flash by Scout there. I mean, Breeze still finds access to backline. You can see what this Mbessa can do. And this is so funny because we've reached a precipice where these clips are literally just turning into what Ala can do against an entire enemy team and what Breathe can do against an entire enemy team. That's what it's going to be for the future of this game.
Oh my god. I feel like we talked about our top laners just a little bit. They have that kidnap ability with the ultimates coming in. Breathe has direct backline access. Same thing with someone like Cassante.
It's I hate being an ADC in 2025.
They're
I hate
level
it.
6. I will say, Breathe is a little closer to level 16, so the amount of healing that is going to be accessible to this champion is going to get very obnoxious very quickly. So we've got Baron spawning. During that replay during live, that was the Dragon going over to Weibo, so they're now on Soul Point.
And Soul Point on this kind of comp with these ultimates feels real good. Also, third item for Light. That's Nashor's Tooth, but he also went with the Sork Boots. So we're going to have a little bit more magic damage into that comp and into that pick as we see JDG forming up around the Baron pit here, trying to get some vision down.
It's tough. We wanted to see coming in from draft whether or not Weibo were going to be able to play the tale of two styles of trying to poke, but it seems like they just want to all in on this dive strategy. First target they find, who they're able to engage upon. We have so many different pieces of crowd control coming in. Tien being a bit cheeky and seeing some Raptors on a tight timer there. But it's going to be all eyes on the top side of the map. Where can Weibo get vision, and how are JDG going to be able to walk in blind when they're really just trying to contest on mid-waves?
Yeah, I mean, there were pings onto the Baron for Weibo. Don't expect that to be started up, but maybe with the transition of map power coming through here at JDG, need to be wary of that. As Pace still needing to hit that third item will be a pretty massive spike for the Xayah, but we'll be getting close to that for many carries throughout, although already Weibo in a bit of an advantage in that case. JDG are going with the same plan. We've seen them execute twice in a row now. Pays will be on vision right now, but JDG were looking for a pick anywhere they can.
Player gold. Sucks to see this Shun and Scout duo pretty similar to each other, but you really wanted to see a little bit more damage here from these two, and we haven't kind of gotten that 2v2 combo from our Nocturne and Orianna. So if JDG want a chance at being able to win this game, they need to be able to get this combo down in under wraps. Otherwise, Weibo can make this game very difficult, and anytime you get away from an objective,
all it takes is one.
Yeah.
All it takes is one. Like, you just, that's why this combo is so potent and why we see it so rampantly, is because you just get one big Paranoia Shockwave combo, and that's it. JDG has their finger on the trigger. If they win a fight, they go for Baron. We see massive pushes. Can be the same way for the other side of things for Weibo. We have those three items complete for majority here, but really looking at the pop-off from Xiaohu and Light in a lot of these fights, but honestly, some of that spotlight had been transitioning to those top laners. Do we still feel like that's the case?
They're just so tanky, and I will say Pays, I think, has a bit of a tougher time with being
With
able to
GA
deal with...
third, by the way.
Oh, wow. Oh,
That's
he's like, guys, I got
interesting.
scammed on the Otacon. Fair. Look at who is on the enemy team, right? Aside from someone like a Kaisa, this is going to be full armor that
Oh,
you're going to
yeah.
be going into. I think this is an okay buy from him. It's you definitely know that you're going to need to have some survivability, and while you're not a Ziggs who can itemize into Zonias, or maybe a Kaisa in this instance, I think it's going to be have to make do for JDG as they find themselves not really. You look at the gold; it is so even between these two. But
For this
big
lane,
things for
yeah.
me is going to be the item differential, especially in mid lane.
I know, it's crazy how far Scout is behind in terms of his item completions. I do like that heads up, though, in terms of, like, all Tien has to do is land one cease and desist and everybody come piling in on top of you. So FaZe is like, no, I just won't. I'll counteract that in some way. Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. It is Soul for Weibo, and they find Shun. Breathe, getting a lot of damage there, but a little bit scared of the fear. Goes with the public execution. Shun has no way out. Shun pops paranoid, but he's already dead. Blackout City for JDG, and Allah can't find the reprisal. Now you're looking over onto Hung, who found backline access, but Allah is now the front line trying to save space for JDG. They won't lose much, but they're jungler, but it's right before the Dragon.
Beautiful pick coming in from Breathe. Knows that he has the dueling potential as well. I mean, you're just playing an Mbessa into Nocturne. There's very few things that champion is able to do. So Shun dying before this opens up Weibo to grab that soul.
They're
Maybe
getting
they go for Baron,
piled
they're looking
on.
for Scout.
Scout gets hit on the other side. Here
Oh!
comes the flying trapeze from Weibo, and it's looking like the Cirque du Soleil here. Breathe going more ham on these people as Allah does end up getting it all out to get under turret, but Weibo are constantly finding picks. That synergy we talked about, it's online, baby.
This game has been so close, feels back and forth. JDG with some strong early game play, and I think really playing to the map early on. Loses their way, and now 30 minutes. We've got the start on the Baron. Shun can jump into this pit with the ultimate. It is coming off of cooldown. 4,000 on the Baron.
Oh, they just go for the fight. Missing, Kit's completely caught. He goes in, though. Shun finds one, pays. Kiting to hell here. He still has the GA.
No!
Gets it popped. Cease and desist on the Shun. And Weibo are winning this one all day long. Pays. Poor Pays. He's getting ganked on here. Gets a big blade collar. Gets Tien back. But it's junglers down. JDG is down. No Baron for Weibo, but what a fight.
They needed to send it, and unfortunately, JDG not in a position, maybe miscoordinate the fight. I mean, good job for JDG. You stopped them from doing Baron, but I think the game's looking toast. You still have the combo, but that gold lead is starting to climb for some of our solo laners here on Weibo.
He's still not on 3 items. I'm sure he has it now when he banks, but still, the fact that he still is not on 3 items is insane. And we're going to take a look back at that fight, the initial pick that made the Dragon Soul happen for Weibo.
And look at what Weibo are doing at the same time. They know that with Breathe sitting in Fog of War, hey, he doesn't have the spell shield. Breathe finds this pick, and they're playing really far up on mid lane. So I really love to see that coming out. And look at where Shun is. Shun, I think, either has to just send it on the ultimate and just get into the pit, but the fight is split. Look at where Pays is missing, gets completely annihilated. And Allah's nowhere near this. He has to push to mid-wave. This was one of the criticisms we had for this team, which is they're not all on the same page. We're clearing mid-wave, and then we're contesting for Baron at the same time.
It's a lot of the individuality that we've seen from JDG that has made those moments so bright, but it's Weibo that find those synergistic moments in the later game team fights that have really been the way that Weibo have handled their series. And it's nice to see a continuation of some of that storyline for Weibo, who, yes, it might not be much of a gold lead, but feel absolutely in the driver's seat here over JDG.
I'm sorry, shiny graphic just showed up on my screen. 32% of your team's damage as
That's
Mbessa?
insane, dude.
Breathe.
That's insane.
I was unfamiliar with your game. We've got a contest around this Baron. It feels like JDG need to be able to make this work, but they have control of mid first, and with these 6 scrubs, I think maybe you're looking to take a trade. Top tier 2 for mid tier 2.
God, this champion, man. It could do everything if you just press the buttons right, as JDG forced to contest, forced to go in. They do find the access, and they get hung. They finally hit the Shockwave Paranoia combo, and now they're looking at mid lane.
They know that there's no Shun ult, So why not go through mid? I think Pays and Missing can spend a little bit more time. Allah.
Oh, Allah just walked into the wrong side of the neighborhood. He tries to go for the blast cone, does not make it. The Void Seeker hits him from afar, and Light is looking to pop off now. He goes in here with that killer, as now they go golden. Pays is on the wrong side of the fight. Scout's by himself now. Shun tries to go in to save him. They can't do anything. They're being picked apart as JDG are losing bodies left and right. Weibo have came to play. They were asking if they would oil up, and dang, they are slippery.
I can't believe we're getting Weibo's social media tied up on the show here. First, it was the unzips pants. We're going to have intense activities with JDG on the 9th. Then I get that ad oil. Well, I think that's probably just game.
That's
Death timers are
game.
too long. Weibo make it happen here in game 1.
All I'm saying is Pays and Light are sitting there thanking their lucky stars. They do not have to deal with Ambessa or Cassante ever again in this series as Weibo take game number 1.
Us as fans don't have
Also
to watch
have
Scout
to.
Oriana for game 1 after this one.
no.
So that was an unfortunate performance, but
Yeah.
he is the key mid laner and someone that we set up as needing to have these carry performances. We've seen the high highs of someone like Scout, and especially in regular season games, I get it. Maybe you're not going to be. I think you're definitely still looking at being a top 2 team here in the group. You're going to make playoffs regardless, but missing out on double elim is, I think, a really big portion of this game.
I just think it's so wild to me to look back at Scout's career and watch him take double season MVPs in a single year, and then go from that LNG stint to now having some troubles getting used to this JDG style. And it's tough to watch as a big Scout fan, but we got to see a pickup in this series. First seed matters so much in this group, and we'll see who does come out on top of it. To break that game down, though, we do have our desk ready to go. I love that I can say that now. Rafa, the guys, let's see what you got.
Muchas gracias, Mazel and Alec. Man, oh man, what a banger to open up the series between JDG and Weibo Gaming. It definitely seems like after the mid-game counter that JDG had collapsing on Pays on top side, that they had full control of the map, and we were kind of, I'm not gonna lie guys, we were kind of chilling, you know, we were shooting the shiz, you know, just talking back and forth, and then suddenly JDG send a mid lane, they get heavily punished, and then Weibo are back in the driver's seat. And so we're gonna take a stroll down memory lane and try and revisit certain points in where the game really fell apart. But you know, before those clips start rolling, I'm gonna come to you first, Bradley. Where did you think was the pivotal point in the match? Who was it around?
I'm not gonna lie, the part where the game started to not really make sense to me was the mid dive, because I really thought that JDG were in a really good spot. Personally, I'm pretty sure mid lane was like hard winning. He was up like 15 CS like to 20 at one point, and then they kind of just full sent out on a dive. The original look was really good too. I'm really confused as to, yeah, I mean, I guess kind of why, because it looked really good, and then it looked like they were kind of like tilted or something, and then, oops.
That happens. Now, just for clarity, was this the dive that was super early on to the game, or the one that they tried to send it on the Kaisa?
No, this was somewhat early on. It was around, I want to say like 11 minutes or so, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
It was like earlier on.
Yeah, because I mean, that is something that happens so early on into the game, but there, you know, there's a lot of like action back and forth. I'll go to you, Shoshi, just as we're gonna get a chance to see a little bit of the stats and the graphics, to hightailing it. But obviously, it's so hard to recapture a lot of what happened in this game just based off of this alone, because you might look at the goal graph and think, you know, at least JDG seems like they were okay, but I imagine that 25-minute mark was when we saw I guess it was an attempt at a Nocturne Oriana delivery system onto the Kaisa, and they went a little too far forward, and Weibo Gaming trying to really capitalize on the GAs about to fall off on JDG, and they were able to regain momentum from that point on.
Yeah, I think Nocturne Ori is a very powerful combo when used correctly, but whenever the ultimates are down, they're pretty weak without them. But yeah, this fight from Praise was insane as well.
And this was the part of the game where we felt like, oh, okay, you know what? You know, JDG maybe a little tilted trying to overdive onto Xiaohu, but then, you know, yes, Pays gets a lot of attention visited on the top side of the map, but the triple kill kind of turnaround on top side is enough to rectify a little bit of it. There's a couple moments here where I think Mazel touched upon it, where JDG, you have such strong individual players, but sometimes out of sync and not necessarily on the same page of what they want to do. And this I think is the fight where Weibo Gaming realized, hey, Otacon GAs are about to fall off. Let's just full send it right here, Shochi.
Yeah, this was really intelligent. Like, you can see they're engaging while the Otacon is still on, but, you know, click on the champion, you can see in the top left when the buff's about to expire. And I think it was right as this. Look at, that's like frame perfect timing on the Xayah there.
So unfortunate for Pays, man.
It's really intelligent because I think Xayah is the key piece of JDG's comp. She's playing against all these dive champions that she wants to, and putting all your attention on her, making sure she goes down is so pivotal, and they did a great job of that on the Weibo side.
And I think it was something that, as we got into game, behind the scenes in the green room, Bradley, both you and Shochi were pretty much in a line. Like, JDG's comp should be on paper way easier to execute since you do have Xayah running into multiple dive threats. But anytime where fights are seemingly so uncoordinated from the side of JDG, and it doesn't matter. You have Xayah. Once you pop the Featherstorm, if you got no one around you to help peel the remaining threats for you, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think Weibo actually does a really good job of maintaining a balance of keeping the game bloody but controlled at the same time. Like, they want a bloody game. As we've already kind of talked about, Xayah is a very important piece, and in this clip especially, right? You can see Tian, like, he knows Xayah's the only important piece, so as long as he's a little rat and can kind of like keep him busy, like, they have nothing to worry about, right? And I think Weibo, throughout the game, not just this play in specific, did a really good job of keeping the game bloody, but also like keeping it to a pace where, like, we don't want to get Xayah to a point where she can take over the game and kind of control her way. They fall on their terms.
It definitely makes sense given how the game state flowed back into Weibo's control. And especially we saw on that turnaround on the top side of the map with the red quadrant, Weibo Gaming understanding a lot of the win cons that they had to navigate around. Obviously, there's this Nocturne Paranoia Shockwave delivery system that can always happen to their backliners, but I like this mention of and this is historically what Tian is able to recognize and do so well. Sometimes Tian is going to say, hey, I know I'm the guy that is supposed to, you know, press my ult button onto one carry and the rest of the people show up. But if the fight is scattered, I can just identify the threat. And even if necessarily I don't successfully kill this guy, if I'm zoning him off the fight, that's one carry that can no longer contribute with the rest of the team. And I think that's something that creatively, you know, a lot of our best junglers in this league will understand, that necessarily it's not always about, you know, fighting 5-on-5 front to back. You need to understand moments where it might be better to just isolate a single threat and prevent them from doing any damage. And lo and behold, that's our MVP of the game right there, y'all.
Not surprising, yep.
Hitting a sick pose too. Give him the thumbs
Double
up.
thumbs up, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. He knows he did a good job.
Yeah, he did a great job,
Absolutely
especially on
stellar.
that team fight, yeah, where he marked the Xayah.
Because the whole game too, like, I really do want to point out, like, the whole game, I feel like the majority of Weibo's plays, they were actually just attacking Pays. Even the one where Pays turned it on him, the pivotal point of their plays was to attack Pays, because they know that he is the focus point of the team.
And that probably comes down to how well they were tracking Xayah ultimate cooldown. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I know that Vi ulti rank 1 is around, what, like 80-90 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. So it's
maybe a little bit more, but yeah.
I want to
somewhere
say
A little bit more.
Xayah's is 120, but don't quote me on that. Like, don't quote me, but I want to say it's 120, like rank 1.
You know what? We're
around.
gonna
Let me get my guess out. I think Xayah is 140 and Vi is 130.
So like 2 minutes and 10 seconds, you think? Let's see.
Yeah.
He thinks Xayah's is 220 and Vi's is 210. That's
No,
what-
not 3 minutes. 140 and 130. So like 2 minutes and 20 seconds and 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said, oh yeah. I thought you meant like
Yeah,
220
220
seconds.
and a 210.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So rank 1 ulti on Vi is actually 2 minutes, or 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which is 140. and then
You're off by 10.
I was off by 10. Unlucky,
Zaya
yeah.
ult.
What is Zaya? Is it
let-
20 or is it longer?
Has to
I'm
be
looking.
longer.
I'm looking.
Rank
at
one
I feel
has
like
to.
I feel like it's longer now that I'm thinking about it out loud.
Yeah.
Drum roll. Featherstorm. Rank 1. It's the same. 140.
Okay.
Oh,
Interesting.
so you got it right then.
I got one of them right, yeah.
Yeah, you got one of them.
I didn't think they were both at the same time.
And they're so strong, super strong ultimates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just in different ways.
But, you know, going to the point that just understanding if you focus down the Zaya and you know that, hey, her ulti is a long cooldown, maybe, you know, you don't get her the first time, but then you can repeat that process. And it's not like you have to always rely on Zaya ultimate to give you the lockdown that you need. You have this recon that can go in, and as long as Weibo Gaming are all talking to each other and just coordinating, hey guys, this ultimate is now gone for another, you know, 60 seconds. Let's make a play on this wave timer. And I think that was just something that, you know, Weibo Gaming consistently tried to do. It didn't always work, but they never gave up, right? They were always persistent. And I'm just curious if, I'll go to you, Bradley, first. Were there any, like, moments in your team's career where you thought to yourself, like, oh, hey, yeah, like, hey, guys, like, just because it doesn't work the first time doesn't mean we stop doing it. We have to continue pursuing it.
No, that's actually a really good point that you brought up. Because in a lot of the teams that I've been on, like let's say after a bad team fight, a lot of the teams that I've been on, you know, we say like, what happened? Like, what went wrong? You know, because you immediately want to talk about like, is there anything like we should do differently? Sometimes someone just says, oh, I just messed up, my bad, right? But it's a really strong sign or like a really confident showing where you can say nothing went wrong. You know, keep doing it, and then it'll be better next time. You know, like we had the right idea. Like it's a really strong foresight to have to say, we picked the fight on our terms, we liked it, we should do it again, and I think it'll go different this time.
Shochi, any additional insight that you want to bring to the conversation as well?
For sure. I think whenever the game's looking rough, and although it may not happen in this tier 1 region with all these professional players that have MSI titles, like you said, world championships, whenever the enemy makes a mistake, that's like a little boost of dopamine for the losing team. And you saw on the JDG side, you know, some of these Nocturne Oriana combos didn't always land where they wanted them to. So that's probably a little moment of brief respite for the Weibo side to kind of compose themselves. Okay, next minute and a half, they don't have ults, we can kind of take over whatever part of the map we want.
No, it definitely makes sense. I mean, these are, you know, high stakes games. We have to remind everyone at home where game 1 going over to Weibo Gaming, it's still not down and out and dusted for JDG. You know, obviously best of 5, you have, you know, up to potentially 5 games to rectify, you know, any of the mistakes that were made in this opener of the series, and making sure that you're able to do enough to just continue building upon, you know, what went wrong in game 1 and just being able to tighten up the synergy. And I think, you know, that is one of the things that we saw clearly that was being exposed by Weibo, just understanding like, yes, you have this guaranteed combo, but JDG didn't necessarily have all their pieces like aligned on the map for it, right? And so going into game 2, I think we can start the conversation of how do JDG want to approach some of the problems that are, you know, being taken advantage of by Weibo? Is it a champion draft issue that they can solve, Bradley, or do you think it's not necessarily champion related, but it's just something that a couple players need to do in order to step up for the team?
No, I wouldn't really say it's a draft issue. I actually liked JDG's draft. I thought it was really nice. But what I will say is, what they need to focus on going into the next game, because it is Fearless, right? You know, we're gonna see probably a completely different style change. I think Weibo has shown kind of how I talked about earlier, how they like to identify what they're going to target, and they are going to relentlessly target it. I think JDG, from what I've seen in this first game, they need to be really concise, and you know, they need to identify, okay, where do we want to play around? Because I think JDG throughout the game, they were kind of making plays all over the place. They weren't really attacking a particular target. They were attacking everyone that they could, and sometimes it works and sometimes it didn't, right? So I think they should kind of talk about what they want to do from the core and then stick with it.
Yeah, I think, you know, going and looking back through the game, just off the top of my head, it definitely makes sense too. Yeah, There's attempts made on mid lane after the tilt play of trying to shockwave the Jace, and it didn't, actually go their way. Then they were kind of playing reactive to whatever moves Weibo Gaming were doing, and the only times that they found proactive plays was on a overextended Abessa in Breathe, right? And sometimes it would work, sometimes that wouldn't. Just to remind everyone at home, the champions that are no longer available for the rest of the series now going forward, we've got Mbessa, Vi, Jace, Kaisa, and Rakan. And then the other flip side, we have Cassante, Nocturne, Orianna, Xayah, and Nautilus. So now, obviously, some champions like Skarner are probably not going to see the light of day. In fact, gentlemen, I think Skarner has been not escaped a single ban in any LPL game. I think it's been over at least like 60 games so far.
As he should, yeah. As he
Over
should.
60 games so far.
Don't-
He has
don't
not
let
been
him
given
play
a
it.
chance every single time. He's a perma red side ban. Rumble kind of also sticks in there. There's a few times that Rumbles escapes the charts. Kalista also another one of them. But, other champions start slipping through the cracks, especially some priority marksmen like Ashe and Varus, where you can no longer continue banning them. You have to look at other things. But, Shochi, if I'm a team without the 10 aforementioned champions that we talked about, what are some of the champions that are like popping up on your screen?
I think for sure, with like Jace, Cassante, and Mbessa being all down, that, like you mentioned, Rumble suddenly becomes one of the premier top laners, just because you have the Jace being played in mid lane as well. But that's just an extra top laner gone just for this game too. So I think Rumble increases a lot in priority, and one of Rumble's best friends, in my opinion, he's got Yone and Rel. Just full dive, just layer all your ults down, and Scout. I think he's a really good Yone, as we saw in the clips before. So I'd love to see him on that for this game.
What about you, Bradley? What are they cooking up in the game too? Are we gonna see some deep champion pools flexed around, or are we just going down the tier list of what's available?
No, I actually do think there will be a spicy pick. I'm not really sure where. I am expecting a little bit of Ashe priority somewhere. I think Ashe is like a really good fighting champion. I mean, kind of all the champions that you mentioned so far that the LPL really loves, like Kalista, Rumble, as you said, they all really, really have a lot of high damage fighting power, and I'm expecting Ashe to be one of those. Apart from that, though, I do think mid lane will probably go back to a little bit of mages. I would expect Azir. I was actually kind of surprised that they took Mbessa top and then put Jace mid. I thought they were gonna take Jace, or I thought they were gonna put Jace top into the Cassante and then pick like Azir mid for like more DPS. But I mean, it looks really good in the game. So
Yeah, that totally makes sense. It looks like we're just a few moments away from getting back into the draft phase for Game 2. All the players walking back on stage. So you can see JDG trying to shake off, whatever nerves or, any of the frustrations that might have happened in Game 1, especially around some of those missed combos there. But if both teams want to be showing us the best that they can do, and it's going to be taking a little bit more lockdown. But last thoughts here, gentlemen, because I do got to toss it over to our casters in a little bit.
I like that
like something
Skarner
spicy.
ban.
Yeah, Skarner ban. I like that. Ashe might
Nice.
show up. No.
Give me a Yone
Anyone?
game, Scout. Give me a Yone game.
Okay, well, we're praying for a Yone game. Mazel and Alk, take it away.
I was talking with Alec in the break. I was like, there's no way they let this champion through. Well, they did. And we'll see if JDG want to go ahead and grab that one. But more importantly, not only to Rafa's happiness, but also to mine, we have a Should Classic in the Nidalee. First pick. Give the guy the sticks. But he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders here.
I know Mark was casting yesterday, and so I think maybe he got scammed a little bit with some of the internet issues that we were having on the broadcast. Lenny, you want to take a break for this game real quick? You want to swap with him for the
bro.
desk? All right, fair. I was trying to help my boy.
That's my boy, bro. I'm sorry. Both
I
my
was gonna
boys,
say,
honestly.
Nidalee for Mark, Shin for you, but we'll see what this is paired up with. JDG have been looking to pair this up with another mage, so I am expecting to maybe get that Ziggs that we've been kind of talking about for Pays. And AD mid laners are going to be really important here, but already from Weibo, taking the Jax and Zyra, saying if you are going to play this Nidalee, you want to pair Earth and Renekton? Well, guess what? We're going to take that matchup, and you're kind of in a pretty good spot here. I wonder, now with Cassante and Embesagon. What other AD top laners are going to be getting throughout the series? As now we're already getting that coming through.
Little thing I just want to say here, obviously I do not know what the team is thinking whatsoever, but they definitely went for something with the Shun Nocturne Orianna combo with Scout. Shun, maybe not the most proficient Nocturne, but I'm glad that they don't turn away from my boy. They still give him something that's going to give him a lot of power, but now it's the combination with Renekton that we need to say pulled off a little bit better than that Nocturne Orianna. Maybe a little bit easier to do that here, but the Lucian comes through for Weibo.
Are they going to go for the Lucian Nami? I think maybe
I think
even
it's
setting
Lucian
up
mid.
Lucian mid can be here,
That's a
especially if we're
Xiaohu
talking
classic.
about playing into some of the AD mid laners. Yone taken away for Weibo. I like the Leona on 3 from JDG. I think it gives them the ability to actually make a play onto this Zyra, and maybe that turns into something alongside this Nidalee. But JDG themselves not going for the Ashe. They don't know where this Lucian is, so they are fearing the flex potential there, and we still have stuff like Varus making it all the way through into the second phase of draft. Really interesting, as I think as we've gotten through the rest of the season anyway, Ashe and Varus have definitely fallen down.
Yeah, well, that in some cases, in a lot of cases, just never get to see the light of day.
Yeah.
And try to figure out what other pieces are strong right now. I do like that Victor ban just to take away any of those big potentials. If it is going to be a little bit of that flexibility with the Lucian in that regard. Xiaohu, a very famous Lucian for his top lane plays. But we'll see what the final ban is going to be here for JDG. I would love to see Pays still find a way to have an impactful pick in this one. I think it's going to be harder to find, but getting him set up for success has been a keepsake for JDG so far in the early parts of the season.
Yeah, Braum is available. I think maybe JDG are kind of leaning on them trying to see if JDG or Weibo will pick it. Honestly, I think if you want and you're trying to save this Lucian flex, go for Milio in this spot. Set up for trying to play against this Leona later on. It's going to be very difficult for Renekton to get into your back line. And then if you say, look, Lucian Milio is not the bot lane pair we want to play, we can swap it up and even take away something like the Ziggs. I thought the Ziggs would be going over to JDG,
True.
but Light picked this up immediately.
He did, bringing back some machinations of 2024 here. We'll see what the response is going to be. Typically, you want something with range. I would honestly love to see a Caitlyn or something. I know Caitlyn's literally god-awful right now, but still, could be fun. They do go with the big Wombo combo, though, so giving themselves multiple avenues forward with the way they can play their comp here.
What's the AD mid here for Jace, though? Unless we're picking a mage alongside the Nidalee. We want pick potential. We want to be able to try to outrange, but hey, it's good into someone like the Zyra. Into Ziggs, I think you're playing a bit of a risky game here. So Scout on the way has a bit more support potential there as being able to empower the rest of his team.
Oh, this would be so banger. If I'm a JDG fan, I am terrified right now, but I would love to see it for Weibo. We'll see what they end up getting. I think they need a little bit more coherency with their team composition, maybe something to light a fire under them, and there you go. It's the Pike to get those Kindles burning here, and what a comp from Weibo. Not only do we get a Xiaohu top lane classic in the Lucian, also mid lane, but it's going to be into Scout's way, into Shun on his Nidalee.
So many different aspects here. For Weibo, having to play on multiple side lanes very quickly is going to be name of the game. You're going to be able to sit Light in the mid game, and then just have Hung with the Tian either take control of the river or just immediately run into a side lane, especially this Pyke. I think the laning phase is still going to be pretty difficult. If they find an entrance onto Pays, maybe there's some action there, but Misfortune is a very dominant laner, and we'll see what JDG are able to accomplish here, as I think you look at their team comp, and like you said, it is that Wombo.
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Before we get into that, though, obviously we gotta talk about something here. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help us level up the show. You get to see all this fun.
Oh no, we lost audio! Oh, it's playing us.
bit in this case. A point of pressure on them as they load into map 2. Map 1 didn't go very well for them, but this is first or second seed deciding matchup in a best of 5 Fearless as we hear the Jaios in Beijing go loud.
Keep fighting, boys. I wanted to hear more of that. I know it was
my favorite
one of the big
part.
draws. Glad we get the fan mics kind of piped in there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Lennon, we had a bit
Real
of
quick.
a production oopsie. Our entire scene was muted while we were talking about the coffee, but we have a Doinb
no.
interview coming out. If you want to get questions for
please.
interviews like our Doinb interview, make sure that you're getting onto that coffee and getting early access to some content.
Yeah, it goes a long way to support what we're doing, and we love what we do, but your support makes it that much sweeter. So
Yep.
really, really thankful. And please go check out our interviews. They've been so awesome. I love that LPL players are so willing to try to get some info
Thank you,
out
Patty.
to the Western.
Thank you, Patty
yeah,
and
thank
Shoto.
you, Patty,
Hopefully we'll
Shoto.
get if JDG win, maybe we get
If
some
JDG,
Shoto
we
early
might
on.
have another one, baby. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go. Anyways, JDG going for early pressure here in this level 1. They go for the Chicky Nuggies for Shun. Xiaohu
Uh-oh,
has moved
missing.
over. Missing, getting low, gets hit back, and Hung gets first blood for Weibo.
This was the level 1 that I kind of wanted to see from Weibo. How aggressive were we going to be looking? And Missing walks forward. Missing now no longer has the Ignite, but Hung uses both summoner spells to make sure that they get the early level 1. I don't know how much this is really going to affect Pays in the early laning phase. Misfortune still has a lot of damage, and now that you're missing out on some of those summoner spells, I think Weibo's bot lane are going to be just a little bit neutered in the early game.
I'm honestly surprised they went for that play. I mean, maybe you just try to go for something a little bit more aggressive, but Zyra is not very kind to Cougars in her jungle. As we'll see if that actually ends up being anything. We did have that kind of double lane swap from both teams, so we'll just see as junglers will be pathing down towards bot side if we get any stop-offs.
I think that the idea of the play is sound, right? Like you're waiting to try to get rid of Zyra's setup. Light getting some chip damage alongside his support onto someone like Missing, who I don't know how much experience. It seems like he didn't miss any of the experience from the lane, so it's okay. Happens to all of us. You get a couple.
Doesn't
of
matter.
them.
You got
get a
first
couple
blood.
freebies.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, got the first blood. Still have to get 2 more kills. Remember, first blood is not as valuable as it used to be with the feat of strength changes. They did take that out of the game, so it's those first of 3 that are going to be a really big key point for JDG and Weibo.
But honestly, like if you're seeing Pikes get kills early, that's a little bit scary, as this champion definitely wants to snowball and get active onto the map. It's so funny though. I love to see Light picking up the Ziggs. I know we were talking about JDG maybe wanting that one, as he's putting down some serious damage. He was one of the better Ziggs in 2024, right behind Gala. It felt like in a lot of those situations. It's nice to see him pick that one up, but also stealing it away from JDG.
And with our junglers here, I mean, Tien goes back towards the top side of the map. Oh, Missing gotta be real
Close.
careful. Level 3, and it's that Halo Blades proc, I think, can be very spicy, but the minion wave is in a pretty tough spot, and without
Pays.
Ignite,
He got a lot of damage on him. He already burned the barrier, but the nice little CC combo. Tries to get the stun. Gets onto Light. Here comes Tien, though. Look at him. He's waiting for the grasping roots. He gets him. Is the hook. It's not going to be long enough. Missing. Oh, fighting the plants. One more auto attack. He's burning.
Red
He's
buff.
burning. He's burning. Tien on fire as he's got the red. He's looking for more. Flash.
Oh,
kick.
Tien!
And Tien is on one right now.
open up the game. We get the first 3 kills in 4 minutes, and it's on Tien with this Zyra. 2-0-1. We have 2 of our AP farming junglers, and now off to an accelerated start here for Weibo Gaming. What an insane play. Now, I mean, great trading coming out from this Pyke and the Ziggs, but Missing just taking, this is the most unfortunate Missing game we're probably going to be able to see in the early start of the season. And now there's no summoner spells for JDG's bot lane.
Predict, man. Oh, he's too damn good, Alk. He's too damn good.
I don't think I can, there's nothing I can say against the Tien propaganda. He's playing well. You know, I was wondering what Tien was going to look like coming off of a year on TES, and I love that this time around he has someone like Xiaohu who, surprisingly enough, I feel like they really complement each other. It seems like Xiaohu feels like he really wants to jump in with his jungler, and Weibo, compared to the last couple of years, feel like they actually are willing to do things in the early game.
And the thing people maybe forget, I mean, Tien was literally the MVP just this last summer. It was an incredible performance from him on top esports, and a lot of the reason why they were finding so much success in their run. And it's nice to see a little bit of that shade of him on Weibo here, and a lot of the control that he's been able to provide. I mean, that last game was insane from him as well on the bye. As Hung maybe getting caught out a little bit as he walks back into lane. Nothing else there, but objectives are on the map here, Alk. We'll see where their priorities lie.
So Tien could have started at this Dragon, but it looks like they want to try to get some early grubs. Rightfully so for Weibo. You are playing a team with a Ziggs, so it makes sense. Missing no longer has the Zenith Blade, so maybe they try to make a play off of this, but you see Weibo putting
This
two
is
people
tough.
in mid, they push out the wave.
Oh,
Scout's not
JDG.
going to be here. He has ult.
JDG is in a lot of trouble. Xiaohu did just perm the culling. They're trying to get damage onto Tien. He's got that spiraling despair. He does go down, but Missing's getting low as well. Nice little Sun CC onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu down by Scout. Scout has been just here picking him off as Shun makes it out through the jungle. And you can't follow the Cougar to the jungle, but maybe Hung wants to try. Light looking for an angle there as well. Does not have that level 6 just yet. Shun moves around the corner. He's prowling around, but I think Hung's got a little bit more movement speed. He jumps over the wall. Hung's gonna go ahead and flash. This one's personal,
Hail of
but
blades.
as Hung's just trying to get some damage onto him, he can't get over the wall. He's gonna chase him now. Shun heals up with the Primal Surge, and Hung gives up his chase. What insanity has ensued as everybody's back to this fight, and Grubs round 2 is online.
Tien is up and available. Our top laners do have teleport, and Breathe will be in an advantage spot. He's pushing out this bottom wave, can end up matching if they try to fight again for these grubs. JDG were to at least secure the first one, and we'll see if the rest of Weibo are going to be giving this up. Tien had enough time to make it back into this side of the map, but he has too many camps back up. I think this is going to be just JDG picking up the first set.
I thought we were watching an arm wrestling match. Where's Kangas when you need him, man? They were just fighting tooth and nail over these first 3 grubs. We're going to take a look back.
I mean, the unfortunate thing for Weibo is this engage does end up going down onto Tien. So much damage coming in from Scout, and while Shun is able to pick up the last part of the kill with the spear, Xiao just had no mana in this fight. So while they did get mid priority, came at a cost, and losing out on your mid laner, some important summoner spells for me is this flash from Xiaohu no longer there, and maybe if they make a play towards mid, that's something that they could be looking for.
Little bit of state of the game here. There's still the dragon up on the table. Biggest thing right now is Weibo have 3 kills on Hung. We need to see that propelled forward here. This pick can get so snowbally, but you have to utilize it correctly. How do we feel about the compositions coming to strength on first items here, Alec?
I would like to see what JDG are able to do on that first item. I think while someone like Scout or even Shun may not have it, you're looking at this Renekton with a Black Cleaver early on, the amount of HP that it gives you, and a Bloodthirster for Pays is going to mean that he's very untouchable in some fights. But I think items are a little bit less important when we talk about the utility of some of these champions, and I don't know, this Zyra and Pike combo seems really deadly. I'm getting, it's just call it a gut feeling, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Do we feel like top laner is gonna have the same influence that they did last game this time around? I don't know if they have the auto win buttons anymore.
Yeah, Jax has a more primordial version of a public execution. He has the leap strike. I walk up, I press Q on you. Very advanced technique coming in from our Grandmaster at Arms, but no, I think our top laners are mostly going to be focused on our side lane and making sure that they're able to prep waves as they move in towards objectives. And we'll see if JDG fall prey yet again to another game where they're starting up team fights and someone's catching or pushing a wave. That has always been, I think, a big criticism so far in this early season.
Weibo gonna look to secure that dragon. They get themselves ever closer to the feat of strength. But right now, as well, we got to talk about what kind of impact Xiaohu plans to have on this Lucian mid. I know they needed AD damage, but this is not a pick that you like to play from behind in a lot of cases.
Is this Blade of the Ruin King? No, so that's a Rectrix, so what is he built? I'm trying to figure out what builds out of Rectrix and Bow. Is he going like, I hope this is not Blade of the Ruin King. No, so it's probably either Static Shape or Kraken Slayer. Yuck. Ew.
Let the
Bro,
man cook. Let the man cook. All right.
Kraken.
Give him
I
the
mean,
benefit
sure,
of the
man.
doubt.
They did buff this item, sure, man. Whatever. We'll get our mid lane enthusiasts. I'm sure Bradley and
Yeah,
Trish
yeah,
have
yeah.
played their share of
They're
Lucian
either
and
malding or very happy. One of the two. Can be not.
maybe. We do have, I think, the Grubs really importantly coming up in a minute, and while JDG obviously can be playing for a set where they get the Void Mites, any amount of turret damage you're able to enhance for someone like a Ziggs who really hasn't been able to get all that much done. The turret plates have not really been in their favor. We're kind of staying with these Australian lanes here as our bottom lane pair just constantly are repeatedly going towards the top side.
It's gotta be a little bit of a peekaboo by Tien down the spot lane with Ala and Breathe. Showing him there means that a little bit of information goes the way of JDG. Resets coming out towards this top side of the map for this grub fight. It would just be another marker into the stacking of JDG's feats of strength. But if Weibo can hold them off and not let them get another 6 grubs, even though it didn't really matter in that game 1, I think that's huge for this team comp.
Look at what Weibo are doing. Take control of mid with your marksman here. Sit with Tien. Make sure that he's able to set up space for the Zyra. Missing
going
though.
for the flash. Zenith Blade hits. The flash from Xiaohu. Spiraling Despair has hit, but Missing is going down first. No, Sun gets the kill onto Xiaohu. A Cougar versus a Tiger, and the Cougar comes out on top. Scout's able to space so much in front of Weibo, and now Pays is over here, but Pays is in a weird spot. Pays is trying to make his way out of this one now, but
Hell
he's
yeah,
just
brother.
a little misfortune. Flashes straight in. Oh my God, Pays, I don't ever want to see that again. As Scout is now getting in a lot of trouble here, but he should make his way out.
Shun has been playing these fights so well, but the rest of the team is not able to get it on all together. They pick out onto Xiaohu, but the picks coming in from Hung, and I mean, what is Pace doing in that position? He's 0-3 now on this misfortune. He's one of the big pieces to your Wombo.
Oh, he almost got the
Hung
severing
is
bolt
so
there on Hung.
close.
They actually can't finish the grub. I cannot believe that. So they stopped them from getting a piece of the feats of strength there by getting their 4th grub and that increase.
Great job from Ala during all of this to get that bottom tier 1, which does open up a feat of strength for themselves. We're going to be looking at these epic monsters as we go further. Great engage coming in from Missing. He flashes forward, and while he doesn't get the Q down onto Tien,
Dude,
this
that's
is
huge.
literally so clutch onto Xiaohu. It gets the flash out from the Lucian, and also Tien here with his ultimate, not really empowering many of his plans and not really getting a lot of value onto the enemies as well. So small bits of misexecution.
I just don't
as
understand.
Pays, there's no one here to set up. Your strut is already being taken down thanks to the burn passive. And then the flash, mighty unfortunate.
And then the alternate spot. It's just an entire mess up of
Happens.
series. You know,
Happens, bro.
sometimes when you play against Pyke, you just, you didn't respect his game. And I think that's what happened there. But we'll see once we get those first items for Pays and Light, respectively, how much impact they can have. But right now, Weibo are thriving on these in-between moments.
And it's weird because they're down in gold, right?
They are.
7-3. And we're looking at it, we're like, okay, we got all the grubs, but there's a massive gold lead here for Ala, which is surprising considering how much fighting has been going around, like, around our bot lane duo, around this mid lane. Ala has been secretly, quietly amassing almost a 1,500 gold.
Yeah, this guy is such an unsung hero in the LPL. A lot of people look back to his recent tenure on EDG and maybe look down on that. There was
Look what
a
he
lot
did
of
on
stuff
AL,
going.
right?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like you forget that this guy will warp a game. Now Weibo looking to collapse and warp the game onto JDG. Maybe take the lead here as Missing is completely CC'd out. Reed goes for the Counter-Strike. Nice solar flare.
Oh, they
my
found him!
God, they got him! Like it's caught out just like Pays did. And here goes the Zenith Blade. Although Missing is going down, he will be joined by the entirety of Weibo as now Ala with his big strong croc going for the kills. Tien is getting a little bit of love from Sun here. He's being chased down now as well. He can't hit a hook. It doesn't matter. You get the point blank scout flash and you take him down anyways.
Shun with a triple kill on this Nidalee. JDG are fighting back in this game. There's 3,000 gold immediately from that play. Pays resets, uses strut, walks into mid. They get a mid tier 1 as well. JDG are playing really well with their resets. and they have so much damage. I mean, Shun in this Italy, not to be underestimated. He has been so fantastic. Feels like one of those pocket picks alongside his Kindred that he's really been able to have great success on, especially early this year. He's been an early adopter to the Nidalee, and he's kind of putting hands on this game.
Hey, what a redemption game. I mean, that Nocturne game, I don't know if, like, there was a couple things that could have gone right.
His fault,
a lot
half
of
was
wasn't his
mid laner,
fault. Yeah, but the redemption game, the confidence to stick. I mean, there's a reason why JDG replaced Kanavi, of all people, with Shun. And the fact that we actually get to see him have a massive advantage on this Nidalee is so huge.
I think this TP, especially coming in from Ala, the fact that that lands, that stun, I thought, especially for Light, that looks like just a slow from Leona ult. Also gets his flash. Ala makes a great flank. He's able to get in on the back end of this fight. I think Scout and Shun are definitely playing a lot better. I think there's more combos landing from especially Scout. And we'll see how that goes throughout the game. It's 7-8 and...
Oh, missing in trouble here. He goes with the panic. Zenith played out and then into the solar
Oh
flares.
god,
No,
okay.
that's Hung missing everything,
Alright,
and so is Weibo. Although
more.
Scout looking for an angle now. There's a huge spear from Shun. Shun goes for the execution. Can't get it. Severing Bolt's going to go wide too. Shun goes for another spear. Gets everything used on him, but Tien's going down. Spiraling Despair is going to kill them, and Scout is turning on the lights right when he needs to. JDG have found their fights, and they're finding wins across the map.
Weibo have no one that is tanky enough to be able to kind of get onto that back line, and while the pick from Pyke is good, it's just too situational, and then who's following up afterwards? It's all about the one-hit wonders for Weibo. 4,000 gold lead. They're going to win this game, Lennon, with 0-8 bot lane at 17 minutes.
That's crazy. That
AD
is
carries a
wild.
very influential role.
But what a turnaround from these two guys. I mean, these were the two worst performers in game number one in Shun and Scout, it felt like. And now both of them 4-0-4 having a performance like this to bring it back into the fold.
This feels like that hot and cold nature we've been talking about here for JDG. I'm going to just pretend everybody at home, for the safety of children and everybody alike, look away from the skill shots. The skill shots were difficult, except for
that one.
Our darling Shun. We can't talk bad about this guy. Not with you on the broadcast anyway.
True.
Leadership position.
Oh.
And we're going to speak too badly about our goat here.
We're actually watching Tien go down. Oh, and the spear. Another one? They're just going to follow him under turret. A double kill comes up for Scout, and JDG are running rampant on this game too.
You remember how this game started off with Tien getting an early lead, getting 2-0 and 1 on the Zyra? That should have just been the game. That should have been Zyra being able to run away with a gold lead, but Weibo have no front line. They have no ability to actually turn fights, and so far Tien, outside of the early game, has really not been able to kind of apply a lot of the early practice of this Zyra. We're not seeing the empowerment of the plants. We're not seeing that setup before objectives. JDG are raising the map. In an 18.5 minutes, in the last 6 or so, they're now almost 10,000 gold in advantage.
And I'm going to ask you straight up, do you remember that Shun was the piece to BLG that got them helped over into the finals? Yes, they lost, but this guy has been building up his story, claiming championship for BLG, and now replacing the legendary Kanavi with JDG, and this is the kind of performance that you pick this guy up for. There are some downs parts to his trajectory in a lot of cases, but man, when he is on one, he will hands check you. And I love to see that. Now against Tien, needs to make sure to hammer that one home as Dragon is going through for Weibo. This will be second for them in a row. JDG want to fight.
Ala has a big flank. They're even investing another teleport here, and Light's going to have to walk through here. Where's Breathe?
Like fish in a barrel. Do they get out? Xiaohu flashes. The blast code is gone. Hung gets a hit, but he's not going down, and Weibo just make out like bandits.
Triple flashes, though. I don't know. Those are some pretty poor bandits here. Missing just walks forward. He has the Eclipse. He does not care. I'm playing Leona. When I press W, the next 3 seconds, I am unkillable. Breathe is going to try and get some damage onto this top tier 1, but it comes at such a big cost. Yes, it's a top tier 1. It's a Dragon. Maybe it's some of the bounties around the map, but triple flash when you're playing against, or sorry, double flash from Xiaohu and Hung when you're playing against Leona, tough ask.
I mean, it's just wild to see this mid-jungle duo at 100% KP in the game so far. And Scout going to continue to aggress onto Breathe up here. Shun. also coming over, but gets caught as Xiaohu and Tien came up behind him. Olive's just killing him outright.
Yep.
Okay, Breathe no longer having arms to be the master at arms, as Missing gets hit. That's Tien going down. The execution finally comes through. Hung gets one, and that may be all they can write home about as Pei's coming around the corner. Severing Bolt is hit. All that nostalgia from the Xiaohu Lucian dies with him.
7,000 gold. Gonna be 8 now with this turret. 21 minutes. This is a blisteringly fast game being played here by JDG. They're playing it a little bit loose, but they're just playing around good shutdowns and their ability usage as well, which has been so smart and so well placed coming in from JDG. I feel like kind of alongside the lines that we've been talking about of the hot and cold nature of this team, there's also just how fast some of their wins can be, especially when we're talking about like the Ultra Prime series. JDG were taking real fast wins there.
And that's the high highs that you can expect from a powerful roster. Okay, I was about to freak out as he stole
Your
that.
boy was about to get put on a poster, man.
Anyways, that's what you expect when you see these names on a team, and that's why that early Demacia Cup start, even the start of Kids Ultra Prime, things like that, did not give us any hope or much hope. But then you see moments like this, and you're like, dude, this is insanity. You are dismantling this team piece by piece.
If there's ever like a pro view that we can grab, in terms of review for this game, I just want to see what happens between Ala and Breathe. I feel like we spent a lot of time focusing on our bottom lane, but I want to see where he was able to gain such a massive lead for himself and just be this annoying Renekton. We talked about it from the draft. I thought that some of the melee champions were going to have some issues, especially with the Ziggs and the Zyra, but Ala feels quite at home in this game, and he has now, I think, reached a point in the game, now with the Sterix as well, with the upgraded Merc Treads. He is near unkillable. Scout, that's okay. I'm going to just pretend that got taken with the Otacon buff.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. So
Happens.
you get a free pass at any level of gameplay if you have Atacon GA on you. Don't worry. You can miss every ability. It doesn't matter.
Just let Shun carry you this game, bro. That's okay. Look, happens. Sometimes the jungles carry.
What a world we're in that we could say that and state it factually, as now the dive comes through. Big bullet time on the Hung, catches him as he's slipping out, and now Breathe getting jumped on, does go with the counter strike, but Sid is right behind
where
him.
are we?
They still have the GAs, and they are just running down the base. Scout is actually dying in mid lane a little bit to light, but he will be able to clear that wave a little bit. Xiao, who got a tier 2 turret in the top lane. Is it gonna be enough, or is it just pity prizes?
4 grubs as well. I was like, guys, yes, we have the Otacon, but we're having quite a bit of ways under their turret. We're hitting we're like next to their Nexus for some reason. They can make a play maybe onto mid, but instead they're gonna take their recalls, try to spend some of that gold here. And it feels so bad because, yes, they are getting some more turrets. They're extending the side lanes, but it's mostly just to get that instantaneous influx of gold so they can get closer to some of their item breakpoints. You look at what's happening with Scout. Scout's very close to hitting his 3rd item in a Rabadon's. Xiao, who just finished an Essence Reaver. I think the items that we see in inventory right now for Weibo are going to be what they need to use if they want to mount a comeback. It's 8,000, almost 9,000 gold, and really the only thing I think they have going for them is the dragon stacking that is there.
Which, to be fair, has been really nice for them, obviously, but I don't think it matters in a lot of grand scheme of things. Who's missing is just walking at people,
Tien,
now just going for the solar flare. Tien, he gets locked out again, and the light is too bright for Tien as he falls.
Turn off those lights, they're too bright. I can't see, guys.
Leona knows nothing but brightness, don't worry.
Yeah. Baron spawning in 50, Dragon's done. I mean, honestly, Len, in this game looks about cooked here for Weibo. Such a strong showing in game 1 from them, and then this game 2 kind of feels like a sucker punch coming in from JDG as... Oh, Breathe. Also has Grandmaster's
Despair
Might.
does a lot. He's going to try to jump his way out. Unfortunately, there's a cougar behind him. And one thing that you should know, if you're ever wandering out in the wild, don't turn your back to a cougar. That's literally what they're waiting for you to do, and they will maul you to death. So there you go. There's an example of...
I would never follow that, but I think we're talking about different things, so I'm going to move on to the dragon that JDG are talking for themselves. Like, they can just do whatever they want on the map right now. Like, there's not really much that Weibo can do. They're looking around what Hung can find, but what's your sense of engage here? We're going into Fog of War, and we're getting Zyra. And if Hung finds anybody, mostly it's been landing onto someone like Ala or Missing. I just don't know if they have the damage, even if they do find one of the squishier members.
I am, though, hesitant to say that JDG can clean this one up, or at least finish this one cleanly, as they have had struggles with that in the past. That's why we lauded Weibo for a lot of their later game decision-making, and especially that last game representing some bad decision-making from JDG. But they are in a massive lead, almost 10,000 gold now, and I just want to see them clean this one up, as Ala is in the side lane. Does have his GA third item, by the way, very popular among JDG players today. Hung is in no man's land and surrounded by enemies. He's going to walk straight into Shun. Gets the Severing Bolt. Shun misses the spear, but trying to follow through on this one. Can't do it. Hung is a little bit too fast.
They can also start up the Baron. Think about it with this Nidalee as well, and now with Misfortune after clearing this mid wave. It's going to be up to Light. We have no Farsight alteration, so gonna just have to throw the Ziggs bomb. Hung trying to get some early vision here, but it's so tough walking in the fog of war versus this team.
Lob it. Oh, they're not even going to try to finish it. Missing going to go across now as JDG just turned back on it. Breeze coming down, Hung with an angle. Light looking for a little bit of vision, maybe looking for the Mega Inferno Bomb. Ala just goes in for the fight. Hung is already dead. That's a 1v3 still going down the way of Ala. He's looking for another one. Hasn't even gotten his GA pop. Finally does. Xiaohu's down. The steal doesn't come through for Weibo. And now Ala trying to find his ticket out. Will be jumped on by Breathe, who's trying to take him down, get a massive amount of gold, but Breathe can't do it. He gets taken down by Shun, and JDG are giving Weibo a little bit of their own medicine from that game one as Light is down, Tien is down, TP's in the base, and JDG are finished with this game too.
They said game one was a fluke, 23-9. Last game was a much closer affair. This time, JDG don't even make it look close between these two teams. Great job, Hung. You got yourself a kill, but you're the most fed member on the team. Your Nexus has exploded, brother.
Unkilled mid-jungle duo, close kill percentage for the entire game. These two turned it on, and that is the kind of stuff you expect from JDG. That first game, it's a rough one, but when you can bounce back like that, these are the high highs.
Insane stuff, and I want to see what JDG are going to be able to do on the bounce back after this because of the champions that are taken away, right? There's no Renekton between these two top laners. I think the big one now is Nidalee. Those splash picks that we were seeing, what is Shun going to look like on some different champions? We still have a lot of the AD bruisers.
True. I got to give a massive shout out to Shun, though. I mean, the difference from game one to game two, they still give confidence to him against Tien, of all people. Awesome to see. Our desk is going to break that one down, but we got a banger on our hands here. Rafa, take it away.
Hey guys, I think I have something in my hand. I'm gonna open it up and check it out. It's a series. We've got a series on our hands. I know, dad joke aside, you know, I'll take the knee slap on that one. But banger, y'all. I mean, 1-1. This is how we wanted our top two seeds fighting for sole possession of the first seed, because that nets them the upper bracket where they essentially get 2 lives if they ever were to drop a series, whereas the second seed, you're only playing with 1 life in that lower bracket. And now, you know, we thought that the way that the opener of the second game, the disastrous invade, everything was going to be favored towards Weibo Gaming. And to kind of give everyone context of like why we were suspecting that way to be, or if you're just tuning in now and just wondered, hey, what the heck happened? You know, JDG came back. Was it just that simple, that easy? It's like, no, we have to go back to what the draft of the champions were. And to remind everyone at home, JDG went for a very aggressive draft. Renekton, Nidalee, Hui, Misfortune, and Leona. You have pretty much 2 guaranteed point and click setups for Nidalee Spears, which is, you know, as a Nidalee enthusiast myself, I always love having. But unfortunately, even though I love Nidalee, I also know that if you're not having a monstrous gold lead on this champion, she sucks. She like that sucks to say my favorite champion in that light. But I mean, Shochi, you know what I'm talking about, and you've played, you know, multiple teams where your jungler's like debating like, hey, I really want to pick an AP champion here, and you're like, oh cool, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to do like Brand, Zyra? Do you want to do Lilia? Do you want to do Ivern maybe? And they go Nidalee, and you just kind of sink in your chair and you're like, you sure? Because it's the dangers of what happens when you fall behind, especially against what Weibo Gaming drafted on the other side.
Yeah, I think like you said, it's really important that they get a lead. If Nidalee doesn't really get a lead, she kind of gets reduced to a bit of a jungle Soraka, and there was not really many champs on the JDG comp that really benefit from having a jungle Soraka. Like they don't have a super hyper carry in mid that can make use of the attack speed. Misfortune's more of like a caster. So whenever JDG ended up falling behind early, I was like, okay, this game might be a bit tough. But
Yeah.
they were able to make some picks happen just through the sheer snap decision making of missing. He had some crucial skill shots there. And I don't know if they were able to claw it back somehow.
Yeah, I mean, literally, us in the call, Bradley was the person that pointed it out. It's like, yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming composition, you said it yourself, there's all these targets that like might be get hit by, you know, some of the poke and the spears and the CC of Nidalee, but it's like if you fall behind as the Nidalee composition, you should be cooked here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And another point that I kind of want to touch up too is from the last series, or the last game, we talked about what each team wanted to do, and specifically JDG, how I said that they should be more concise with what they want to do, and kind of what we talked about earlier was, can they actually realistically find something, right? And I touched upon how, well, it can't really be Tian, it can't really be Xiaohu, it can't really be Han, because all of these guys should have mercs. The only one it really could be is Light. So, which is right here, which is why I'm really surprised that they actually found the angle, right? Because this is exactly what JDG needed to get into this game. I don't think this play works if Light, you know, if they don't find this engage on Light. So I have to give props to Missing for a good Leona ult and punching Light for his overstep and really kind of bringing it what swung Shun to get the triple kill.
Yeah, pretty much from this point forward, it swung the gold lead massively in JDG's favor, because even though, you know, you might find a couple kills here and there in a game with this composition, if you're not, you know, 4,000, 5,000 gold ahead, you know, the poke tends to get shrugged off by a lot of these champions here, especially when, you know, not all poke is created equally, as I think it was you, Bradley, that mentioned that during the game.
Good call,
And with Nidalee Spears, you know, there's kind of slow moving. I've had a lot of players tell me that, like, if you get hit by a Nidalee Spear in full vision on land, you're trolling, because you should be able to dodge those.
Yeah, you're kind of a bot if you get hit by that. Like Loki, you're kind of a bot.
So Shun is just the GOAT then, no? Like the fact that they're able to find all these spears. I mean, obviously there's a lot of CC getting set up for it, but I think one of the things that does set up for future discussion of the series now is JDG had to dip into, you know, some really specific champion pocket picks for especially Shun here. But now you don't get access to that Nidalee for the rest of the series. You know, in prior metas where, you know, Shun was playing for BLG, they would rely on that, and then it would become a point of contention where the enemy team is like, oh, okay, I guess we have to ban the Nidalee again. But because it's Fearless, that champion is no longer available. But I do want to go back to the point that you brought up, Bradley, is that JDG, you guys have to be more synergistic on who you're going to lock down, and if you find a target, everyone needs to commit to that target. Everyone needs to be on the same page. But you now have 20 less champions to pick from. You know, what champions are available that can give you kind of those angles to find those combos for?
I know exactly the champion JDG need, and I would actually be willing to like, you know, just because like I'm competitive, like I would be very confident in saying JDG would probably be interested in picking Sejuani for the jungle. It's exactly the type of champion, like unironically, it is actually the champion they need. It's very concise, you turn, you ult whoever it hits, you go, you know? And as you kind of saw, like, you know, kind of punch the enter. Light was entering, you punch him, boom, series win, good job.
Oh my goodness. The Sejuani salesman. I mean, I understand sometimes you just need
It makes
a good,
sense, right? The
solid
AP
tank.
jungles are gone.
Yeah,
After such
I mean,
a banger performance, putting him on Sejuani is dirty.
yeah.
No, but like, it's actually a hero, you know? To be a good Sejuani, like, you're a hero, in my opinion. Like,
True.
you gotta give him some credit, so.
Yeah, he'll
The
carry it in
hero
a different
you
way.
need.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
Well, you know, I'm not. I understand where you're coming from, Bradley. You know, as the jungle enthusiast, you know, having
He's probably not
mid
gonna
lane,
pick it, but
having my
I can
mid
give him a
laners
heads
tell
up.
me I need you to pick Sejuani is the same reaction you guys showed me
Yes.
when I was like, I
Pick
need you guys to pick
Sejuani.
Galio mid right here. You know, like so
It goes
I
both
think
ways,
you
yeah.
need to understand just the disdain that grits through my teeth when I'm just like, oh, you want me to play Sejuani? I mean, but I understand it. Non-committal engage. You toss out a glacial prison, see if it connects. If it goes, boom. You know, you go dive in for it and commit to the engage. If you only burn a summoner spell or you don't get anything, then you know you're not totally cooked like a Leona Zenith Blade. But Shochi, I'm gonna go to you, and hopefully you don't give me Sejuani either or another
Okay.
you know tank snooze
got
jungle.
Rose.
We'll
Come
see.
on.
You got for us.
But- because and I want to preface this, you know, if junglers are reaching deep into their pockets for some spicy picks and champions that could really warp the game, it's really recentering our conversation away from Xiaohu and Scout, who have been more so passengers in their games, and it's really been about Tian and Shun trying to really accelerate the tempo for both of their teams here.
If you want a more fun pick, you know, there's still Rumble on the table for the top lane. There's still Yone on the table
Okay.
for the mid
Okay,
lane.
okay.
Maybe some Karthus action. I'm not sure how practiced Shun is there, but I feel like that would be fun to see. But you know, Maokai, Sejuani, Ivern, these champions are still open. So we'll see what route they decide
He's
to
on
go
board.
down.
He's on board.
I might be on the Bradley train for this one, but I would absolutely love to see something like Karthus or something like Graves even with the Enchanter mid lane, you know.
Okay, meet me in the middle. Wukong. Deal.
Sure.
I could see-
Wukong
I could
has
see
not been
Wukong.
picked yet. Yeah.
I could
yeah.
see Wukong for one of these teams. Absolutely.
Maybe it's
Yeah,
against
and
Skarner.
Ooh, no.
But this, see, Skarner, I would be down for it because there's something satisfying about getting a 3-man pull with the Impale. But
That is
I think
true.
if Skarner ever gets through the ban phase, something horrible has gone completely wrong.
Yeah, there's something satisfying about winning the game on the spot. You
Yeah.
know?
Or there's
Just
a
from
legendary
one chip.
counter pick. Maybe Karthus is the
Ooh.
Skarner counter pick and they're laying the trap card. We'll see.
True, because if you go into the Karthus, he just dies anyways, and then he gets the free passive. You're going
Wait.
1-for-1 for the Skarner.
Maybe,
Free-
maybe.
Free inting from the Karthus.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one. I mean, but you know, jokes aside, I think some of the other story points that we want to touch back up on. We mentioned it briefly. Xiaohu and Scout more so passengers in this series than we've really kind of expected. But if the fact that the junglers are now going to be, you know, strong focuses, especially with how much attention JDG was trying to put into stopping Tian from getting accelerated on the Zyra, kind of backfired for a bit before they were able to regain control of the game thanks to a miraculous fight on the top side of the map. If you're going for something like a Wukong, you know, this is a fighter jungler that doesn't really necessarily receive a lot of attention of like trying to super invade and get the Wukong behind. You know, it's more of a skirmisher, right? We see the things like the Xin Zhao and the Viego. These are champions that are more comfortable clearing the first full rotation, but not necessarily relying upon it. They can always flex around and see if, you know, their teammates need to force a dive on a lane early on in the game. And then usually when that happens, we see a lot of focus more towards bottom lane duos, like trying to sync up with your supports. So then my curiosity then leads towards, if we see fighter junglers return in this next game, where's the focus for these two junglers here, Shoji?
I think the premier strong fighter jungles that are up right now still are, you know, Skarner, which hopefully won't make it past the ban phase. You got the Wukong, the Viego, and all these champs like to be paired with melee supports that can kind of facilitate their engage or go in with them.
Sure.
But
Yep.
a lot of them are off the table at this point, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them being picked away early on in the draft.
Melee supports. Nautilus gone. Leona now also added to the table. I think, let's see, Pyke was, you know, kind of a special spicy one from
Yeah,
Hong.
yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't
Yep.
get to see the fantasy that Pyke players would have normally liked to fulfill. But Alistar available, Poppy available,
Coffee, yeah.
Braum available as well. So, you know, plenty
Blitzcrank,
of...
if you want to get
Oh.
crazy.
Mmm.
We'll
Yeah.
see though, we'll see. Probably not, probably not.
Yeah,
If I'm
yeah,
being
yeah.
honest.
the top lane fighter options are starting to slim down the margins here too, Bradley. And, you know, coming
Yeah.
from someone who did play a lot of top lane in their career as well. Once the fighters start going down, you know, what gets to open up in the pool top lane? Do you just go to another tank, or can you start breaking the archetype? Can you bring some AP damage? You know, not talking about just Rumble, like anything else.
You do have like a lot of options, but I do think it kind of depends on what kind of player you are. Because I think both the tank route and the AP route can both be really good. Myself personally, I really like Kennen as a top laner, although he has kind of been in an interesting spot in the meta recently. But I do think there's nothing wrong with slamming Orm and saying better team wins. So, you know, I look forward to the top lane fall up here.
What about Swain top? You know, like I know we're not on 15.3 yet, even though I thought for some reason that we would be on 15.3 with the live patch, but I was wrong. My bad on that. But still, I want to see some AP bruisers, man. But if that's just not in the cards for kind of early on in this series, and you're just going through multiple tanks, you know, I guess
I know one that might pop up. We saw it in the LCK a little bit. We saw it in the 1v1 even. That Anivia top lane.
Yeah.
Breeze seemed pretty comfortable on it until he got kicked into a ring of fire.
That's
but
true. That's actually true.
we might see an Anivia top lane come out. We'll know. I guess
What
we'll
if he
have to
picked
wait to
that?
find out.
What if he picked that 1v1 to forecast? Like he knew he was gonna lose the
foreshadowing.
1v1, but he did it to like get in their head like, oh, this guy can play Anivia now. Like, should we be worried about this?
Ah, maybe. It's not off the table for sure.
It's actually 5-head.
I mean, Anivia top would be quite the spicy champion, but then it would force. I mean, like if you have something like an Anivia top, you know, do you want at least like then 2 champions that can reliably face checks, so like support and then jungle, or would you be okay with just having support be like your only face checker?
I think it's okay because Anivia does build tanky. At least the Anivias that we've seen, they go a more tankier build with like grasp. So I think it's fine to only have like one face checker for Anivia. But you know, we're talking in hypothetical here. It's probably not gonna happen.
Sure, it is strictly hypothetical. We're getting into, you know, dangerous territories of, you know, trying to really break the meta here, where in reality we go to game 3 and then we just see something along the lines of Maokai top and yes, Sejuani, maybe other than Maokai, what would another like tank? Do we see a Moo return to the fourfold? You know, like
He has been gaining popularity recently. I would like to see a Moo. I would like to see a Moo.
I mean, we don't have Tarzan in this series from anyone's legend, but if Tarzan were here, I mean, this is the time to bring out a Zac.
Oh yeah, Zac is a
true.
slept-on pick certainly.
Zac's so broken.
Yeah, I agree with you there. As long as Poppy's down.
Oh, true, yeah. Well, Poppy has not been secured in any of the drafts so far, so
Exactly.
that might be a little bit of a difficult one to potentially convince teams to go for Flubberman himself. But it looks like we are getting ready for Game 3 soon. We'll see if any of our spicy picks manage to make their way to the fourfold, or if we're just going to kind of continue going down the conga line of what's good in typical tier list archetypes.
Aurora, yeah.
Rumble, Aurora, you know, it probably is the Sejuani game. You know, Mazel and Alk, I hope you guys have a little bit more faith than maybe we do in terms of the spicy pick factor, but enjoy the cast.
Rumble, and there's Skarner.
Oh my god. Take
Still
it away,
Yone.
y'all.
Still Yone up. That's all I'm saying. Yone Karthus. Let me see it.
Da 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 da. Oh, I thought we were doing the conga line. Did I get that
Honestly,
wrong?
I respect them for. I respect Bradley. We were on the same wavelength of game 1. We wanted to see a 0 on R5. He completely lost me on the Sejuani blue side. I was like, dude, I
Not a
get it.
fan.
I hate Shunna as much as the next guy, but we don't got to put him on Sejuani and be like, hey, man, you did so great last game.
On main, you just said that on main, bro.
Go ahead and take up a Sejuani game after putting up a generational
I
middle
can't
game.
believe you just said that, Chippy. You know what to do.
Dude,
Make
wait,
this
I'm
guy
also
sleep with the
wait.
fishes.
We have the same level
Make
of power
this
on
guy
this one,
sleep
so
with the fishes. All right, you know what to do. You know what to do.
So
Anyways,
we've got
wait-
our ban here. We got our first pick and ban here for game 3. Skarner and Kalista staying red side facets, but interesting to see that Weibo are going to be the ones to ban the Rumble this time.
Yeah. So, obviously, big bans staying on the ban table. I do really want to see what Weibo look like on the blue side. They've had 2 red side games with a lot of dominance from jungle, at least until a point in that last one. But Weibo have a lot to pick through with this first pick, and we are starting to get to the point where we have a lot of bans on the table. After this one, we're going to have 30. So make sure you keep an eye on what's going to be available. The Aurora, a very space-taking tool, going to be given to Xiaohu.
And Corki was the champion that made it through this time, especially with the Ezreal ban from Weibo. Seems like they're more than comfortable with taking this. Corki can be a flex for a scout and pays. Wonder what they're going to be looking for, especially with so many AD junglers still up and available. Now that game 2 happened with double mages, you still have the Viego, the Wukong that Bradley had brought up. We also have the Xin Sao that's still there. So
And there was one more. Yeah.
So the second pick here for JDG can either be their support. Looks like they're going to immediately take Scouts Victor. Okay, so we know where this Corki's going.
I would love if they lock in Sejuani. Anyways, the Victor obviously showing just to spite you, just to see some of the power duo though. I think JDG are rocking a ton of damage in this game. In a game where you could take, match point is super huge for both sides. A lot of pressure on that. Want to see both junglers set up for success, and I think that means their picks are going to be a little bit later down the line, as the Caitlyn I mentioned earlier in the day actually comes through here for Light, and the Xin Zhao also locked in.
Honestly, right here, if there's an AD jungler you want to go for, if I'm JDG, I'm looking for Pantheon here. I know Pantheon's been growing a little bit more as we've seen in the jungle. I think when you see these champions on the opposite side, it's something you can consider, especially with how front-facing a lot of Weibo is going to have to be in these fights. I think you need to be a bit tankier to set up Corki and Victor as the game goes on.
Yeah.
We're getting the Wukong hover, but
there we go. I was
okay.
waiting. We've been getting it like almost every series, so it had to come through at some point.
Back end of this draft, however, going to be looking at supports, especially we talked about, I think, the engaged support economy. Rakan, Leona, and Nautilus are all taken away. Those are the kind of big early priority ones, but we saw stuff like the Alistar, I think, not Nautilus, but Braum as well, maybe being something that they're looking for. And for Weibo, with this Caitlyn pairing, you got to get something very dangerous. Yeah, with Elise, I mean, Elise support could have been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the Cocoon combo with the traps is actually nutty. But we'll see what the actual focus is for Weibo in terms of their bans. See if they want to focus some of this top lane matchup in any regard. Right now, it is going to be that focus on missing the rel of big playmaking support taken away.
Trying to think some other blind top laners. We've been getting some pretty wacky stuff, and now with Rumble gone, there's just so many different kind of tank top laners you can play. I love the shout out that we got talking about our 1v1. I think Anivia is a very real champion, and honestly, I could see it here. Yes, there's no Gnar now. You already got rid of some of the more mobile top laners. Honestly, against the JDG composition, that wall can be very dangerous to deal with.
You're cooking, man. You're cooking. I like it. I like to see you in the kitchen cooking some crazy comps. I don't think you're cooking this time around. I think they're going to leave it to somebody else. Maybe. I would like to actually see something a little bit more finicky like that. Maybe something a little bit more on par with some of the craziness we've seen. Right now, though, the Wukong did get banned away. That was one of the big picks that was maybe still open in that case. That also means that they were either focusing that as a top lane ban, or maybe that this Pantheon can be flexed a bit as the Scion gets locked in for JDG.
Yeah, this Corki Pantheon pairing can be very dangerous, especially on a level 2 spike. Even just level 1, the amount of damage that Corki has with the Gatling gun, that shred is going to be very good for skirmishing. The only way you kind of get around that in some matchups is just being able to play at range, and that's kind of what this Caitlyn is going to be there for. Braum, though, melee matchup, deals pretty well. I think Braum might feel a little strange in this game, as he has very little utility against the rest of what JDG are there for, but the Unbreakable is still going to be very impactful, and against champions that are missing Flash, that ultimate's going to be something that can kind of open up Weibo for some fights.
And there's a couple ways you can go with this. Weibo can grab something a little bit more reassuring, but they're going to go with something that can also deal damage and find wins in Breed's Camille coming through here as their 5th pick on blue side. What is the answer for JDG, and what do they want to go with? Where's some of that flexibility finally going to lie?
So you need something that's going to be able to deal with the Braum in the main laning phase. I like the Nico hover. Karma's
the Nico's
also,
big.
I think Karma is also potentially something that kind of opens you up. But if you just need someone to be another engagement button that isn't just a Scion, a raw Scion ultimate, Nico is perfect at that. So we'll see what Weibo are able to do. I think big Wombos here, really strong laning phase coming out from all three of their lanes when we talk about the bot lane matchup especially. So I want to see if Tien is going to be getting more aggressive and how we're going to be able to link up with him and Xiaohu, because we haven't actually seen our mid jungles here aside from the last game from JDG. Yeah. I think Weibo's mid jungle has been a bit quieter than what we've seen in prior series.
Which I feel like is so weird to me because we didn't. I know we were talking about beforehand, but Xiaohu had been one of the better members, even if the bar is a little bit lower for Weibo in some cases. One of the members that we were really looking to have some great successes, and now going into a game 3 where that game 2 was a slobber knocker and not in a good way, they need to find some of that balance, find some of that kind of withholding presence for them to get themselves back into the series, because now we get some Camille comfort for Breathe against the Ala Scion comfort. We get some real big playmaking potentials in this mid game from both teams.
Camille's not going to even be playing her typical like side lane duties here, because you think about, oh, hey, you're going to have a good matchup into Scion, but if that matchup goes sour for whatever reason, maybe we see the Pantheon make an early roam up into topside to get the Camille. Camille could fall off very easily, and really this Camille's going to be operating in a similar vein of like just jump straight into the backline, kind of like our Cassantes, our Mbessas of the world. And I mean, you
Thought
get
you
into
could
like,
get away from them.
Imagine you want to go for a side lane split push as Camille. You're sitting there like, okay, look, I'm hitting the turret, Scion's walking up. Then this like big Pantheon ult comes through the floor. You're like, oh, I can't play outside anymore.
True. As we get into the game, this is game 3, step towards match point, and the Gyyo is loud.
Get excited.
That guy's face, he like stood forward whenever he saw he was on camera. That Weibo chanter is doing everybody's work for them right there. He was getting loud. I love to hear it. Now, we have to think, is it mental reset for Weibo after that last game? You have to expect so. There's been some crazy level 1s. Weibo are positioning as if JDG want to do a level 1 here. Do they pull something back? They have Braum, so I don't think you really want to run into that.
They've got some damage, but most of this is just going to be them putting out feelers, getting some information down, and oh my god, Lennon, we might have our first game here of the series where we're playing the way that God intended, the way that Mark Merrill and Trindamere expected for this game, for Brendan Beck. We're actually getting the bot lanes walking into the bottom lane of the map. There's no way. At this point, we're at 1 minute 30. If they lane swap here, then Weibo just want to lose game 3, go 4.
True. We are going to be back in the homeland of bot lane normalcy, even though it is an eco bot. But, you know, that's a little bit more normal than maybe some of the solo queue bot lanes we've been seeing. Though an early level 1, I mean, get those concussive blows off. Ooh, very close. Does hit the minion there with that Winter's Bite. Weibo gonna look to be pretty oppressive with this bot lane, though. You have a lot of damage between the Braum and the Caitlyn combo. Tien, notorious for his level 2 ganks, is looking for a full angle. JDG have no idea.
Can they get level 2 from the bottom lane? They're just gonna force the issue.
The heal's coming out. Concussive blows doesn't go up, but Pays. He's bitten off a little bit
Pays,
more than Pikachu, and that doggy don't got no bite. First blood goes to Tien.
After your support flashes, you just got to be able to give that one up. They know that you started Q, and look at this wave. Hung is full HP. If he really wants, he can hold this. Massive win here for Weibo, who throughout the early games, they have been the one to get the early kills, especially for the feats of strength. But being able to close out games has been a different story, not only in this series. So needing to see how Weibo are going to be able to transition this is exactly what we wanted to see when we were talking about all these pushing lanes for Tien.
And getting off to a great start. Gonna need to do something about this mid lane. Scout getting the better hand of Xiaohu, just getting a little bit close because he has to with the lack of range of Aurora. Get those health trades going through. Shun knows that Tien is up this way. Going for some of the chickens. He got 8 gold, so you know, going for a Q there. It will be a continuation of the path towards topside for Tien, and he is just fine with Shun being a little bit ahead on the clear.
this is a complete tangent for the game here, Lennon, but
Okay.
I'm going to get one guide if Corky loses again.
True.
There's some people, there's
Yeah,
been
you
some
are.
people in the Discord, in the LPL Discord, if you aren't
Uh-oh.
already joined for our squad, and they're Corky haters in there. And I've been having to do unholy work trying to spread the gospel of this champion.
Bring him
They don't
down.
understand. They haven't played
Bring
the
him
2v2.
down. Dude, Tien is just finding the angles. Xiaohu going for the hop over the wall. Tien gonna follow through. Twofold hex, but it's Tien that picks up the kill, even through the gravity field.
Great job from Tien. He's making early action happen across the map. Gets Xiaohu a recall after what was looking like a bit of a dicey laning phase here. And still has access to some of these topside camps. Hasn't even taken his blue buff yet. So Tien getting some good work done. And typically we would have wanted to see a Pantheon match on the opposite side, but he's been kind of late to the play. He's on the wrong side of the map when these kinds of things occur. And Pantheon, all that early skirmishing is still going to be there, but now you're going to be facing it down with a goal lead in some pockets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the position that Pantheon would want to be in, getting all these early ganks. And honestly, I really like Xiaohu, or at least in a lot of cases with this combo with the Xin Zhao together, as Missing's going to play the play. Ooh, he goes invisible though, so he can't get much of the damage back down from it. Xiaohu nicely timed.
Yeah, great there. I mean, he did just TP back into this play. So we get a replay is what happened here. Did Scout know? Oh my god!
Oh, what a
Beautiful
menace.
from our observers there to show the vision toggle. Scout had no idea. That is near pixel perfect coming in from Tien. Respect. That's all I gotta say, man.
It's just a jungle bout tonight. Tien and Shun trading blows back and forth.
And we're
I
back.
do like as well the fight on the top side as Light looking for the combo does get hit, burns the cleanse, going for the concussive blows. There's
Missing's
the fourth
dead.
one. Trap underneath, and there's a headshot to the face. Gonna get the kill on the Caitlyn in the text, but it is the kill to Weibo with a 3-0 lead and over 1,000 gold lead at 5.5 minutes out.
And it's so fun to watch for Weibo, is not only with Tien grabbing them the feat of warfare, but this Caitlyn lane has been almost exclusively a light thing here across the world. We're not seeing a ton of Caitlyn in very many places in competitive play, and it feels like Weibo, whether it was in Demacia Cup or here, they're really trying to say, like, one of our unique champions that we're going to try to build around is this Caitlyn. So early game dominance, what we wanted to see from Weibo, and a great escape from Xiaohu, who still has the ultimate. Now we've got multiple members collapsing towards the top side. There's an early grubs here, and what I want to see is how our two mid laners are going to be operating with their ultimates up.
Shun's first gank goes a little bit wide, but now, more importantly, about half health. Trying to take these grubs. As Tien's going to start it up already. Hung is trying to at least block the way a bit to try to get combos over here. First grubs does end up going down. Spear going to go a little wide there. Doesn't end up getting it. And this actually means that Weibo will just take the whole plate of grubbies. As an all-in coming through from Breathe. He said it's now or never. He's going to take the fight onto Ala. Ala a little bit hesitant here. He does have the unstoppable onslaught. Does he want to use it to get out? Hits him right in the face with it to stop him. Does get the knockup as well. This 1v1 noodle fight might turn into a little bit more with Breathe going for it, but Ala flashes. Now mid lane, we go on a scout. They are continuing the onslaught onto this man. And one more auto. Xiaohu takes him down.
Finally, Weibo's mid jungle has woken up here in game 3. Game 1, hey, they kind of were able to eventually get it on through. In game 2, they got stomped by Shun and Scout. This time around, they're finally making it work. Tien has been visiting this mid lane more and more often. I mean, there's not much for JDG to do. They haven't really kind of been able to play around the early game skirmishing. We thought maybe the Pantheon was going to be similar to the Vi, right, that we saw from Shun, but just hasn't been in the right place at the right time here.
Dude, that's the second gank that's worked on him from that same angle as well. As they just know how to get to him, I guess. And no dragon in sight for either team anytime close. It looks like we are just going for blood early for Weibo. And honestly, with the style of composition they have from ahead, they feel very oppressive.
They need to keep this gold lead up. Obviously, these champions can be pretty dangerous once you get to further item spikes, but really wanting to come online on 1 and 2. And for JDG, you hit 2 and 3 items and you're in a golden spot. Triple item Corki, triple item on Victor. You'll have all of your upgrades at that moment. I think maybe some of the early ways you can play is getting early level 6 here for missing on the next grub timer in 2 minutes. Then you can try to make a play off of Pop Blossom. Maybe here though.
Grand Starfall coming in. They actually just focus full frontal onto Tien and get the kill over to Pays. So JDG is on the board now and maybe just pouncing onto the dragon next, but they do need to be worrisome as they have Prio from Weibo in both lanes.
I love that. Sun coming off of a reset, uses the Grand Starfall, gets right in position, and they find Tien. It's going to be a stopgap measure, mostly just to put the brakes on a strong early game from Weibo. But as long as they're stopping the dragon, I think they're going to take that. Like you said, priority from the mid and bottom lane of Weibo to make it a bit difficult for JDG to kind of full-on commit for the dragon. They might just go for it after the respawn anyway, right? Tien's on his way.
Scout's going to pop that Chaos Storm there on Xiaohu. Xiaohu didn't really have to burn anything to get out of that one.
He can just TP back.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough cooldown gone right in front of a dragon fight. It is first dragon, so you don't really need to give the game on this one, but JDG are going to be around to contest.
Missing still not level 6 here. Hung obviously level 4, so he's not anywhere near having the ultimate. No Chaos Storm, no Grand Skyfall to jump on in. It's just going to be the dragon going over.
TP coming through from Xiaohu.
Maybe they make this dive, but I just don't think this wave is very real. If anything, he's just going to walk back into the mid lane and pick up that wave. Great job from Weibo so far, making sure that they're keeping full court pressure onto JDG.
That's what you need to do with this comp. I do like some of the in-between moments that JDG been trying to utilize, especially Shun getting a little bit more active. But like I was saying kind of earlier, I do like the combo of Xin Zhao and Aurora a little bit more in this kind of situation. We are going to be getting to first items closely as Weibo redeploy their bot lane towards top side for this next grub fight in 25 seconds.
Weibo are going to have to all in on this play because they just utilized Xiaohu's TP again from part of getting all that damage down onto the Aurora. And Scout can very clearly go down bot lane, clear this wave. Wants a TP, he can. Missing, don't care about this vision right now. Let Shun do this by himself. Sap XP from your mid lane. You need to get level 6 if you want to increase your team's odds of being able to contest for these Void Grubs. I'm going to be watching Nico very closely as to whether or not they can get level 6.
It's so far away, though. I mean, you still need to clear the wave and then get back over here as well, as one grub already being taken down by Tien. He's going to take it the slow route, at least so far, to make sure that he can save that smite for the later ones, as JDG seem to just be giving this one. As they
he gets it.
No,
All
they
right.
changed their mind. Now they have it. They have the angle potentially, too, to take some of these away. The smite comes through from Tien. Unstoppable Onslaught coming in over there. But you still have that beautiful move with the Between Worlds, but no, the Nico ulti, it comes online in time.
Wait, Pays, you're melee
ranging. Fight
ranging.
back, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Concussive blows lands, Light is just piecing him up. One more auto attack, ace in the hole, but the barrier, it's just enough to save him. They're fighting on the other side. That blast code saves his life too, and now JDG are fighting their way out of this one. Scout goes down, Grand Starfall comes through, but Shun looking for the fateful spear and spears him right to the ground. As Hung is now the only one left. Could you say 5 minutes ago you would see JDG in a position like this? No.
Breathe! Why are we saving teleport, brother? I need to get a replay on that one, because why is the Camille not in that fight? Allah makes his way over, and maybe this is a changed fight. Pays is low HP. Shun got down to critical 25% HP. This is another game where Breathe is just nowhere near the play, not joining the rest of the team. I get it, you want to be able to get some of these turret plates. You have 5 grubs. I guess you can make the trade there, but I think winning the team fight is so much more important in this instance. They'll get the first turret, which will open them up for feats of strength, but I think you miss out on so much more.
Breathe. Getting hit by missing while he was missing. And they did get that turret, so that's huge, but yeah, like, it's just such a tough fight if you don't have that big backline access from Breathe. We'll see if the TP comes up later. We'll get that replay you were begging for.
I mean, look, like so yes, we see that he's trying to fight Scout right now. Scout will eventually TP into this play. I mean, there's no
right in front of
Camille
him.
ultimate. Yeah, he just didn't have the ultimate. It was after the Hexic ultimatum had already gone down. I liked what Xiaohu was actually able to get done here. Yes, he throws away his life, but getting important damage onto some of the backline members. And the fact that Pays barely lives from this play feels like it is a heartbreaker. And where is Camille? Camille just committing to this play. At this point, you need to pull the forces back. We cannot be moving forward. Just give over 4-2 grubs and just take it where your losses.
I'm just so confused why Breed didn't TP right as Scout TP2. Like, he's literally standing right next to him. JDG ended up making the play, though, underneath Shun, with that kind of backward sidestep into the Grand Starfall, huge. And they just knew the fight to take, and they took it well. Now, we are on those first item spikes. We are on a much more level playing field for JDG. How do we like their odds?
I mean, they've got Sundered Sky. You've got the Trinity Force here.
That's all you needed to say.
That's good enough for me, honestly. That's going to be a huge spike, and Pantheon's going to be very tanky to deal with. He is going to be very annoying alongside that E, the amount of healing that you can kind of get around as a melee. Even W giving an empowered auto attack so you can make sure you're getting that healing. It's going to be pretty huge. And we're talking about, you know, the item wake-ups. I mean, Scout has been rushing the Seraphs in every single one of these matchups here. And that just means that he's going to get harder and harder to kill as this game goes on.
Oh, man. What a flip of the tables here. Such a good early game. Has been such early games, good early games from Weibo all series long, honestly. With how important this series is for the seeding in playoffs, you gotta expect to come up from both teams. Now JDG having a lot more gumption to them. They will take another side lane turret. They are potentially gonna lose a lot of health on this tier 2 up here, though, as Weibo have full committed to this one.
5 grubs. They're also losing out on the dragon, which isn't going to be a huge objective for the team, but no one else has moved over. This is a dangerous part when you have 5 grubs.
Missing, just going to have to pop the Pop Blossom. Ala trying to block them off, but he can't even help. And now he's CC'd down. He's got traps under him. He's got the Hextech ultimatum. He's stuck in jail, and there ain't no getting out except for a flash, potentially. It should comes in. Maybe makes the difference. Breeze says, no, you're not getting away from this one. Dives to the turret shot after the flash. Meanwhile, Weibo still fighting their way out of this. Ala finally goes down in zombie mode. Scout and Pays stand strong. Weibo bite off a little bit more, but they still end up getting a huge chunk of gold out of that.
For me, what I'm looking at is some of the flashes that were used there. No flash from Ala or Shun in this fight, and these next coming up in fights for the next 4 minutes. And a big influx of gold here for Weibo. When you have these Void Mites, you are not allowed to try to play cross-map versus an enemy team. You have to match where they are, and we saw that very early on. Weibo committed to this idea. You have this Caitlyn. These headshot passes are going to do so much damage. With the Void Grubs as well, they make this engage onto missing. And after this play, I'm thinking, okay, you know that multiple members are coming. You know that there's a Pantheon probably in our future. You just got to be able to peel out from this play. And I get it, Breed, you got the kill for yourself, but losing the flash as well. I feel like Weibo, while playing that strong early game we wanted to see, are not playing as clean or as disciplined as I think we should be expecting for a team of this caliber.
A team that we've seen play pretty disciplined in some of their series already as well. Weibo struggling to find an end to this Rift Herald fight. JDG already starting it up. Light, big combo here. As he already has that Yuntal's. Tien tries to go in, doesn't even get close. Rift Herald goes to JDG. They are trying to take a side lane turret. Camille, like you said in draft, although we maybe didn't want it, is going to be doing that side lane menacing as TP comes through. Missing, going to go for the Pop Blossom. They got a lot of damage here with Pays behind him, but missing. Gets locked down. Glacial Fissure does work there, and Weibo come away with the kill.
And look at what they're able to grab on the opposite side. Camille collapses from bottom lane. They get the mid-tier 1. So while they weren't able to grab it, I thought they weren't going to be able to play side lane, but JDG just cannot match the blistering speed at which Weibo is playing at. They're kind of playing fast and loose. They did lose out on that Herald, so let's see how JDG are able to use this objective. But Weibo are tearing apart the map and getting a lot of early gold. Now they need to be able to turn this into objective fight wins. Otherwise, again, that scaling from JDG is really inevitable.
They're just fighting it out here. Ala tanking up a storm. Pays coming, Shun coming, everybody on their way. Tien caught out and caught lacking. He will go down, and JDG will find another pick.
Every single pick means that JDG are going to get closer to those items that we were talking about. Muramana almost fully stacked here for Pays, so this Corki is coming online. Got a second item in the inventory. Finish Leandre's here for Scout.
Wow.
They're about to be cresting the hump. 25 minutes, I think, is going to be kind of where we really check in with Weibo. If they don't have an outstanding gold lead, it's really been pretty minimal most of this game, and you don't want to have to get into a later game team fight having to play against fully upgraded Victor, 3-item Corki. These are all things we were setting up from draft, and it seems like JDG, the inevitability is coming.
In a straight up fight, it does feel like JDG have the upper hand. But if you have those little moments, if you get a big chain trap combo with Light, that makes the biggest difference. So it's all about the different approaches these teams are bringing into pivotal moments in this series. And we remind everybody, this is proceeding, like we were saying earlier, and this group could not be closer. I'm just happy we have a banger series so far between these two teams, trading blows left and right. And we're going to have a dragon coming up in less than a minute.
Tough spot. Taking a look at summoner spells, mostly everybody has their, their set up, except for this flash from Xiaohu for support from me. A lot of mobility coming out for an Aurora, so can't imagine we're going to be seeing our buddy mid laner do too badly in this next fight. And very quickly, before we move on from the playoff topic, I did want to say, like, it's not just seeding, it's access to double elim, which is such a huge boon.
Sure.
And so both of these teams we are expecting to see and are locked for playoffs. It's just who you're going to be facing in that first round, which I think is more important here. So Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. I mean, I'm looking at what JDG have. You don't have to play for it. I think while you do have a really strong 2-item start for multiple of your carries, you still have also this Rift Herald. So you can try to crack open some of these turrets and get ready for those 3 items coming out from the Autocon.
Scout's starting to be a little massive
Whoa,
on this Victor.
what?
I think they get the unstoppable onslaught out of Allah, so they will push them away from the dragon. And Weibo will go ahead and start that one up. Nobody around from JDG to contest that one. They're going to look elsewhere for their prizes.
They try to push in through mid. They get Scout some more minions on the top side of the map, but they're not able to develop all that much on this side. And I will say for the side of JDG, they do need to be careful about protecting mid. I would like to see for JDG how they're actually able to play towards the top side of the map. You see that now that they've faded over, they've cleared out all of this vision. They're taking away camps and setting up someone like Victor for success, while Weibo really leaning towards the bottom side of the map and trying to allow Breathe to rip apart these turrets with Demolish and Triforce.
And I really want to see some I guess, mixing of how Breathe can get involved, because I feel like the Camille can be very strong into a lot of these carries from JDG. It's just about when and where you enter the fight. There's going to be a lot of spacing needed, as Light going to take the brunt of damage from JDG's mid lane, as that's going to be a double Corgi run up by missing just for a little bit. But we'll see actually JDG redeploy on mid.
This should be JDG's mid lane to try to finish off the turret. Light's looking for a recall to finish Infinity Edge. They're going to summon the Rift Herald here as well. We see a flank. Xiaohu is coming in.
No,
Scout, what the?
wrong
Okay, guys.
way.
All right. It's fine. Look at Xiaohu on this flank. He's looking for it. He
him.
finds Scout.
He's invisible. He goes uninvisible. He goes with the Between Worlds. He goes for the damage on the Scout. Now Breathe finding his entrance. Is that enough? TP on the back by Allah. He has found Xiaohu. He's just going to try to run him down. Hung going over. Nice double knockup. And the Pop Blossom Flash from missing. They find the combos on a Xiaohu. He's still fighting his life away. Goes invisible. Bounces away. Buying a ton of time here for Weibo to recenter on the fight. They've already picked up Allah. Tien takes him down with the wind, becomes lightning. Hung is going low. Chaos Storm still in the pocket for Scout, and he wants to unleash it. It's going ham. He's trying to go back in, but it's not enough. It's a fight to the death. Missing is finally back to the fight, but Light has been putting them down.
He was spacing in that fight around the top side that unfortunately wasn't able to get much more.
No
and with everybody
way.
down, he can open up an inhibitor. Weibo, through unlikely means, open up the rest of this map. As I hope we get to check out the replay on that one. I love to watch the different trap placements that we were getting from Light, and we were following Xiaohu's exit in that. But so many summoner spells expended by JDG for what looks to be so little. They try to make this play onto Scout to start, but there's just no damage. He's able to get out, and at this point, this is where I really think that JDG can try to make a turn onto this play, but I mean, Allah's just tanking all this up, and look where Missing makes the fight start. I mean, none of the damage dealers are quite in position yet.
It's such a weird split. But the fact that Ala just gets chunked so heavily here.
Oh, Tien onto Pace,
yeah.
though. Crazy
Good angle.
work. And I watch everybody at home to watch these trap placements because it's so difficult. Yes, Shun's able to jump over, walks into another trap. JDG, they can't walk in. There's still a turret
Another
here as
one.
well. Such a big amount of damage, and especially this. I think Pace was getting a little bit worried because another headshot there, and Caitlyn
Yeah.
suddenly is looking to pick up another 2 potentially on the missing end Pace.
And that's not even third item for Light, who we talked about so much earlier into the series. Felt like they were maybe having a little bit of a quiet moment, but here on the Caitlyn, on a pick that you shouted out is not a normalcy in the meta right now. But Light is making it look good as Weibo looking at a top lane play onto Atakan. They did start it up. They were on Vision, though. At least they are known. And here comes JDG with a response. He's on Vision,
Even
too.
if they're trying to play, yeah, Shun can look for the ultimate here. Maybe they just try to make this play onto Breathe, recognizing that I don't think Otacon's a very real objective. As soon as Pantheon shows, though, I assume Weibo are just going to try to start up this objective.
All right, Breathe trying to go for that hook shot. Doesn't hit it on a Scout. Scout's going to pop that Chaos Storm early. He has that Leandries. He's on those 2.5 items.
Oh my
a lot
God,
of damage
Breathe.
there as Breathe
He
getting
TP's out.
locked out and he gets away. What is this new TP? I love to see it as there's a response coming through from Scout with his own TP across the map. But guess who made it out alive?
They grab the teleport out from Scout, such an important cooldown to grab, and Breathe with an inhuman escape from that play. This Otacon, I think, is mostly a bait. It's actually going to cancel some
Oh
of
my
JDG's recalls
God.
here, which is so great. Dragon spawning in 30. It'll put Weibo on
Dude,
support. They're going to chase them out.
Xiaohu, if you know one thing about Xiaohu, it's all his positioning is key, and he has found 2 angles that have just been absolutely insane. And now they have JDG on the back foot in this top side. Tien is by himself, gets unstoppable onslaughted immediately by JDG. They are pouncing onto him,
that
but
ultimate.
Breathe is now here. They have the Crescent Guard pop. Breathe does buy them a little bit more space in front of the fight. Dragon just came up across the map, but it's all about repositioning for this mid lane for Weibo.
5 grubs, a wave coming in through mid. JDG getting a bit lost in the sauce here will mean that, I mean, look, I thought maybe they're going to contest for the mid-tier 2. They instead say, look, let's put ourselves on Soul Point. And Weibo making small, minor outplays on their opponent. We're talking about that Breathe teleport, but even there in that play, Tien being able to leverage the strength of the Crescent Guard here from Zhao just means that no one from JDG can actually kill this guy. We thought, hey, Tien's looking caught.
Meanwhile,
Oh, they're just
Soul
doing it.
Point had been taken by Weibo there. The Atacon just now started up by JDG, trying to force the hand of Weibo. This has been a back and forth tussle. It's like tug of war at this point. Tien forsakes his chicky nuggies, says, I'm full, I'm coming to the fight. Xiaohu wants a big between worlds here, gets a lot of damage onto Ala. He almost has nothing left. There's the Storm Surge pop. Into the fight they go. JDG taking that Atacon, and now with their GAs, with the power of Bloodlust moving them forward, are looking for angles to escape here as Hung. No, they actually get the kill to Ala. That'll be 100 gold. It's a tax.
It's a small tax there, as yeah, Ola's just gonna immediately respawn. Kind of annoying with how many times the Scion is gonna be able to respawn in a fight now. Now that he's coming off 3 items here for Ala. If he wasn't already difficult to deal with, he is literally just gonna be able to walk up, have like 4,000, 5,000 HP. Pretty tough to deal as. I think Ala just caught way too many hands from this. Yeah, he's literally
Yeah,
just
he
tanking
did.
it. He has 7 magic resists right now.
Oh
thanks to the
my
crit. He's a
God,
full
that's
50
insane.
stat. This just straight up rips him 2,000 HP and a Storm Surge proc. So, yeah, we're able to grab yourself the revive, but it immediately goes to waste. And
Dude,
sucks for
that's
JDG,
insane.
but you got it onto 4 members, right? I think that's as good as you're going to get, especially with how this early game has really panned out for JDG.
I'm really liking Xiaohu's angles on this Aurora. I mean, we know him as a master of positioning. We know him as a master of side laning, but on this Aurora. He is just playing with his food here.
Oh,
as
hell yeah,
JDG
JDG, let's rip it.
go and just rip the Baron. Weibo scrambling to find an answer. Side lane fight has kicked off between Ala and Breathe. They cannot join here as now JDG halfway down with the Baron. Xiaohu finding an angle here. Tien or Shun, who's gonna get it? They still have the GAs. Shun getting half health now. Tien goes into the pit onto Pays. They get the between worlds. Xiaohu's in there like swimwear, baby. Missing, gets the big pop blossom. Jungler's going down. Tien is right there, wants to get the blast cone. There's the next GA reset.
Wait a minute,
holding
Scout.
time. Shun going down. Tien's still alive, and Scout can't do anything. The Baron reset. The side lane fight is continuing here between Breathe and Ala, with Hayes joining in. But what a chaotic fight for the GA resets of JDG.
JDG, they get a lot of ultimates, they get a lot of summoner spells as well. They're going to immediately get right back onto this objective. I was worried, because not only were Weibo winning that fight and getting those respawns, but Baron was at 3,000 HP. I figured they would have kept it triggered and just taken the steal on the objective, saying thank you for leashing this to us. But JDG, they're doing what everybody loves
Round
to see
two.
with the Voracious Atacon. They're going to start this back up. They're going to get the teleports. And Weibo are here to fight again, but missing
They're
a
late.
lot of flashes.
They're very late, already down to 5,000 health here. Weibo cannot find an angle. It's not feeling the same as the last fight. Ala tanking up the front line. Baron down.
Xiaohu
Xiaohu
just
with an
arrived.
angle again. Xiaohu looking to get damage onto Scout. Ala being down is massive. Xiaohu wants to get the side lane
Oh my
fight
God.
here. Gets Chaos Storm. Shun flashes out. They have Baron. They got what they came for, and all they paid was Ala's life.
2 minutes 40 on the Baron buff, a minute and 10 before that dragon is spawned. So what can JDG do with this Baron buff? Mostly going to be a denial and being able to help protect their last few structures in the game. Because imagine Weibo with a Baron with 6 grubs or 5 grubs, the base just kind of immediately evaporates in front of them if they really want to. So JDG, they're going to take this Baron to at least buy themselves time, give them some grace as we get further into this game, and preventing what could be a soul for Weibo.
That's a massive point in the many points that have been in this game. The fact of the matter is, a Chemtech soul would be huge for Weibo, and also denying that from JDG would be so massive. Missing, looking for some late game scaling, stacking Nico plays.
He's canceling the auto attack, so if anybody's looking real closely at it, they should know. You also could just press tab and recognize Breathe. I don't think Breathe is the real target here. Just hit the turret. Keep walking on through. Oh, we're forcing
no.
it. Oh,
He did hook shot his
Breathe.
way. Oh, he's still under
Guys.
turret here. Tien wanting to find an angle as well. I don't know if they can actually get the angle. The Tien already down so low. Concussive blows going on to Ala. The turret's done though. They've lost their base structure as Chaos Storm had been popped. Xiaohu, he wants it. He wants to go over the wall. Just get a little damage onto Pays. Dragon is up. Storm Surge just got popped. Missing goes for another as he does get a little damage onto Hung. But the Dragon started up now by JDG here potentially. As they
Tien
actually
is
maybe
full
just want an
HP.
angle.
He has the double buffs, and there's key ultimates missing here. I think JDG have unfortunately stayed a little too long in this flank. They'll just barely scout
They're
out
surrounded.
that Xiaohu was there. And Tien, there's gonna start up this dragon here. This will be Soul if Weibo can contest.
Ala's looking for an angle. He's about to have Unstoppable Onslaught coming through. He could find an angle here into the front line. Breathe waiting around the side. Dragon getting low, and there goes as now it's taken
Hung!
by Hung. Hung from Weibo just secured Soul, and JDG now fighting their way onto Breathe. Ala left all his lonesome in the Dragon Pit, and both teams trading for objectives.
Some of those misgivings we had for JDG, the lack of coordination in some of their fights, their setups before objectives, is coming to bear here in this. Nobody really in position to contest around the pit. They didn't find that find onto Xiaohu early
tried to
on.
stop his back.
Scout, Fancy Feet also has the flash if he really needs it. But it's going to
Okay.
be a Chemtech Soul now. So much extra shielding available to this team.
It's so difficult to take them down now. Like, it's so hard to stick that damage. And we're getting to, 4th item now, working on 5th full build for Light. I mean, he will be pumping damage with a lot of range in these fights. And so I think the way we take stock of this is, what can JDG get when they combine? That was our biggest question, is can they continue that consistency we saw from game 2? And this fight was wild.
I understand, right? It's 100
Oh my
HP.
God.
13 and it's a Braum auto.
13.
Kangas could never. This is my one
Kangas
shot.
just
'cause he's
twitched
not
in his
here.
sleep.
Yeah, they get the soul.
The mustache
Yes.
twinged a
Yeah,
little bit.
the
you know?
mustache, he like feathered in the air a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I just think that with where this game is, JDG, they really try to make a big Hail Mary play in that mid lane, and with them not being able to find Camille or really open up much more than a tier 2, they lost out positioning on that dragon. They would have loved to have been at a numbers advantage, so now for JDG, it's not an insurmountable lead, but especially with how close a lot of these fights are, that Chemtech Dragon Soul giving an increased amount of damage and durability is going to be something that we're going to be looking forward to.
I will also just say that it might be a little bit later in the game, but the massive 3,000 gold difference in the mid lane matchup, I feel like weighs more heavily than that 3,000 gold difference in the top lane matchup. The fact that Scout is almost on the death cap right now on this Victor, you have to be worrisome about that in these next fights, and I really love to see Weibo trying to position around that.
We're getting item completions as well, but big thing for me is, like you were saying, the item differential happening in mid lane. Pays and Lighter are pretty similar to each other. Our junglers are on 3 items, but Death Cap, such a huge influx of damage as well. Missing, I respect the call. Your mid laners recall it. Please let this man back. We get the Death Cap here, so Scout, you are level 18. You're the most fed member in this entire game across both teams. We've had a lot of criticisms for you so far early here into the LPL of 2025. We need to see you get your team a playoff berth. You'll have to win another game after this, but we need to see something from this guy, because this early start has not been very kind to him.
Looking back and wishing you were back in game 2 as a Scout fan. He's waiting in the fog of war. Missing gonna play as the minion. Unstoppable onslaught coming through. There's the Grand Starfall. Big pop blossom as they get Missing almost down low. Big flank from Shun. He gets the damaging off, but
coming,
the Chaos Storm is
though.
not enough. Pays. He's so desperate. JDG are trying so hard. They're scraping at nothing right now as they can't get the kills. They can't get the sticking power. And Xiaohu has a flank.
I think it's that damage durability, and I won't lie, 18% tenacity coming in from triple Chemtech Drake
Ooh,
is a
Xiaohu.
hell of a drug. He flashes
overextends.
out.
Okay, he uses that Between Worlds to get some more distance.
Breathe is
Really
opening the
nice
map.
expert list as he's trying to go between the turrets here. That's not Between Worlds. That's not your ultimate. He's getting damage on a Pays, but he falls anyways.
Breathe on during all of that. Got an inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. Maybe Weibo feel comfortable with starting up the Baron here. But 45 seconds before Xiaohu is up, I'm expecting they're going to be starting it maybe a little bit closer to his death timer being up and looking for a teleport from our legendary mid lane.
Trying to find that angle in any way possible. Man, I'm just so taken aback by how awesome this game has been, how back and forth. I mean, this is going to be an LPL gold graph of all time for sure. And we're seeing both teams lay everything on the line for their last series in this Group B. Now, Weibo, they have a little bit of hesitancy to get out onto the map. There's a lot of vision around the Baron Pit. That's the only objective on the map right now. But in a minute and 10 seconds, we got that big boy Drake.
Maybe they can collapse on a bottom side. They took the Chem Drake, or the Chem Baron plant to jump them over. If they invest
They
too
actually
many,
have
though,
it,
that
yeah.
could be the Baron, but no one from
Unstoppable
Weibo's in the area.
onslaught. Gets blocked. Breathe trying to go through with this one. The fight over onto him by himself is Scout and Alla. Missing
Beautiful
does have an
play from
angle, and
Breathe,
Breathe gets
yeah.
out alive.
Just insane play. His Camille has been
It's been
near
crazy.
perfect in this game. I know we had some criticisms, rightfully so, I think, of his positioning and him kind of playing for the rest of the map, but we talked about this during draft. Camille can be a side lane split pusher, but I thought with Pantheon on the map it'd be a little bit difficult. No one else can match this champion
they're
right now.
backing.
And Breathe has 5 grubs in his back pocket if he wants. He can teleport for this play. Scout's making his way over, but the
That could
Baron's
be-
gone.
It's too late. It's too late. Shun needs to make a steal, needs to do something, goes in it. He doesn't get it. It's Tien that lords over Shun. And now JDG are in a pile of hurt. They've got Breed jumping in over. The hook shot goes in, but they get a lot of damage peppered back onto Weibo. Pays is pumping it right now, but Elder Dragon is up, and Shun nowhere to be seen for 40 seconds.
Guys, you have to fight for this. I get it. It's Elder Dragon. You don't have your jungler, but damned if you do, damned if you don't. You give over this Elder Dragon, they've got Baron. They're going to fight you anyway.
They're just going to fight anyways. Scout locked down all by himself, has Chaos Storm, but is too late to pop it. He gets it, but the damage not nearly enough. Now Allah is the focus. Tien makes wind become lightning, and so does Weibo as Breathe, making his name known here in this one, is trying to execute, missing from outside of his turret as he's still walking at him. The ace in the hole blocked by the Zanyas. But it's not gonna matter when Breathe comes for you as Weibo look to pound home game number 3 and take a match point lead.
Our Deskers wanted some unique, spicy champions. I don't know if they necessarily signed up for a Pantheon and a Camille game, but we're going to be getting it here from Weibo as they put themselves on match point in the last series of Group B.
Good fighting all around from Weibo. JDG gave them a run for their money. It was awesome to watch, but to see Weibo re-hone themselves in and maybe calm down a little bit. Felt like they were getting caught in so many different positions, so many different ways, and it was nice to see them kind of pull it together and say, no, guys, we just need to approach this in a certain way, and they did. The pulls on the map were so instantaneous. It was fun to watch.
I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think Breathe has earned his MVP.
Yeah.
This game was all Breathe, all day long. Maybe you could give it to Tien if you're a real shill, but this guy's Camille, he had maybe one question mark play.
Maybe just one. Maybe Hunk gets it though. He's got a lot of love here right now on our screen. But no, it was an interesting one because both teams had things that I feel like you could hone in on as negatives in this game. But it was such a fun one to watch, and a lot of that momentum going forward. I mean, it's been back and forth all series long, so you wonder, does that have any stake here?
Maybe. I think with especially side select being so important, I think the fact that JDG were able to find that game 2 victory really threw at least Weibo for a little bit of a loop there. So we'll see. I mean, there's a very real possibility that this could be our last game and JDG will end up potentially second here, which I don't think that would be to expectation when we looked at this roster coming into the year.
That's the craziest part about all of that is the winner of this series gets first seed straight into double elim. Second does not, unfortunately. A lot of big names to that playoffs, and only one team out of 16 in the LPL will be able to represent this region at first stand. We're going to hand it over to our wonderful boys on the desk as we'll send it over to Rafa and break that one down.
Thank you so much, Mazel and Alec. And boy, oh boy, another exciting game under the books, or in the books, I should say, under wraps now.
Yeah.
Weibo Gaming 2-1 match point. Remember, for all of the folks at home, if Weibo Gaming clinched this last game, they are automatically the first seed from Group B. They will immediately go into the upper bracket and basically get an extra life within the LPL playoffs for our first split, whereas JDG would go down to the lower bracket, and as soon as they lose a series, they are out. So, you know, we're going to have to see if they can dig deep. But this game was really fun, guys, especially with how the early stages of the game played out, because first, you know, when we were talking about spicy picks, what was coming out, you know, we alluded to that more than likely fighter junglers were going to be, you know, coming back into the fold, you know, not necessarily the tank jungle picks, although that was, you know, potentially something that might come up in, you know, game 4, but it was Xin Zhao, and then we thought maybe Wukong was going to be the answer, but it was the Pantheon instead. And now, don't get me wrong, Pantheon has been a really fun flavor that we have seen come out of the LPL in recently, especially during the Demacia Cup. But, you know, one thing about this matchup is both of these junglers have the capabilities of getting really aggressive early on, right, Shochi? Like, the idea is that, you know, especially with Pantheon emerging as more of a fighter jungler, you have incredible access to, you know, such strong skirmishing kit early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from level 2. The amount of aggression that Tian was putting out on the Xin Zhao, just that early gank bot lane, really enabling Caitlyn to start and just take over the lane as she wants to do so badly. And you see here as Tian expertly dodges this vision on the enemy ward with the blast cone, and he just hits a little loop-de-loop on the Victor, and the ward it's so clean because Victor is under a false sense of security here. Even though he's hovering the right side, he just gets flashed on, he goes down, and now he's like, oh my gosh, mid lane's over, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I would say. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, jungle diff, and we even saw that it wasn't even until, you know, it wasn't even, you know, like a 3 camp clear. Tian was active right from the get-go. Red buff affecting the bottom side of the map and already getting things done. And to be quite honest, this is something that I would have expected from the Pantheon, because as soon as you hit W level 2, that's your main ganking tool and you can try and get aggressive on the map. But to really kind of drive this point home and why Tian probably actually thought of how they could pull this one off, it's strictly because, I don't know if you guys ever tried this before, but Pantheon jungle, even with the buffs, is a relatively slow clearing jungler. Like the buffs have made it so that it is not so obnoxiously slow that you can full clear and still like make it around the 3:30-minute mark, which is the acceptable position. But I just want to show that compared to something like the Xin Zhao, what happened in that game, we saw that Tian pulled off 2 cheese ganks and still only seemingly was down 1 or 2 camps. And it's just the power of understanding in that jungle matchup that, hey, if Shun is just trying to full clear and play for his own self-economy, I actually have way more gank windows than on the Xin Zhao than the Pantheon would. Because if the Pantheon ever, you know, goes for a gank like that and it doesn't work out, then you fall super far behind. And to best demonstrate this, we're actually going to pull up Practice Tool and show you firsthand. I know these two are mid laners, but they should be more than capable of being able to demonstrate, like, hey, this is actually how it's going to play out in like how fast these 2 clears are. So we're hopping into Practice Tool. I'm going to be tracking Shochi, who is on my team, the Xin Zhao clear, making sure that we got jungle items, Bradley, just to kind of go for as accurate representation as possible from what we saw from Shun. He started Raptors, went to Krugs, then red buff, and then walked towards his bot side and did, you know, his full blue side, Wolves, Gromp blue. So you might get jump scared. I am a Teemo. Don't attack me. I'm just doing this so that I can see you and track your clear while being able to hover over to Shochi. Now, Shochi is going to not do what Tian did, because Tian got the cheese ganks off. But, hang on. Give me 1 second. Boom. There we go. I have the Practice Tool screen up now. Thank you. Producers were chirping in my ear, but thankfully we have not missed any of the clear part. Are we really? I have it on virtual cam. Hang on, I'm checking. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. We're good. Okay. So.
I'll try to do like a normal clear to bot, and I mean, in a couple of seconds, I'll already be ganking your level 2 bot lane, Mr. Tian.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. We'll see how effective and fast this is. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you, I promise.
Oh. Intimidating over there.
Can't trust the Teemo.
Don't worry.
Did I go to you? Or no?
No.
Oh, the small? Okay.
You're just a jungle novice. Wait, so am I. I may have missed my W.
It's okay, I'm pretty sure the camera's focused on me, so... I've got the pressure.
Nice.
think I'm doing.
Are you on your
You're
third count?
actually somewhat on pace right now. Both junglers are kind of matching.
Yeah.
But this
It's not like Zinzao is super fast either.
Actually,
Yeah, yeah.
this is the vocal point I'm talking about. So.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm gonna get a bunch of wards here. Dude, you're already on blue buff. And my Xin Zhao
Am I
also on
out
red
playing?
buff.
Oh,
Might be user error here.
let's
You're
say my
actually
outbreak.
clearing this a lot better than I expected. Wait a minute. Did Shun just not clear as fast? What is going on here?
I told you.
Are you just are you
Maybe they need to sub
secretly
Bradley in for
a
game
jungle
4.
enthusiast? Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did single smite. I just did double.
Oh, you smited? I got smite for crab, bro.
Ooh.
Oh wait, you didn't double smite. Okay, well you have smite for
Wait,
crab.
why didn't you double smite?
Don't you save smite for crab? No? This is mine, bro. You're
That's
dead.
cheating, that's cheating.
You're dead.
That's cheating.
That's why you save smite for
Okay,
crab.
well, all
And
right.
accurate representation.
And accurate representation.
Okay,
And I
so-
ganked your mid and your bot lane.
Oh my god. Well,
nice one.
one thing we do learn from that exchange, though, is that the fact that Shoshi's held onto a smite and he still matched the clear of
Yeah.
Pantheon
Yeah.
using double
yeah,
smite.
yeah.
Okay.
That's important
See?
to take
there
care
we go.
of.
Guys, I was so concerned that, like, oh, wait a minute, our point didn't actually come to fruition. But then, you know what? That cool. Okay. Because the smite would have saved at least a few seconds, I imagine, if you're using double smite.
Yeah. I'm the LPL level jungler. I'm sure he would be clearing a bit faster than me as well.
Nice. Okay, we can leave the game. But that goes to show that what really we just wanted to drive home for y'all is the fact that Tien had an opportunity and a window to effectively impact not one, not two, but 3 different lanes,
All three, yeah.
within his first rotation of camps, and then Shun is supposed to be on this jungler that wants to get super aggressive early. While yes, the game has rewarded Pantheon with more buffs that gives him, slightly better engage tools and better tools to take up a lot of damage. The problem is that you still kind of fall off as Pantheon. Not nearly as hard as before, but it's still kind of similar in that archetype, right? And we saw once the game got further and further, almost just completely away from them, the macro game is where Weibo Gaming really starts to shine in the side lane split push. And there were so many fights where even if it didn't necessarily go Weibo Gaming's way, Xiaohu would say, hey, there's an open lane, I'm just gonna go split push. And Bradley, I know someone who you've watched a lot of Xiaohu VODs in the past, you would look to him as inspiration, being like, hey, like, how do I play side lanes better? How do I really put pressure on the map? Especially even for someone like Breathe, who was in a strong position to do so on the Camille as well.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting this game because I thought that once Breathe got the bot tower completely to himself at 11 minutes, that this game was just going to be over due to, a classic Camille split push, nothing he can really do. He did start the team fight though, and it threw him a little off, but towards the end there, towards the later stage of the game, he and Xiaohu both were kind of split pushing, and then it became unbearable for JDG, and then it was pretty much just over.
Well, now we are heading into game 4, y'all. Weibo Gaming, match point. 30 champions now gone from the pool. There's still a couple.
Do you smell
What's
that
up?
off, though?
What am
Smell
I?
that?
What am I
It sounds
smelling?
like ice. Hey. What is
Wait,
that?
where's he going with that?
Wait, you don't know where I'm going with this? No.
I actually don't know where you're going with
Said
that.
I just
Johnny,
said-
he said
I just
ice
said
cream.
ice
Oh, okay. My fault.
Oh my god.
All
are
good,
you
all good, all
are you
good.
saying it's time for Shun to, chalk it up and just
listen. If we don't want to gank on the Pantheon, like I got a champion for you.
Oh my god.
Wait, I know
Although-
one too. A champion that doesn't really want to gank, just
Oh,
wants
is
to
it-
farm
is
a
it
lot.
Karthus? Is
It might be Karthus,
No, you're not saying it
still
right.
on the table. Karthus?
Yeah, Karthus. Yeah.
Karthus? Yeah.
Yeah.
Carve
I don't know.
fools.
I won't get my hopes up, but would love to see some carry jungles again. Because these junglers have been out of this world so far.
I'm actually just rooting for Sejuani just so I can be right. You know? Like, I don't
Okay,
even want it,
I mean,
but
yeah.
like, I already said it, so I have to stick by it, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm rooting for Karthus too.
Okay.
I mean, we did see a Karthus last night during the NIP FPX series, and that was, unfortunately, not so great for FPX because Shadow was the recipient of multiple CC chains and not necessarily getting the greatest use of the Karthus passive here. But, I mean, I'd be down if one of these two wants to really pilot it, but it almost seems like both of the teams have become so reliant on their junglers to really, you know, set the pace and the pace of the game for on champions that can actually go forward, right? Which is why the Xin Zhao was such a great pick for Tien. It's why the Vi was such a great pick for Tien in game 1. And then, even though Nidalee's not a champion that, you know, engages, when you're monstrously fed and it's something historical like Shun's Nidalee, you are going forward. You are driving the pace of the game. But I think I'm kind of in the same boat. Even though it, you know, betrays my jungle carry heart, Sejuani looks mighty appetizing to pick right now. You know, just strong
good,
non-committal engage. And it does open up the rest of your map to have, you know, stronger carries. But with 30 champions gone and a lot of priority picks are now off the table and you no longer have to worry about, like, picking them. Like, there's no Jace, there's no Victor, there's no Aurora, there's no Orianna. I mean, what mages do you start going down in the pool? Like, Shochi, kind of go through me, like, your tier list of what's available.
For mages, you know, we saw it hovered a bit in that Nidalee game. You saw the Syndra. You could try to play things. I think Azir's still on the table, right? He's pretty strong. But if we're willing to divert from mages, you know, I've been saying it since game 2. The brother of Yasuo himself, Yone. I forgot his title. But yeah, I want to see some Yone.
Isn't it like
Potentially. I'm not too sure.
Collie band? They're smelling it. They're like on your wavelength, Shochi. They want like kind of fighting mid, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out soon what JDG and Weibo Gaming potentially lock in for their final game. No Yone either is going to hit the table. Shochi is crying. Mazel and all, take it away.
Shochi doing his best UCal impression there after getting his Penta stolen from the LCK. What a time to be alive. Our desk is malding. They had a great time. And, you know, we get to get into a game 4 that's actually pretty big deal for JDG. After going down now to match point against Weibo, first seed is what really matters here to get to that double elim. And we are already getting those very likely bans out of the way here, Out Battery.
Akali, Yone, we're expecting Kalista to hit the table here, especially with Ashe already gone, but maybe, look, we had that one pick that Bradley's been saving up. He's been...
True.
Smells like pig up in here, apparently. I don't know if I agree with that.
Are we really just trying? We're kicking that can down the road here?
Dude, that was so funny, man. I can't. Kalista, first pick. Finally, we get to see this champion. It's been let through a couple of times here, so Pays and Missing, they have been some strong duos, but think about the supports that are already gone. There's no Kalista Nico. Yeah. There's no, I mean, you can't play Kalista Rel, but I think it's a bit tough here.
I mean, Varus making it all the way through here is actually pretty huge. I know priorities have changed on Varus to some extent, but still very powerful ADC with a lot of utility in it. I'm just wondering, like, I know it's getting ahead of myself a little bit, but what Game 5 looks like in terms of what Light and Pays are going to play here. But we'll cover Game 4 first and see what exactly happens here. I wonder what the double lock-in is going to be for Weibo, if they do just want to secure their bot lane, or if they want to try to go for some power picks for the solo lane and jungle.
I think that the jungles right now are just so contested. When you talk about the AD junglers, since Out and Vi already taken, the Pantheon that we already saw, especially with the Nocturne. If Shun really wants to, I think Viego could work here. True. Against Wukong. I don't think you really want to be playing someone like a Kindred, so I don't think we're going to be getting that pocket pick for them. This has to be the pair, because if you're not going for the Renata, you're going for the Rel, and while Rel can have some added utility against something like a not or against the Wukong, just means that the engage is gonna have to come from somewhere either in the jungle or maybe even top lane here for Ala.
Yeah. You're going to have a lot of counter engage, but you definitely want to have a little bit of the other end of things too. Getting to the final pick, though, for JDG in this first phase, at least, I think blue side has been very kind to them, at least in terms of what they've been able to get. The Kennen locked in here, an Ala classic.
Okay, Breathe, what do you got left? I mean, typically what people are going to... I mean, look, what other champions... He can't play Camille, right? That's typically,
Right,
I think, the most common answer that we see. Maybe you play Aatrox into it, but that sounds real miserable. And we haven't really seen anybody coming out from the side of Weibo that I think particularly deals with this Kennen very well. So as we get into the back end of this draft, I'm going to be looking for champions in particular that are able to handle this champion or maybe some way disrupt the game plan coming in from JDG.
I really like the Wombo combos they're setting up for right now, though. A lot of big entrances if you can find the angles, which we know Ala can. The Silas ban in the second phase right now by Weibo gives a little bit more priority of what they're looking at, and it's that mid lane to try to take away some pieces from Scout. The Malphite ban, fourth ban for JDG. I love that one.
Okay. And what I think I would like to see from JDG is you do have a lot of damage. You look at where Weibo are going for. They have some range with this Varus, but are otherwise going to be pretty straightforward in their team fighting. I think that Missing and Ala on this Kennen and Renata are going to have so much additional value. Sorry, Bradley. Maybe if we get a Game 5, we can get Game 5 Sejuani, but...
The
second ban
Sejuani
here.
ban actually makes it in. How
I mean, but think
comical
about the
is that?
junglers here, right? Like, you
Yeah,
almost
honestly.
are forcing them to, in terms of tier list, like, I think Viego is definitely the next one up, but into Wukong, it's a skirmisher that you're not too much of a fan to really deal with.
True. And it is the Gnar final ban towards Breathe, taking away some of his comfort, but also something that can duel pretty well with the Kennen. Gonna have to see what they want to save counter pick for. This has been one of my favorites here recently. It's the Maokai locked in, so a lot of utility on this champion, but also kind of that frontline knockdown style you can get with the Varus. Insta lock in the Lee Sin for Shun.
Oh.
Bringing
we're
it back,
getting spicy.
baby.
I don't want to say
Doomby
it's
can do
spicy.
it.
I feel like Rise is not spicy anymore because now we're getting served it every dish. Every day there's a Rise player. It's Doinby, which makes sense. Now Scout's going to be picking up Rise, I think a champion that he has made a lot of great plays on in the past when we're talking about unique mid-mages.
It's so crazy to me that his most played is Azir with 120 games. The next most played is Rise at 67. That's how many more games of Azir he has, but he's still a very proficient scout. And give Doonby a little bit of a run for his money on that one. LeBlanc locked in for Xiaohu, though, and that's huge.
Yeah, JDG are just so short-ranged here, and you're looking at a composition where you're going to have to play against Rel, Wukong, Maokai. I think this is a tough ask. I think the things that I'm going to be looking for is Scout on 3 items. He's going to be particularly very difficult to deal with, no longer a one-shottable champion by someone like this LeBlanc. And maybe after 3 items, this Callista can be a bit of a menace. She's obviously very, very potent as a skirmisher early on, but what I'm going to be looking for is once we get to something like having access to Terminus or a Jock Show, these kinds of things can augment Callista to be a little more difficult to deal with from the side of JDG.
We get another Xiaohu classic when the split pushing LeBlanc AD LeBlanc build came out. Xiaohu was literally one of the most lethal carries on that pick, and I want to see him use his side laning mastermind to pick this game apart. First seed matters so much going into playoffs. It means double elim, and if they win this series, that's first seed for this group, and it would be Weibo. A lot of pressure on the Lee Sin here for Shun, on the Rise for Scout, and for JDG as a whole, coming off an entire rebuild, right? Like, the only person that's sticking around is Missing, of all people, on this JDG team. And as we hear those Gyos in Beijing roar, it's going to need to be the home field advantage that JDG come to love.
tense stuff here for both of these teams. Like you were saying, not necessarily an elimination, but the last series they'll be playing here in the group stage. And, I mean, double elim is nice, being able to have access to a second life, especially for, I think, a team like JDG who are on the cusp of being knocked into that second place spot here in the group. Definitely you're going to need that leg up. And for Weibo, they have a really strong composition when it comes to trying to fight early. It's going to be that lethality poke build for Varus. So being able to outrange someone like a Kennen, a Lee Sin, can offer a lot for Weibo. And I think definitely puts them again on a bit of a timer.
And that's the difficult thing, I guess, in this situation. I mean, when we've seen these games either be super one-sided or be extremely back and forth to the end, you wonder what that means in terms of like the style of game number 4 that we're gonna get here. I mean, we could see some more reservation come through, but the fact that we are getting this early move from JDG, I kind of like to see them mess with the metrics right now in the game.
This is just what you have to do, though, right? Like, you're playing into a lane swap as Kennen. Kennen doesn't have as many resistances as some other champions, and just kind of skip some of the bad laning phase. You'll get back into the lane pretty handily, and making sure that Scout gets push in a matchup where he's definitely going to have to risk some of his resource bar, whether it's his HP or his mana, to be able to push versus LeBlanc, whereas LeBlanc, she's just looking to try to all in with her distortion, make sure that it's hitting the wave at the same time. Also, the change to Q a long time ago did make LeBlanc a little easier being able to farm a mid-wave.
Why didn't, at the beginning of time, which was the beginning of League of Legends,
Yes.
why didn't we make bot lane duos go mid? Why wasn't that a thing? Just make the bot lane go mid.
No, I don't think I do. We're going to be seeing a dive here. Can Breathe outplay is going to be my question, as they get some damage, but they're just wasting a lot of time. I like what Light's doing in the top side, actually. He's not pushing the wave immediately. He's trying to stack it, get some more damage onto the turret.
All right, they got to execute this one. There is no response from Weibo if they can get the kill here. Nice flash early, but good combo. The turret is not even focusing them. Really nicely juggled by Ala, and they want more potentially? Ala doesn't have much health. Scout is coming. This is a 5-man play on bot side. A TP coming in for Weibo. They need Hung. They got Hung, and they juggled yet again. I thought we were at a circus at this point. Breathe is here now. Xiaohu is here. Maybe it is a circus after all. Should try to get away. Scout's tanking the turret, and Xiaohu comes in and takes them out. Bodies everywhere. Bodies falling to the floor, but JDG still looking for more.
They're going to go for it again.
And another one, and another one, and JDG, it's 4-2 early, 3 minutes into this game.
Someone call Emily Rand right now. We got a lane swap where 5 people are under bot tier 1 at 3 minutes, guys. The feat of strengths are already completed for JDG, and these early games have felt rather coherent from them. It's about those mid games that have been a bit questionable, so I want to see JDG, how are they going to leverage this into an early game advantage? Great job from Hung, just trying to reset and kind of ruin some of the tempo of JDG's bottom lane from resetting.
That's just so wild to see. I love that we're getting that kind of movement early. The premonition of that was the actual invade that started off by JDG. Hung just dies to the minions.
It's a fast back. It's a fast back.
Quick
It's gonna
back,
be
quick
the
back,
same.
quick back.
It's literally the same timer as him actually just hitting the recall button. So whatever, I get it. Just wants to be able to immediately, instead of having to wait for the channel and then go back to base, he's just back into the fountain that much quicker. Shout out to my perfect player. Hung doing perfectly fine for himself. Yeah, I don't know. Big advantage here for JDG. We're talking about bot lane. We've been kind of checking in on items throughout the series, but 4.5 minutes, finish Berserker Grease here for Kalista. Huge spike.
Gets the extra leap distance, gets all that attack speed. It's real nice early for JDG's bot lane. A guy that's been a little bit quiet these last couple games, I'll just say that. I mean, Scouting shouldn't take in the mantle in that second game, but after that last game, not really having that same performance. Pays now set up for success on a very, very carry-oriented pick.
And it's been a while, obviously, with the kind of some of the game lengths that we've been getting on, but we set up so early on that for this matchup between some of these players, especially for our bottom laners here, this felt like we needed or wanted to see Pays really step up and make his name against one of, I think, the growing staples of great AD carries here in the LPL. Light, I think, being such a consistent force in so many games. If FaZe can show that he's able to kind of rock the 2v2 alongside that, you know, walk the walk as well, I think it bodes very well for JDG's year and kind of gives them some glimmer of hope where we've had to change some of our expectations as the season has gone on already.
Consistency is so key to me in that kind of conversation there as well for FaZe. Needing to be consistent for JDG. And speaking of consistency, we're 6 minutes in. That means Grubs is up. That means more fighting. That means more positioning towards this top side. And guess who's here? Tien and Shun.
This could be a window. There's no handshake anymore from Missing. We'll be able to have it in a few seconds here. I thought maybe they were going to be able to look for this, but Shun's just doing a full grub camp here.
Okay, Missing getting a little bit low here. Is burning down. FaZe stacking up the rend, walking around. There's the chains of corruption, though. Shun cannot move, gets the bailout. Is it going to be enough money? The bank said no. Missing is going down low, trying to get away, but gets electrocuted there. A lot of damage down, and Weibo come away with a couple kill response.
Light having so much solo experience. I know I noted it during the dive, but he has level 6 before FaZe does, and FaZe almost finds that kill onto Hung.
Scout with the sidestep. FaZe tries to step up too.
Scout.
My God. It's so low. It's so close. Scout wants to step up and help get another grub. All of Weibo back out of that one. And so in the end, JDG are the ones that claim 2 grubs.
FaZe is just playing this so well, and I feel bad because the rest of his team is kind of falling to the wayside here. Shun in a very tough spot as this Lee Sin already. I mean, yeah, the fact that Light even had the flash, or the ultimate, we're now missing some summoner spells. We're looking at that flash being gone from Light and from Tien. We'll see if that's going to be a big game changer. He hits level 6 right on that wave, and look at how low Hung gets here. Gets out of vision, the shield from the dismount there being the world of difference between FaZe potentially getting a reset and, I mean, the rest of this fight going in their favor. And then the rest of this is just kind of the rest of JDG being able to play, specifically Scout on this rise.
Honestly, I like the look from Light right there. Tried to go with the flash piercing arrow. We're back to live though, and we're fighting because that's all these teams know how to do. And that's how we live in the LPL. Now, Hung maybe wants to get out of that fight. Does end up burning his flash over the wall.
Oh, wait, Hung could actually just be dead here.
Okay.
If Allah really wants it, he can force the issue. Has the ultimate, could be taking out the support and open up a very free dragon for himself. Is instead going to take the recall, probably teleport to the top lane play, and just catch up on this turret. I mean, JDG, they should be looking to contest for this dragon, but seems like Missing wants to take a recall, maybe just out of vision. Yeah, he doesn't have any wards in his inventory, so wants to reset before they look for anything more. Fair.
Still pretty late on the objective stacking in terms of the dragons, especially since nobody has started up and we're only about 2.5 minutes out from the next grub. But that'll be a big fight for both teams. Shun for a little bit of a trade onto Xiao, who thinks the better of it, but still gets a chunk of his own health taken away. JDG potentially moving around this dragon pit to start this one up preemptively.
I do favor Light and Hung in this position, but ultimates, very big ones, key coming up for JDG. Allah already having the slicing Maelstrom. There's a kick here from Shun, and while our supports are missing, that ultimate from Light definitely makes it way easier for JDG to contest through mid and grab this first dragon.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you swing and you miss. That one was definitely one of those. Xiaohu, oh, his Scout tried to predict him. He just doesn't pull the trigger on it. And again, pretty healthy trade from Scout though in that regard. Now you do have that dragon taken, so there'll be another mark on the Epic Monster objective, at least one mark for JDG, and 1:20 for those grubs that we were talking about just a little bit ago.
This was the matchup that Xiaohu opted for. Remember, this is the one where he was looking for. They're going to try to make this dive. Waves gone. The closest person is Shun. Scout.
They go for,
oh, he walked out!
Yeah, he couldn't make it out, and the chains come for his life. He gets one back.
Okay.
He gets one back on a Hung.
And so close there that he's not able to grab, get out of that fight. Probably something we might even see in a replay, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised from our observers here in the LPL as to where exactly some of the small micro, but getting the 1-for-1 is about as good as it's going to get. It's going to at least let Weibo take their recalls, maybe get a little bit more damage. They really want to play for these grubs that are spawning in 30 seconds.
They do, and with the Rod of Ages completed now from Scout, actually a pretty big pickup in that case. And we're gonna look at this.
So Realm Warp.
Did he walk out or did he get stunned?
So he's right on the edge of it. No, he doesn't get
He
stunned. He's on
walked
the
out.
very edge. And also, even if he wasn't, I know that Realm Warp, specifically around the time when we were getting like the Zhonya's Realm Warp tech, if you have your player or your character with the intent of moving out of the circle, it will just treat it as if you do not want to take the Realm Warp. So either way, unfortunate for Scout. Again, he did get the 1v1, and he is still split pushing, has a teleport as well. So with these 2 grubs, as long as JDG are able to acquire 2 more, this might just be first turret going over to the Rise within a couple of waves.
I think the fact of the matter is, though, that Weibo actually have a really good position with the wards around this grub pit. There is the one from JDG that's giving him a good look into the pit.
Well, this turret's almost dead. Yeah, that's the first. Yeah, they're going to get feats of strength.
That's huge. At the same time, too, as it goes down. He'll take the fight. TP coming in. There's the Nature's Grasp getting used as Hung and Tian in the pit going to be taking those grubs. The last one will be left to its lonesome and left to JDG's jaws. And it's 3-3 go the grub count, but that turret is a interesting point to look at as we go early into this.
The turret is literally 1 HP right now, and unfortunately, no one grabbed it. You've got 2 minutes before any of the plates fall. Allah's on the way. Detective Allah, he was doing some split pushing in the last game. He's feeling himself in his Ken and Camille skin. Wants to walk up and right-click that turret.
It's the same champion, right? It's the same champion.
Basically, just has a lot more movement compared to a regular
turret.
He
has a Leandry, which is a little bit different. Oh my god, that Wombo combo, the damage? They have so much. The Dragon Rage kick claims the kill. Xiaohu doesn't exist anymore.
I didn't know you got hands like that, bro. Wow, I'm sure Xiaohu didn't know that there was going to be that much DPS. And this was the matchup that Xiaohu specifically wanted, right? Like, we saw the Rise, we go for the R5 on LeBlanc, and this LeBlanc is, for all intents and purposes, going to be jumping straight into the backline and trying to kill this Kalista. I mean, Rise is almost level 11 here, Lennon.
True.
LeBlanc has not gotten much done in this game. We even saw the early dive. I think that's definitely played a big part in the story of this Game 4. I think we might be going to Game 5. I don't want to curse it quite yet, but Lennon, it's coming.
After last night in the 3, I want as many games as possible before we get into playoffs. Hopefully we'll get that. We'll see if JDG can hold on to this little lead they have at least so far.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit of pressing up into the jungle here by JDG. We did just get item completion by Haze, and Dragon coming up in less than a minute.
Something we're going to have to see from Weibo if they want to chance back into this game and potentially to close out the series for themselves is how are we going to loop Greed into all of this? Because he's playing Maokai, he's typically going to have to drop waves before instead of having to push and then move. So we haven't seen him really interact in many of the fights. It's been really around that second grubs where we got the most amount of action, but this Maokai is going to have to put in a lot of work setting up the rest of the team, and I just don't know if his damage dealers are in the best spot to be able to kind of play off of that.
See if they can make their way down that road a little bit later on. A Scout getting played on the side here. We'll be on vision. Has his turret and Shun right behind him. Missing redeploying up towards this top side as well. Dragon is spawning, but neither jungler are down that way. It's top lane Fight City as we are moving our ADCs up this way. Hung going for that engage. I mean, Shun is right underneath that hostile takeover. There's the Realm Warp coming in. Scout trying to lock them down with the Realm Prison. Can't get the angle.
He gets both flashes, just pure aura farming on these guys in the river. He does not care. They walked up, they're like, oh, we don't actually want to get rooted. There's the empowered, good movement speed here.
Wow.
Phase rush plus the movement speed from the overload.
God.
They're gonna win this. Allah and Shun are here.
Scout going in. Oh, the insta flash. Allah slicing Maelstrom to end their lives. JDG gonna keep trucking forward.
And we haven't talked about it, but this is yet another game where Allah has found a massive lead for himself. 40 CS, great handshake for missing, but you walked into Fog of War instead of underneath your turret. Can Hung find it? No ignite.
Get on that horsey and ride him down. He's got the bailout, but they're gonna get
Oh
He gets the last second flash. He's gonna die, but it's already too late for missing.
Yeah, and another turret here for Allah, so getting closer to level 11 here for our two solo laners. Big power spike incoming here for JDG in the next coming fights as Weibo feel lost in this game. There's no connection, no cohesion. It feels like a lot of the plays are kind of happening around the map, but we're not tying the rest of the team in as Weibo try to make a play for this mid 2v2. And while I will applaud that Xiaohu and Tian are kind of getting active yet again, they don't have the damage and they don't have the means by which to actually take down Scout in this game.
Yeah, I mean, so far, both the classical Xiaohu picks have been swings and misses, as we were talking about earlier. We see the Dragon's fight setup. This is second Dragon for JDG. It's not that big of a deal. Weibo will give it up.
Is this going to be that game? I'm getting the
Yes.
gut feeling in the pit of my stomach is that this is going to be a game where Weibo feel like they do nothing. This is going to be like the do-nothing burger game where Weibo kind of just sit around, they lose a couple fights, and maybe this game honestly just came down to the level 3, or the 3 minutes in, we had 5 people down bot lane, they invest the teleport, they die again. That might just be where the game ends, and you're like, okay, well, the rest of the game kind of plays out X, Y, and Z. But I really think that Weibo can get back in. They just need to play on item spikes. They need to be a little bit more creative in their flanks, and they need to think about who they're actually targeting. I mean, Scout's almost level 13. He just ticked over to 12. He's almost done with not only Seraphs, but almost Rod of Ages as well. I don't think we're ever fighting this guy.
Yeah, and the problem is Allah can just find such easy access with his angles on the Kennen. His Chains of Corruption going to come out, piercing arrow, damage down, pays, one more auto. He is dead. Cleanse from the slow. Light trying to get away from the TP here. He has the rest of his team to come bail him out, and this Varus is starting to do some work. You see Light weaving through these fights as well. Shun going for it, gets the shattering there from Hung as he goes for the crash down. And now Xiaohu with the rest of the damage dealers from Weibo stepping over towards this dragon side of things, but really it's just mid lane prio that they're all contesting over.
You know, I think the reason why we're maybe seeing success here for JDG is that Lee Sin is Shun's AD nib. You know,
True.
He's got the spear on the Q. Sometimes he misses, sometimes it lands, and he gets to be the all-in threat. As we get a replay as to what was going on in mid here.
This is just Light outplaying him.
Let's see it. Okay, we pressed Yomu's. Outplayed. Yeah, he landed ult. You got, oh, whoa, whoa, hey. Double flash and a cleanse, I think. Maybe not worth. Maybe coming up big time for JDGs. Now they've opened up the mid-tier 1. They're able to grab this. I mean, hey, Otacon spawning in a minute and a half. How much of the map they have?
Realm warp.
They're just straight up realming out. Oh,
Howdy.
oh, and they got the teleport from Breathe. Oh, Lennon, it just goes from
This
bad to
dude.
worse here for Weibo as JDG just run them around the map.
But looking at the symptoms here, I mean, this has been an issue for Weibo in this series in particular. Just even looking at the microcosm of these games that we've seen. Sometimes they feel a little bit lost, a little bit not all synced together, and that's not necessarily what I was expecting from this Weibo roster going into today's series.
They've been pretty decisive in a lot of their games, and while sometimes I think they get a little bit lost, maybe with the pace.
Xiaohu's doing LeBlanc things.
Xiaohu is abusing Chemtech Rift things. Jumps across halfway through the map. Gets a bit of a poke down onto Pays, but again, it's getting it more and more difficult. He's looking to get Rage Blade second, so again, 3 and 4 items for JDG is going to be basically completely lights out. At that point, you just log out and get ready for Game 5. You start mentally preparing for those games. I mean, think about it, right? Items are going to be coming in. We're also going to have dragons here. It's going to be another Chemtech Soul, so healing and shielding, something that Renata is going to be able to dip into. The tenacity as well. I think the tenacity buff, if we even get to that point, going to
it's
be
gonna be
really
wild.
difficult for anybody on Weibo to kind of punch on through that.
And I'm just looking at the kind of comp stock, because coming out of the draft, we were a bit interested at how Weibo were kind of bringing their comp to a fold. I think the Maokai does have a lot of impact, but maybe not in a situation like this. How would you best like to see them try to set up these team fights?
They need to find some kind of flank, and maybe it's some of these wards that are sitting in the bottom side jungle that we do see in JDG's red side, but I mean, Hung needs to be able to find and engage. we still, I don't think, have correctly been able to loop breathe in. And even if we do that, while he's even in experience, this is one poor tree, brother. Like, look at 2,500 gold down versus Kennen, 50 CS, and you will have all the utility in the world, but you do still need to have some kind of front line and some kind of amount of damage. We've seen Light now even itemized for an Edge of Night, so trading some of that damage for some shielding.
And I mean, Light is so monumental in these fights for them. Atacon had already been started up by JDG. It's halfway down. Light
Chao's
is
nowhere
being
near.
baited out. Look at Ala. They knew he was there with the wards, and now they try to find the collapse, but the Atacon's already going down, so he just gets GA sent back. Hostile takeover's there. Look at Xiaohu. He's trying to get some damage onto the back line. Nature's Grass coming across, going to stop the Realm Warp there. And
wait a
now
minute.
they're caught. They're in
Turn.
trouble. Nice little knockback. They try to get that Fate's Call, but it's not going to be enough. They get the re-engage here by the Wukong, and now they have damage on the Scout. He's going down. GA's popped, and Weibo find a fight.
Okay, never mind, breathe. Entire game has been redeemed. We've made sure with the ultimate, we somehow tag Scout. We were able to grab Missing, and that'll make sure that they're at least stopping JDG. Maybe
They
Shun
still
has
have
some
the
different
GAs.
plans. Can they make the steal?
He still has the GA. He wants to just fight
And
with
he
his life.
TP'd
Smite
back.
fight. It's taken by Breathe. Of all people in that situation, Breathe is the one that claims it for Weibo. But there's a TP. There's a reset fight by Ala, who comes in, has everything available with his flash. Not the slicing Maelstrom, though, but trying to get damage down onto them. Now Xiaohu locked down very low. Can't hit that Shuriken as Shun going around the corner. Still has this GA for another minute and a half here. And they're pushing already. Tier 2 in mid, Tier 2 in bot, under threat by JDG.
Despite losing the Otacon, I think Weibo are able to get a fair few things out of that fight. Specifically, the double teleport from Ala and Scout are going to be feeling nice, but losing 2 turrets on the back end of that, losing some summoner spells as you try to make that play, not all that perfect here for the side of
TP.
Weibo. Oh, we're getting a flank. I mean, Breathe, the ultimate's quite back up. Maybe they find Scout and Missing.
He's not got a lot to him, but a little bit
my
of utility goes a
God.
long way. They find Missing in the end, who just sacrifices his life, rightfully so.
Man, that movement speed, the phase rush, nothing to play with here for Rise.
Spicy, 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 spicy.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Gonna
Top
catch
of
Scout out.
Scout.
Scout's in trouble. Xiaohu finds the angle. Magnustorm gonna be flashed away from. Scout is out.
It's so tough to kill this Rise. Seraph's completed, has that phase rush, has the completed Rod of Ages. So, Lennon, we're hitting those breakpoints. We talked about it. For JDG, 3 items is really, I think, where they start to kind of take over in fights. And you get to see what happened here in mid lane. Oh, Tin was chunked very low in mid and almost solo kills Ala. The 2 of them barely get away from kind of passing each other in mid lane.
That was so close. My goodness. Little things like that, though. Ala doing a ton of work. Now has that Banshees as well completed. Xiaohu being a menace of his own on the Scout. A very quiet setup for Scout and Xiaohu so far in game number 4. But some of those scaling factors maybe going to come into effect here, at least for Scout. JDG playing with their lives a little bit. Missing takes a chunk of his health just for a little bit of ward clearing. We'll see them move into the topside jungle of Weibo.
I'm going to be looking at where these third items for some of the carries. Also, I will say, Xiaohu is remarkable for this game. Finally gets the Shadow Flame, but looking at Light now, not only as a Light fan myself, but I think keys to the kingdom have to come from this AD carry who, we've talked a lot about it from Paze's perspective, but for someone like Light, it's been a while here on this Weibo roster. I kind of want to see if this guy can kind of kick into that 4th gear and be that clutch player. It's very early on into the season, so maybe that'll be something that develops. But as someone who is so stable, I really want to see him have more of those clutch team fights, especially as we get to see so many different champions from this guy in a fearless setting.
And when we were talking about him earlier, we were talking about kind of he's been working at this for a while, finally getting a little bit of the namesake that he's been working towards. But this guy, if you remember, was on a Snake roster back in the day, right? He was part of that Miracle run on LMG.
Let's get you to
and
bed,
a big part of
Grandpa.
that one. And, yeah,
Let's
no,
go
right?
ahead. We're bringing up Snake here at the end of the game for. All right, guys.
Hey, you talk about my boy Light. There you go. You got the
Okay.
history in there, okay? But
Fair.
we got to see now. We're setting up around this bottom side. There's really, literally nothing to fight for. The Dragon not up for about a minute and a half, but it is JDG just trying to exert dominance on the Rift, and they can. They are 5,000 gold up.
This Paze, I mean, Paze is just so far ahead right now, in my opinion. Yes, he's down 1,000, but you think about what this champion should be able to accomplish in team fights, especially when we're talking about the follow-up that is there. Have the Renata, I think Allah on this Kennen has had such a big impact, not only in the game, but I think the way that these two teams have leveraged their top laners. Breathe has been, I think, playing more of the map, which feels more of that Weibo style, and JDG have really leaned on Allah to get team fights going or be someone to sit in front.
Yeah. I think it's just hard to find those avenues, especially if you're Weibo, with the lack of funds. You need to find a way. As Finball Winter did get completed just now by Breathe. He's on second item finally. Tree's getting a little bit more rich. Big thing though, Yuramana completed for Light. So gonna have a ton of damage behind those piercing arrows.
This has to be the moment where we're able to see kind of Light step up. Maybe, I think you can kind of delay that till level 16, but as this champion, you're kind of moving away from your ultimate. You really want to try to get those Blight stacks. So big ups on him. He'll have the range advantage against any other champion on the map right now, but if he's able to actually connect on to kills, is going to be, I think, the big difference maker if Weibo want a chance in this fourth game.
They definitely want a chance. They want to try to finish this one out with a 3-1 to get themselves into that first seed playoff.
Breathe,
berth.
brother.
Scout in trouble. Can't stop the Realm Warp this time.
Damn.
Scout isn't going to step out.
So many crowd control abilities used by Breathe. Scout's going to say, look, I've brought another minion waves that suspiciously looks like the old one that I teleported away.
He almost just kills him.
Yeah, he's got so much damage on this Rise. Level 16 now, so increased amount of passive damage from the Overload. This, I mean, this is going to have to be a Scout Rise game now from here on out.
And it's good to see. I think in a lot of ways you can put a lot of pressure on Scout and some of the performances we've seen from him. Speaking of Paze, getting a little caught there. Not going to die to Xiaohu, which actually is a big testament to how strong Paze is. But this kind of Scout carry mantra has always been the namesake of this guy, and I would say that, you know, wanting to see that more consistently is a big ask we've had of him.
And even in this series, like if you just take this series agnostic of any other results from the group, this has been a characteristically bad series for Scout, all things considered. When you're talking about the Boreana ult, and I think we have to hold players like this to a higher standard when you talk about the international appearances, the fact that he is a world champion, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's a certain level that comes with that level of play, so maybe they make this play onto Breathe. I mean, yeah, he has ultimate, he can definitely make this turn, and Xiaohu's nowhere near this fight. This is going to be a small window here where JDG can try to leverage jockey for position over mid lane.
As Linda would say, but know that always Scout can carry. We'll see if he can do so here. As now, he is trying to find an angle over on the other side. Chunked, man. Xiaohu's actually doing a decent amount of damage now. He's even getting closer and closer to 3-item spike territory. Baron is up. Nice piercing arrows coming through. JDG, I don't think they necessarily want this poke war, but they want it all in, and that's what they're going to get. Xiaohu's in a lot of turn here. He does end up getting away. Shun looking for the angle onto him, but Breathe going to pop the Nature's Grasp, trying to get everybody to safety. Hong will make it away. Xiaohu makes it away, but Baron is on the table like a silver platter for JDG.
You've got Rise, you've got Kalista. Why not go for this play? Xiaohu's recalling and should be able to TP to the top lane. This could be the fight
deep.
that opens up. We need to see how they're marking Allah. And we didn't talk about this, but there's no
Realm
exhaust.
Hostile takeover. They actually catch him out. They get a ton of damage onto the clone, but it was just the clone. Pays low, but Breathe is lower. Xiaohu looking for the angle on the Paze.
No!
Xiaohu can't find it. Slicing Maelstrom onto 2, and Ala just 1v2s the backline of Weibo. What the hell was that? And can I get some more, please? JDG are running down Weibo, and I hear those sweet, sweet silver scrapes.
We're going to game 5 here. JDG, they wanted to play. They said, look, us going to game 5, that's just going to have to be a normal situation for us here. They really want to get the games under their belt here for the early part of LPL in 2025. Instead of ending the game, they're going to move over to the Baron. That feels like the last nail in the coffin here for Weibo.
Dude, Allah is tired of hearing people talk smack on his name. He's tired of listening to all the haters. Man is pulling up a performance of a lifetime. I mean, that was a heck of a play. I better see that in the top plays of the week for the LPL because that was wild.
Yeah, I like the beginning of this, right? I mean, Xiaohu has been a great proponent of being able to actually deal damage and kind of pick off fights, but look where the damage dealers are. They feel lost. Weibo on two fronts trying to make two different kind of plays happen, get their mid lane to reconnect with the play, and Allah on this Kennen, the very edge of the slicing maelstrom in that blue buff pit, grabs them the kill. Weibo just no longer in position, and now we come back to live. Baron has already been taken. There's a dragon that's spawning in 45, but I want to see JDG take this Baron and push it down onto Weibo, open up this map, and take over the game.
Okay, they've actually catch down onto Tien. He uses the improved plateau, but obliterated in the sky as now Light gets chased down by Shun. The Dragon Rage kick into the back, into the combo, and the hostile takeover has truly taken over this game. Weibo are completely dusted. TP's not available, but they'll walk all the way down that mid lane. And JDG, they might be scrappy. They might not always have it all together, but they'll find a way to push us to 5.
Baron, and I can't believe it. We have our second full best of 5 here, thanks to our Fearless system and the early best of 5 series. I can't believe it, man. Weibo and JDG delivering in the match of the week.
So deserved of the title. We knew it was going to be a fun one. We knew that Group B was going to end with a banger. This is the Group B matchup that we've been waiting for this entire early part of the split, and we get this best of 5 going all the way. That means so many champions off the table. The ADC pool obliterated. The jungle pool obliterated. We're going to have to see some spicy picks come out of that game 5, and I couldn't be more excited. The fact that it's been everybody showing up in different moments for both teams has been so fun to watch.
All I'm hearing is Sejuani Yone.
did get a ban.
Yone. I'm actually, surprisingly enough, I know we were kind of joking earlier about the Skarner being 100% ban presence. I thought Tien's Ivern last year was actually pretty good. I would think that this is a champion that he would want to kind of opt into, especially if that has been, I think, the most popular counter up against Skarner, but I guess pro teams just really don't want to have to deal with the Impale. That's fair.
I guess not. Oh, man. What a game. I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, we are just so giddy that we get to see these kinds of moments, that we get to see these players go up against each other like this. But the fact that we're getting kind of the different show-ups of a bunch of different players, we had so many different focuses going into this one, try to find the right one to hone in on. But, my goodness, has this been one to deliver on. Now, I will say that I think Game 5 is going to be even crazier. I hope we get some crazy picks. I really hope the desk gets to break down a little bit of what they expect with all of these bans in the Fearless Best of 5 being taken away. This is why we do Fearless, and it's going to be super, super awesome. I think they're ready to go, so guys, go ahead and break down that game number 4 and get us into Game 5.
Well, Lennon, I'm going to tell you one thing and one thing only. Weibo Gaming got completely steamrolled by JDG, and it was evident right from the get-go. 5-man committed to the bottom lane dive. Literally, my 2 mid lane experts just said, yeah, just remake. It's a scrim game, right? Like, open. Like, what are you supposed to do to come back after that, Shochi?
I mean, we said remake for a reason. We saw the LeBlanc come down on R5. Me and Bradley, both mid lane enthusiasts, we weren't really big fans of it, and you were able to tell, like, whenever this champion falls behind, playing against a Ryze that just builds tons of HP, it just feels so miserable to play.
Yeah, I have to agree with Shochi here, where we both were kind of scratching our heads at the LeBlanc pick because it didn't really make complete sense. I don't think it wins lane, and you do have the weaker early game jungler. Maybe it is just like a comfort pick, but honestly, the game kind of truly felt like we had to like give hope to Light to carry, and I mean he did his best, 31,000, but it just wasn't enough. So
you know, you are being fairly polite considering the way you phrased the LeBlanc R5 Bradley during the game was way more just like really digging into Xiaohu, and you're like, you know, I respect this guy's legacy, but what are we thinking here? Like, how does this LeBlanc ever get to interact? Obviously, the way that the game opens up, not the ideal opener for Weibo Gaming, but even if the game was on a more even foot, it almost seems like the world was on Light's shoulders, and you could see, you know, I think you called it out, Bradley, like Light just flashing forward for pays because he is literally the only person that has any gold, so it's kind of on him to save the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think though, like there is a chance that because these games have been non-stop brawls, maybe LeBlanc could have value. I mean, but you know, as me and Chochi were saying, not really seeming to be the case. But yeah, I mean, I will say Light, they did have a pretty smart play here. Like I really like this. I really like this because it makes it to where if you'd rather just recall, you don't get the enhanced home guards, so you make it to top faster. And then because of everything that happened level 1, Light getting solo top XP actually hit 6, which has led to like the next play where Light hit 6 on the top play and they actually won. This is a bit unfortunate too. Pretty sure that's not in there, but you know we can chalk it up to a Riot Games moment. Unlucky.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think you guys did some investigation on why this happened or not, but there's like a something cleared up by one of the rioters almost 4 years ago. We have to go back through our notes here, but the Realm Warp tries to predict whether an ally is trying to run out of it or not, and will then teleport allies that are near the edge and move click outside of it. And so I guess unfortunately for Scout in that instance, he clicked outside of it just at the moment, even though he was still like within the warp, you know, the Realm Warp predicting, thinking, oh, he doesn't want to take this warp. Unfortunately, Scout is just trying to dodge CC that's coming his way so that he can actually take the portal out to safety. But you know, thankfully for him and, you know, the company of JDG, that one dive didn't actually affect the outcome of the game. But as we're waiting to see who the MVP vote is going to be, I want to start kind of progressing the conversation to Game 5 and what could be, you know, the most exciting draft that we had all series, because there are literally 40 champions you cannot pick, plus another 10 that are going to be pretty much banned from the game. And congratulations to Scout, MVP performance on the rise.
Deserved. Yeah, good pose as well. We got a lot of good MVP poses in this series.
Always important as a player to have a good MVP pose.
Yeah.
All right. 40 champions gone, guys. This does not leave that many options available, but I wanted to give our two mid laners a chance to be in the coach's seat. If they had the option to say, hey, what if it were up to us? What if it were us determining the fates of, you know, our 5 players? And so Shochi will be drafting from the blue side. We're predicting that since every single time each game has progressed, the other losing team has taken blue side. So Shochi taking the position of Weibo Gaming on blue side, and Bradley taking the position of JDG on red side. Whenever you two gentlemen are ready, begin the draft. And let's see, talk me through what you're thinking about.
I'm ready though. It's not working.
I'm also ready though.
Oh.
Waiting for drafter, who is...
Wait, hold on.
Waiting for red? Yeah, we're in.
We're in.
Okay. I think a lot of premier brawling junglers have been taken off the table, but I will start with a ban of Akali.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think my thing's broken.
Wait,
Is my thing...
also-
Remake the link, remake the link.
Okay, while you
pause.
remake that, let me remind everyone what are the champions gone. I'm gonna rapid fire them. Here
Yeah,
we
go over the Fearless.
Cassante,
Okay.
Nocturne, Oriana, Zaya, Nautilus, Ambessa, Vi, Jace, Kaisa, Rakan, Renekton, Nidalee, Hui, Misfortune, Leona, Jack, Syra, Lucian,
What?
Ziggs, Pyke, Camille, Xin Zhao, Aurora, Caitlyn, Braum, Sion, Pantheon, Victor, Corki, Nico, Kennen, Lee Sin, Ryze, Kalista, Renata, Maokai, Wukong, LeBlanc, Varus, and Rel. That's a lot of champions, guys. That is so many gone from the pool. And just to give you all kind of an understanding of like what picks start to now trickle through. I mean, I think you guys already alluded to things like the something like a Rumble, or
Yeah.
maybe that finally escapes it. Maybe not sure if that is something we're gonna actually see
we're
in
in.
play. Are we
We're
in?
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're in.
Okay, we're fixed. We're fixed. Yeah,
We're
let's get
fixed.
rid of Akali.
We went to the vet. We're fixed. We made it through.
My
Yeah.
name's pretty obvious. Can't
Yeah,
put that
good
in
one. Good one.
No Scorpion. No Scorpion.
I think ADC's looking a little bit weak, so I'll get rid of a good one. That Ezreal. Okay, another fantastic ban from you, young sir.
there. Good at this.
Okay, let's take this off the table because I want a very special champion on as my first pick. Okay,
Bradley, what you
okay.
thinking here? A Freljord champion could be eliminated, but which one?
Yeah, there's a couple good ones. I know you were alluding to it throughout this whole series, Bradley. Do you want me to have the icy
Yeah.
pig?
Oh!
A moment of genius?
Yeah, I got this.
I'll take your gambit. I will be locking in Sejuani.
Okay.
My jungle's been performing, but we'll let him carry in a different way this one. Taking the Azir and the Kindred. Interesting.
Oh, and it's Sun's Kindred too.
That is a very interesting pick here. You know what? I've been saying it this whole day. I really want this Yone champion on my team. I just gotta think, what else can I pick to combat your little Kindred?
Oh, I wouldn't.
And I think, just with how the top pool is shaped up, Gragas is still on the table, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He is, yeah.
And that's a nice way to punt people out of Lamb's Respite.
You catch my drift?
Yeah, I'm catching the casks.
Let's see, now it gets, I mean, with all these Fearless bans, it gets quite strange. It is looking a little bit strong, I will not lie. Your draft is looking somewhat powerful indeed. Those are
What?
three very ferocious champions.
Oh, it's my. Oh, my.
Yeah. Oh,
Come on now.
Bad.
you
Don't
lost
make it
like
too
15
easy on you.
seconds. Okay.
That's fine.
Now, what do you guys need? They're not off the table.
So much off the table. For
Yeah,
bot lane.
truly.
And you already and there's already 3 ADCs gone already, so.
I think I don't want you to have Jinx. I think your composition will be a bit unbeatable. Just a little bit though.
I actually have an idea here. I think you're cooked. Okay.
Is that so? John?
You say John.
John.
I think
I mean, these are two signature ADCs taken away from Light, both Draven and.
I'll just take out the Alistar. Don't want him headbutting me out of the Kindred ult either.
I have an idea of what. Oh my god. I think I have an idea of what Bradley's gonna do.
I think I have my bot lane locked
You
in
know,
here.
you know what I'm gonna, you know what I'm picking?
Yeah, I think it might be a little C9 special from 2024.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? No, okay. I mean, it's interesting. I like the smolder here, but it might be
Oh,
too
I thought
slow.
you were gonna. I thought you were gonna run Melio, but Lulu also works, and it's just an
Oh.
enchanter for your double marksman.
Yeah.
But I guess there's like I mean, Glacial Prison. It would be nice to cleanse, right, with Breath of Life. But everything else other than Cosmic Binding, because you can't cleanse out of Tempered Fate. But I
Yeah.
like Lulu.
I mean, we might see some of these tricks. I feel like Bradley's
I mean, I'm
composition
pretty
is quite
sure-
good.
I mean, I'm pretty sure your bot lane loses, your mid slightly wins, top is whatever, jungle is, I mean, it's probably just whatever, come down to the lanes, right? And then
And we'll see if any of these, we'll see if any of the lane swaps, if we can 5-man dive your bot lane again.
Is there anything now looking at how the draft played out? I'll start with you, Shochi. If you could like have one swapperoo, would you go for any swaps here?
I think I might obtain the Azir because Shun is really good at Kindred, and I feel like Azir is very good against Kindred. So it would kind of dissuade him from picking that comfort pick in this pivotal game 5.
No, but the thing is, I have you cooked even if you take the Azir.
Okay.
Like if you go Azir, then I'm going Kindred Galio.
Oh, true. Galio has yet to be picked, huh?
That's why in my head I went So
Okay.
then no matter if you took Azir or Seds, like I had you. I think-
Okay, hear me out. What if instead of this useless Akali ban, I ban Galio? I'm an LPL level coach. Now what? I mean, we'll see.
I mean, would you just
I mean,
open
you
up
do-
Akali to pick, or?
I mean, you do have like 2 useless bans.
I do have a couple of useless bans. I'm not an LPL level coach. I'll admit it. Not-
Well, I mean, you
yeah.
guys got the chance to experience what it's like being in the coach's seat, you know?
Yeah, having like that timer running down with 40 plus champions off the table to consider. You gotta be a very talented coach to find an optimal draft in Game 5 of Fearless like this.
So what you're saying is I'm a very talented coach.
We'll see. Maybe you beat me this time, but who knows? I believe in
I
Weibo
will
Gaming.
say, for what it's worth, I think your first 3 opener Shochi is pretty cool. Like I like
not bad.
Sejuani pairing
Yeah,
with
they're cool
Yone,
champions.
and then and then Gragas is a great answer into Kindred. I mean, you are running out of a lot of marksmen, but
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever
pool's
seen
getting thin.
Smolder Bard before. I could be.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
I
sure your
mean,
bot lane is cooked. If you-
I mean,
Oh man. Well, that was a lot of fun, y'all, and it looks like we're getting ready for Game 5 now. Hope you've all had a good time, and you can let us know whether you like Shochi or Bradley's draft, and we'll see how close or accurate it goes if Weibo and JDG start pulling inspiration from these 2 mid laners. But without further ado, Mazel and Alk, send us the Game 5, give us the silver scrapes. Let's see the closing of the series.
No, we're gonna
No.
we can't
No.
do it because bad things will happen. Anyways, it's a Game 5. It's something that we haven't gotten as much as maybe I've wanted to in this LPL split, but we got one nonetheless, and it's between 2 of our Titans, JDG and Weibo, for the top of Group B. If you remember, we've talked about it a million times. We're going to talk about it again. First seed is immediately the double elimination of the playoffs, and second seed will be in an elimination match for the first one in the playoffs. We are into it. Weibo on the blue side, going to ban away the Yone and the Kindred. So no draft gapping today from our boys on the desk, but we'll see if maybe we get some other picks from that one. The Skarner also going to join that one.
Hey man, Sejuani,
Goes
you
pretty hard.
know, Sejuani is a champion that we're still kind of waiting to see. This
Sejuani is a champion.
is
Alex,
a
good job.
much tougher game, I think, here. Because remember, if you remember, like Game 2, Game 3, we were flying through draft, and this time around, a
Do
lot
you see
on
how
the
many
line
champions are banned? Like, it's crazy, man.
Yep, part of Fearless. So the Akali ban, something that we also noted, or Shochi had noted. Gonna see what the first pick here. I think either we're looking at some pretty strong jungle blinds, or something that's gonna give you a lot of direction.
Galio.
Tough, but I
It's
mean,
long.
yeah, it's flexible.
First
But what are we pairing it with?
First pick Galio to Game 5. This is why we love Fearless sometimes. If we get the right picks here. We'll see what they want to combo with that one. We're already looking at a big team fight shuffle from Weibo.
Ooh, Poppy, a champion that we haven't actually been able to
Pretty
see
big.
too many of the other games here this series. Taking a look, could have been potentially played in that first game or that second game where we had the Renekton
Could have,
Mid-League
yeah.
Way coming in from JDG, maybe even Game 3, but it's going to make it all the way here in our final game. And a big flex pick, I think, really importantly for Alashun and Missing.
I was going to say, a part of me wants to just be like, this is a missing flex pick right now. They're just going to play with their food a little bit. See if they want to flex that in multiple different positions. Like you said, it is available to them in, as Ezreal is one of the picks that has slunk through the draft because we've got so many AD bans that now we have a lot of long distance damage from JDG.
I'm wondering what 80 carries we can take here because a lot of them obviously already gone.
Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx is definitely still available. We kind of teased it during the the mock draft that we had there. Honestly, I think a light Draven could be a little based, but
a little bit of a knife's edge on that one though. I feel like if you don't get ahead,
Okay.
why not go with the consistent carry? Go with the Jinx.
Sure, buys them time, and 3-item wake up is going to be pretty nice to play around. I think for Weibo, you're already kind of seeing them start to play around this reset comp. They've got some damage.
He's giggling.
He's going to be one of Tien's most played champions in his career. We get the Viego. Now they need some damage. I really do believe that they're going to need... Obviously, we're expecting the support here for Hung on the back end of the draft, but
Yeah.
what is Xiaohu going to play that's going to really enable these two?
Tien's Viego is absolutely ruthless. A part of a reason why he got the MVP in summer. But the guy has said, give it to me. I'm going to put Shun down. We'll see if it becomes so as the Karma is locked in. So that double ranged poke coming through from the bot lane potentially.
Okay, so yeah, we get to see the Poppy move over into one of these other lanes. Back into this draft, though, thinking about engage supports, obviously Alistar is up and available. I wonder if this is going to be another range support. We were seeing some of the enchanters start to get picked up here, but I mean, Hung on engage has been, I think, so important, and I think an enchanter's not really going to have that same kind of go button. I think the Lulu is a expert ban there, especially for stopping someone like a Poppy.
Aw, dang it. We didn't get the Sejuani. It got banned again. It's
Yeah.
so hilarious to me that you know things are getting to the bottom of the barrel when you start banning away enchanter supports in the LPL. But here we are anyways, and we'll see if they continue that fact with the final ban of JDG's phase in their final game, at least in this group stage that we have going here. And I could see, okay, the Blitzcrank ban towards Hug. You
That's
were
what I
talking
was
about
going to
this
say,
earlier.
man. I was like, either we're going to get a Hung Blitzcrank, which honestly may do a lot more harm for Weibo than there's too many compilations,
So
man. This
real
guy
for
at
that.
Worlds on Blitzcrank and Thresh were,
Yeah.
he was doing some things for his team that we won't speak of, but yeah, the back end of this draft, now I'm thinking about like what Hung has access to. Again, Tom Kench is something that maybe comes to mind, but you're giving up a lot of the lane versus Ezreal Karma already. Maybe you try to play another enchanter, maybe something like a Seraphine.
True, actually. The Seraphine would be really interesting. I do like the J4 ban, though. Big focus on Shun in this second phase by Weibo, trying to take away some of the comfort picks from him. But the Lilia is the lock-in here, and that's an interesting one just because of the utility it brings. And, hey, he's excited about it.
I'm taking a look at, you know, in a Fearless tool, what other AD mids are really kind of viable.
That's
We
tough.
have seen AP junglers get matched up with AP solo laners, so wouldn't be too surprised. Honestly, the Zac could be a cook here. I don't want to get too baited into a hover. Man, they just immediately swap it into the Elise.
Let's go. They're
I don't
cooking
know
it.
if I like this pairing, though, Ledin. This pairing kind of, like, yes, you'll have kill threat onto Ezreal Karma, but I think Karma has too many shielding early on, and if they take Ignite in this lane, things can get very wacky very quickly. This should have just been the Draven game if you were kind of planning for that
It
for the
could be
Elise.
true. But if you can get that early movement from Tien on the Viego and get any kind of pressure down there, I mean, you can do dirty things with an Elise Viego combo
Yeah,
and get
I
those
guess.
resets very quickly. Now they're also going to go with the Talia, so a lot of mobility out of that mid lane for Xiaohu and something that he knows very well.
What else is available in mid? Honestly, one of the few games
Syndra's
you actually
fine.
been able to pick up Vladimir. I'm surprised he was a champion that we saw from
no.
Scout. AD champion here for Scout. It's not quite Yone. The Mbessa and Jace are already gone. So we're getting a Tristana here.
Prove me
I
wrong,
don't-
Scout. Prove me wrong. I will be late. I'll rip my shirt off. Nobody wants to
You
see that,
promising
but
that?
I'm like, Like,
You putting the shirt on the
please
line?
make me a believer, because I do not believe in the Tristana pick here against this composition with all the things that can lock her down and keep her down. I think Weibo have come out with a better draft.
It's so tough. They have a lot of resets. I think that this
do.
Weibo comp is going to be very slow, surprisingly, right? You're wanting to find that first reset, whether it's with Jinx or with this Viego. But the moment that they stop moving, the moment that they don't have some kind of gold lead in the first 15 minutes,
Yeah.
I think you find yourself in a bit of a worry where Elise, the value of this champion starts to fall off a cliff. You're running into a Lilia and eventually the Tristana, who's picking up
Yeah.
items, is going to be able to deal a lot more upfront damage. Ezreal Karma's going to be very abusive in the laning phase. I think this is a tough road for Weibo, even if maybe you're not the most individually trustworthy of Scouts Tristana on this one.
True, but hey, it's a tough road that one of these teams has to track down and trek down. As we're in a game 5, Silver Scrape's already come and gone, even though it's copyrighted. We have Beijing in an uproar here for JDG with the comeback on the line, with a game 5 on the line for both these teams, and our last look at both of them before the playoff stage. First seed on the line, game 5 between Weibo and JDG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Maybe some of the Weibo fans, you need to be cooking a little bit more. they lost faith after that 4th game. Who knows? But gonna be
5
looking
games
for
of level 1s, by the way.
Oh my god! Blind. He had all of the vision, and we missed out on the cocoon. We said we wanted to see big steps from Pays, and I think this series has delivered regardless of the results. Pays has done such a fantastic job so far, and I think if you can close it out with one final game on the Ezreal and Karma, starting to solidify some of those strong feelings we had for Pays coming in from Gen G.
Would love to see it. Again, another mark in the legacy of ADCs with JDG. Trying to do it against somebody who's been working at making his name known in the LPL for a long while in Light. Now a holdover, stay over at least on Weibo. See if they can come to bear in this final game. Now we're still looking at the level 1 finickiness as Xiaohu gets pushed on by Ala. We have a 2v2 in the mid lane.
Okay. They're getting gold and experience onto our 280 carries. I think more important for Light and Hung to be able to avoid this bot lane matchup. Maybe on level 3, there's something you can try to do with having access to all of the extra spells
Nice
from
combo.
someone like the Elise. I mean, yeah, but look at how much damage Allah's taking in on the back end of this. Yes, he'll be able to recall, but look at where the timer is right now. They're going to be crushing this wave. Lily is
Level
already
2.
done with these Krugs.
Oh, but
Oh.
he just got it. He just got it up at the last second there. Wasn't able to get the taunt leveled up just in time.
But this is solo gold now, and we're doing a similar thing that we saw in the last couple games where from Weibo, their bottom side, while they're pulling this freeze, or they're pulling the wave in top lane, they're not necessarily trying to push it in into their turret. JDG, they wanted to make sure that they're getting turret and structure damage and moving into mid.
Okay, well, we actually see a little re-engage there. Breeze flashed it over the wall. Shun
Okay.
going for the slam. And hey, you'll watch out for that one. Yeep. I got him, ladies and gentlemen. We
It's
got him.
5 a.m. Ah, okay, whatever. Egg on me. I deserve that one. Good one, Lennon. We didn't get to talk too much about the jungles. I thought this was going to be a vertical jungle situation, and it seems like that is going to be the case as Tian gets access to all of the top side camps. Well, in the meanwhile, Shun, after taking all of these bot side camps on Weibo's side, has moved back into his blue side jungle. He's going to be finishing up his rotation here, and now we're going to be seeing what more can JDG get from this? Because while we're seeing Pays and them kind of get some more damage, he'll be able to maybe hit his items just that much sooner. I'm looking towards Light. 3 items on Jinx is the magic number for whether or not Weibo, and if they're going to be able to contest in this game 5.
The toughest question to ask. We're finally getting to a situation where we get more pressure on top side. Already a plate going down here over the side of Weibo. Tian is up, Hung is up. We are just looking at fighting as much as possible. And honestly, with Viega, you want to try to get ahead. Didn't hit the stun there. Be in a little bit of trouble. Xiaohu, he's the one that's in trouble, loses about half his health. Fight's still happening in the top side. Tian goes in for another CC stun. And finally, I think things are calming down now, Alec.
And while all this is happening, think about what they missed during that. I mean, Shun gets to steal another Raptor camp here. Xiaohu is under so much pressure, and I think the worst part about this for Tian is he's half HP. He's going to be walking into his Raptors, or trying to steal these Raptors. If Tian doesn't get these, Shun is in a massive advantage from this position.
Shun playing pretty nicely on the Lilia so far. Obviously not a pick he's very well known for, but something that everybody has in their wheelhouse from that time when Lilia literally just ran the jungle all the time. As we do get set up for another objective, or at least an objective. We have Dragon spawning in about 5 seconds. Both junglers not necessarily pathing down this way. We will see Scout pounced on in mid lane.
My God,
he doesn't
Hog.
get the jump off, and there's those spider fangs.
Wow, the stun right into the flick there is able to grab Weibo, their first kill of the game. And finally, something that feels like it's going right here in the early game. I mean, that first cocoon, we were like, oh, is that actually going to be tail of the tape here for the series? Is the Elise going to be so cursed for Weibo? And thankfully they're able to make a play in mid, find some reprieve for Xiao, who has been under a lot of scrutiny and I think a lot of pressure from JDG in these 5 games. There's been so many members visiting the mid lane so early on.
I mean, we've seen a couple of his big classic picks just kind of fall to the wayside now, able to find a little bit of something. But I also have to go back and say this is literally a microcosm of the reason I didn't want to see the Tristana, because they have so many ways to play against that rocket jump that you really have no hope in that case. We'll see if that remains the way it goes. But Xiaohu kind of holding off 2 members up here of JDG as there's a fight brewing towards mid lane.
Hey, come on, Lennon. We're both AD carry players. We should know that Rocket Jump is one of the most OP basic abilities in the game. You can buffer like almost
Except
every
when
piece of CC
Talia
in the game.
exists. Except
I
when
guess.
Talia exists.
Yeah, but even Talia, right? Like that. This is one of the more popular matchups that we saw specifically from some of our marksman players here in the LPL and across the world. Was Tristana has that ability inside lane. Once lanes get longer, she can be a real big threat as
TP, Weaver's wall. Shun is the only one that makes it across. Look at the reset. He gets
Oh,
him.
Scout!
Takes down Tien. He will join him in the dirt, but it's still the jungler gone from Weibo.
Oh my God! Wait, maybe we're gonna continue to play for
Dude,
this.
they
Remember,
got
if
it.
there's,
Okay.
if they were able to get a single reset, that could have been like going crazy in a fight, close to having level 6 as well. Ala trying to find Xiaohu though.
The wall
Does he
bang,
get the
it
stun?
actually doesn't connect with that one. Swirl Seed goes a little bit wide. Xiaohu gonna flash.
Uh-oh,
There's that
okay,
heroic
okay.
entrance coming in. Now Ala trying to get his way out, but hits those jaws. And there you go. A kill goes over to Breed.
And that is going to be feats of strength somehow going over to Weibo. I don't know, JDG, we just
That's
cannot
crazy.
be going that deep. We know Scout is no longer part of the play, so yeah, I don't know. I think this is getting the wacky and fun parts of Game 5 Fearless here. Players kind of feeling some of the pressure, I think, but I don't know, man. We're kind of overextending after early grubs. You should have just been looking for resets here, and instead now put themselves as JDG in a small gold deficit. Now they need to make this play on the Scout.
Ooh, hey, he gets out of that one, but unfortunately, I think there was more trouble coming. He actually sidestepped the sun, and
he gets another
cocoon!
jump!
Oh my God, what just happened? Weibo's buttons just not working out for them. Here comes the Mega Death Rocket. Is it enough? Has he watched Arcane? He has, and he knows the ending.
How many more members are they going to send for
Oh
this
my
play,
God!
though?
How many more side steps does he need to do to prove himself? Scout
No!
is ready
Tien,
to
no!
get Tien. Okay, so close. Oh my God! Hung is just gonna sacrifice his
Okay.
life, and that chaos is over.
Now, okay, that time, Hung did not know if there were more members from JDG, so again, another respectful power death there. Just wants to get back into base.
Power death, is that
much
what we're
quick-
calling it?
Good death. That's a good one from in my books.
No, I like
honestly,
the
coming
power
off of
death.
Hunger.
I want
Yeah.
to make that more known.
Yeah,
They're called
but
power deaths.
I was so afraid there from Kid. He pressed W, shortchanged the hop, and I was like, is he really gonna die to turret? Please don't do this to my goat.
It was real close, like half a second longer, and he's
Yep.
dead.
We get a replay of this, and big things that
Scout
they were
sidestepping
losing out.
like crazy.
I mean, it's great for Scout, but think about what JDG are losing out on the rest of the map. They're not really actually pressing on any other part of the map. Maybe getting a little bit of chip damage on that mid-tier one, but aside from that, I think it's just opening and buying time for someone like Xiaohu on this Talia to hopefully get a small advantage in his lane and then look to move into side lanes or move out of side lanes, especially with Talia passive and this ultimate, which are coming up in a few seconds here for this Dragon.
This is still Dragon number 1, and started up by JDG. There's another grub spawn in 1 minute and 15 seconds. JDG just trying to stack up some objectives for themselves. Looks like they will be left to their own devices here and be able to take this one. Oh, Mega Death Rocket, baby.
No way, no way, no way,
No way! We're in 2025 and it's still happening. Lights it up.
Oh god, that is such a heartbreaker. I don't think it changes all that much in this game. We're seeing pings come out. Weibo, they do want to play for these next set of grubs. And Allah's getting a lot of his HP chunked out, but most likely he's just going to be forcing out the teleport from this Poppy. Wonder if Weibo are just going to be looking to fish for some summoner spells and just back off from this objective, as I mean, you have completed Yuntal Wild Arrows here for light. Pretty big spike,
That's
in my
crazy.
opinion, coming in.
That's pretty huge earlier on as well. With, what it does for the Jinx. Those first items going to be super important, but also these grubs that are spawning, positioning around those resets coming out from JDG to try to potentially get back up here. They don't want to give that one up necessarily. Weibo are trying to make a play.
Fog of War, great toggle from our observers here. It's so tough for JDG. We wanted to see more from this bottom lane pair, but I mean, they didn't get much damage onto the turret when you think of how healthy these outer structures are. And they've been moving so much across the map, I don't think we've really been able to see them actually leverage some of this laning strength. Part of the reason why lane swaps are becoming more and more popular and so strong here. So next set of grubs here. As long as JDG steal one, it's not going to be a feat of strength going over, and it doesn't seem like Weibo are fully committed to this idea.
Scout going in on the Breathe. About half health for him, though. I will say Pace is doing a ton of damage already. Hasn't even finished his first item. That Sheen combo doing work. As we go back to the Dragon set, we just had to see this one, don't we?
Okay, so they were kind of
The
afraid.
vision.
There's
The
random
vision.
volatile spiderling. It's blind, man. That's crazy. 400 HP. I mean, Shun just didn't have smite in that moment. If he had smite, maybe
Solo
Game
queue
Changer
moment.
was not expecting it. And small things. Again, it's a thing that I don't think changes the game all that much, but it definitely builds in your mind from having to play a full best of 5 here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, these are definitely mentally taxing, especially with how back and forth intense a lot of the games were. I mean, game 2 has been what was like the most one-sided game we've had so far, but this last game was very back and forth. Breathe maybe overstaying his welcome down here. He was waiting for Scout to all in him, but Scout just waited until Shun was here. Todd's gonna go wide, so now Breathe gonna go for some alcove gaming, and I don't think he's gonna make it out very likely, as Shun just gonna buy time and give Scout this kill. Scout will get his second kill of the game.
And this was
Mega
the
Death Rocket?
strength of
Oh.
the Tristana that I was kind of question mark pinging for what Weibo were going to be able to actually get done. There's been so much focus from Weibo on this top side. They're really avoiding Xiaohu versus Scout here. But when you put Breathe in this position, he's going to fall further and further behind. And I mean, you're just letting Scout farm up turret plates. It's going to be this Tristana. We're getting a split lane here. There's no minion wave, however, for Scout. And same cannot be said for Weibo. They have even more members on this side of the map. I think this is just going to be first turret going over to Weibo.
Yeah, they have the continuous pressure up there. Xiaohu, actually the only one left up here. Now he's just getting engaged on. His entire team left him to go to red buff, and now he's just being run down by Allah.
Force is
Was
coming
it
up.
worth it?
I don't really know to tell you. That was not in the script, unfortunately. Getting both teleports going down towards the bottom side of the map, so maybe not moving towards early objectives for the Epic Monsters. See some pings coming out, just some early skirmishing. They want to see if they can get some summoner spells, I think, from Shun early on, as we don't really have too many objectives to play for. 50 seconds before the Dragon. I think maybe JDG are willing to give up this Dragon just to try to grab that first turret. Or, you know, we do have the Herald spawning in 2 minutes, and neither of these teams with a large amount of grubs in their back pocket do, I think, kind of just want to take down a turret. That mid-tier one for JDG is looking so nice.
True. I mean, any of that standing gold, but also the feats of strength marking would be huge. Would be Weibo's feats of strength if they were able to get it. But, now trying to push this bottom side, they do actually get the wave clear going for them. There's a dragon in about 10 seconds. We see the dragons haven't been the biggest priority in this game, honestly, in this series. Hayes was being looked at in mid lane by Weibo. Hung trying to hit the combo. Pace just sidesteps him there. That was beautiful.
One more Q lands there, and maybe I think he just goes for the all-in. That's going to be the first turret going down for JDG, canceling the recall of Hung as well as this dragon spawning. Look at how much deep vision is placed here by missing in the entirety of the JDG squad. They have control of mid. They know that they just pushed in on that bottom wave. They're going to swap over as Allah finds his pick onto Xiaohu.
Actually got the wall bang there too, so stops him in his tracks, doesn't get hit as well in the back end, so actually better health trade for Allah. As Dragon, don't you do it. Don't you, he doesn't have smite. He doesn't have smite again.
No!
Freaking
Okay.
way.
Your coach Wash. Look at his face in the player cast.
Get me out, bro.
Oh. First it was the Jinx
God.
ultimate, which honestly, look, there was an entire season of professional League of Legends where Jinx just stole every Baron and stole every Dragon, and that just happened. Galio wins the war when he's going tank. We're gonna need an investigation on your
That's
bro.
a new level, man. That's
10-10's not
real
happy.
bad.
10-10's not happy as a fan.
But like,
for
I mean, that's literally solo QS stuff. Like, oh, we're starting objective without Juggler having smite. That's 2 times.
I think he had it. He just wasn't expecting.
No,
for it
he
to
didn't
take
have
right?
it. No, he
Oh,
didn't have it. It was literally
wow.
coming up. It
Ah!
literally came up as he died, and now Spider is dead on my screen, so maybe it's a little bit better.
Okay. 2 dragons stacking, I think, for Weibo, though, is such a big boon. When you have this Ezreal and Karma, we wanted to see them play around this bottom side, really make sure that they're contesting whatever objective they're on the same side of. I mean, Breathe goes forward, but guess what? He's playing Galio. But now you're playing Jinx with 2 dragons to stack. JDG feel little lost here.
A little bit. They're scrambling. They lost their cleanse and flash from Paze.
No smite from Tien here.
Paze trying to get away, is going to get hit, but is able to arcane shift away. The Rift Herald goes the way of I breathe again. I don't know how this man keeps getting objectives. Hung got out a little bit. He's level 5.
Dude, he's been level 5 for like 4 minutes now.
He's literally dead again. Okay, he's going to try to repel. Maybe this is a bait. He's a bait? It's a bait? The rest of his
more
team
auto
being there
attack from
saves his
Tristana.
life.
That would have been an insane amount of damage. Definitely, probably, maybe even going down. Already invested the flash, no longer have flash cocoon as well. Allah was pushing in this bottom side while all of this was happening, so despite the objective going over, that is a really low HP tier 2 in the bottom lane that is ready to fall if Tristana gets access to a side lane again. So we're looking at this from JDG. This game is close. They do have I think a sizable and a gold lead. We need to see them now snowball this into something greater. Whether that's the next dragon, whether it's an Otacon fight in 2 minutes, I need to see what JDG are going to do to advance the state of the game. As Shun, the smite literally comes up at the very last second. 32
It's not
HP.
up yet. It's not. It just came up.
Yeah,
just then
it
at
was
the end of the clip.
I mean, this is unfortunately what happens when you're playing Spider form. You jump in, it lands on directly the center of the blast cone. And he just goes straight back up, comes back down, and it's a kill going over to JDG, but nothing really happens during that play, so I don't want to say a good death, but one that doesn't, I think, propel the game out of bounds.
Yeah, that's it's hey, at least it's a contested game 5. to some extent. But I do love to see that we do have a little bit of a back and forth nature to this one, even if it is a couple of punts in that direction. But it's still been really nice to see both these teams kind of going at it again. This is the last time we're going to see these teams before the playoffs here.
Yeah.
A lot on the line with this last game, but still a breath of fresh air to see both teams scrapping it out.
And we're going to kind of tap back in on some items. I think big one for me is the fact that Xiaohu is very close to 2. They make this play to mid. Light!
They try to get Light. They got the heroic entrance in. Allah's almost dead. Gets
Buster
locked down.
shot.
Dead. Now reset for Tien. He goes for the wall bang. He's played Poppy before as he tries to get Scout. Scout is able to make it out with his flash. Weibo strike, but aren't able to get much lasting damage. Maybe with Xiaohu, they can make the difference as Shun has to flash himself. Flash is burned everywhere across on both sides.
Breathe almost broke this game open with a single taunt.
Oh,
Maybe
Shun.
makes it here.
He's dead. He gets the taunt. He gets the seismic shove as now it's going forward. Shun trying to put everybody to sleep. Is able to get a couple, but he's already dead after it. True Shot Barrage goes wide.
They get the Herald down in mid. This is such a great entrance fight, and honestly, the fact that Light lives throughout that play, such minor execution, turns into a mid-tier 1 where I think JDG were obviously looking to try to take this turret already. I want to check that replay because honestly, that stun not landing onto Light, maybe it was just a flash cleanse coming out from him. There's so many small things during that fight that I think just changed the temperament of this game. We were looking into a position where JDG, they grab that, they can move that into the Dragon, but now you have Otacon up, you have Weibo resetting back out onto the map, and 2 item Jinx, Infinity Edge and Yuntal Wild Arrows. Let's see what happens here. Allah lands it. Oh my!
Wow.
Oh, doesn't clip the turret. This was the one play
so
where
unfortunate.
that Buster shot from Scout maybe changes the game because it doesn't allow for Breed to find a flash taunt into the backline, but I think the damage is already done. Weibo here, they picked the scaling composition. We had some eyes as to what this Leo was going to be able to do, but it feels like Light is kind of cashing in on that carry performance that we wanted to see.
Yeah, he is. We had a test of Light versus Pays. So far, Light is coming up paid, as now JDG will go ahead and take the trade of the Atacon, which, you know, we'll see if they can utilize it very strongly. It is a pretty big buff. Bot lane, there is a play. They're on to Allah. He tries to hit him away, but he can't do it. Now he's just dead. He gets the GA reset.
So how much are Weibo going to be able to grab for this? They put themselves on soul point, so saying in 4.5 minutes time, JDG, you have to have either won a fight right before or meet us at the pit and look to try to skirmish us there. It'll be a bot lane tier 1, but JDG try to play the map. I want to see what they can accomplish in 2 minutes with this Otacon revive.
I do really like that side lane taking. That's a ton of gold. They're now 1,000 gold in the lead. Able to get that tier 2 in the side lane from Scout. So the side lane pushing is what is the biggest factor in this game, it feels like right now, until we get those big 5-on-5s for game deciding objectives. But the reset's just going to come out from JDG.
Xiaohu's also finished 2 items. Very difficult to kill, especially now with the Seraphs in his back pocket. Tough game right now. With Otacon spawning, and I think the fact that they moved back the timer for Baron, Weibo are like, well, or JDG are saying, we really would have liked to actually have started Baron with our double marksman composition, and with Otacon looking to turn. You've got a minute left. I don't know if Weibo are going to opt into a fight. We actually saw them in one of the games earlier play on basically pixel perfect timing to make sure that we're fighting on it, and that worked out well for the enemy team, and I don't know if JDG are going to really be able to leverage this into a real advantage.
Let's see if they can actually get the angle. Oh, they got the angle out of missing. He is sent bye-bye. Goes back with the reset. He's stepping forward. Still has his Atacon GA. They're up for about 45 more seconds. We still have it on Scout and Shun. They want to find the angle. Oh, if they just pick Hung here, that's so worth it.
Oh,
the
Scout
explosive
jump.
charge, not
Savage.
enough. They didn't get him. They're looking at mid lane now.
JDG have been trying to make so many attempts onto this mid lane wave, but the wave clear between Xiaohu and Light just not enough. And I mean, JDG, what else are they getting on the map? We need to be seeing Scout pushing far. They need to be playing in the enemy jungle. And JDG feel a little afraid. And I mean, even if you do make the play on the side lane, Breathe can very easily match, so they can move whichever different members. That's a Poppy ult being used.
Yeah,
Maybe just
that's
to push out the
actually
minions,
massive.
but they don't find much.
Another tier 2 in the eyes of Scout. Mega Death Rocket went across there as well. Weaker's Wall also used. It's a lot of ultimates from Weibo, but honestly, there's only one that's super important in these situations, and that's Heartbreaker to get the resets for Tien. JDG picking apart the map. Still a steady gold lead, but nothing to write home about so far. It's a dead even game.
Oh man, so close. Baron in a minute. That Dragon up in 2. You see what this Poppy ult. Yeah, I don't think that was ever aiming towards the Jinx. It was just try to get the minion wave, you know, manipulate it so that maybe they get some alone time on the turret, but not quite enough here. And I'm just looking at that 2-minute timer now. Minute 40 here for a soul here. Another Chemtech soul, please, Riot. I want to see something else, man. Either way.
Getting a little unlucky with that tonight, but hey, we're getting close to 3 items.
Shielding feels great for this team. You have a Karma
True.
on the enemy team that you want to try to take this away from. And the tenacity, I think, is such a big boon for Weibo.
I'm waiting on those 3 item spikes, though, for majority members to really feel impactful. The fact that Tien has bypassed the boots until potentially 3rd item here just shows a little bit of the desperation for some item completions that Weibo has with this comp. A lot of pressure on mid lane. Pays and Scout pushing into the turret, trying to take this outer one. Hung is in trouble. He's a little bit low, but Tien is there to back him up. Hung is a little bit of a weak link right now. He's level 8 compared to everybody else in the game. Missing just 1 above him here, but has the Karma very much in a safer position than the elites.
Thankfully, Hung was about as useful as he was on level 3 as he is about here at level 8. You still have the Cocoon that is up and available. Scout's going to pick up this bottom lane wave, and depending on how far he can push this, he could turn into multiple turrets here, as again, that bottom tier 2 is very low and in favor of JDG if they can grab it. Dragon spawning, though, 20 seconds, and Weibo are first ones into the river. All the vision in their advantage.
Trying to look for an angle there. Both
Let's
Weibo,
go Pays, man.
We're looking for it. Pays is just darting through a lot of these skill shots. It's been impressive to watch. Lilting Lullaby, it hit from the swirl scene. They're going for the wall bang. They get the heroic entrance used. That's a big ultimate down from Weibo. True shot barrage across on a Hung. He's almost dead. He does make it out alive, but he'll have to reset, and that's right when this dragon spawns, so JDG will stop the soul take of Weibo.
I want to see this mid 2v2 give up on this mid wave. It literally doesn't matter. You know that they are trying to pretend like they're going to be able to flex for this Baron. Weibo now stuck in a very unenvious position. As they lose out on their instant win condition, it'll still be available. Every 5 minutes will be a timer for them to pick up a soul, but that much damage onto Hung. We had some questions as to what this Elise was going to be able to do. We didn't see too much of it in the laning phase. And now here, as we get later into the game, you're just gonna be as squishy as ever. Pace trying to get some damage onto Light could be a deciding factor. This Ezreal feels like honing in on that backline.
Not only that, but Scout's on 3 items now on the Tristana. He will be melting your face off. We'll have to see if he can find his way around these fights. It feels like the sustained damage is much more there for JDG, whereas Weibo are looking for those big picks, looking for those burst pieces, as that's a big essence flux with that true shot barrage trying to get Light down.
Light's just looking for his reset anyway. Well, maybe he's trying to be a little fishy here. Maybe trying to dodge out on something, I don't know. We're looking at that 3rd item. He wants to get the what looks to be a Runon's Hurricane 3rd here, and that was the itemization that we wanted to see from Weibo, and specifically from Light. Get your 3 items on Jinx, come into a team fight, and just get ready to carry. Find your reset, whether it's off of yourself, maybe with your this Viego. It's still an open game. I know that the gold lead is slightly in favor of JDG, but you have to be thinking, anytime you lose a fight as Weibo, that's either your entire base gone with double marksman or the Baron.
Yeah. And it'll go down so fast, you'll blink and you miss it. all this pressure, all this mounting into a moment. I mean, we've talked so much about so many different players because this series has been all over the place, but only one name can make the biggest difference in the biggest moment. When you're fighting for the first seed, when you're fighting for double elim in the playoffs, this is where moments are made, and this is the starting of the pressure here as we do see Breed
They're starting Baron.
locked down. Baron going down slowly but surely. Now a little bit quicker as Breathe is already knocked off the table. That's going to be JDG moving in. Weibo are slow at this. The poke is really good from JDG. They actually are fighting this. Tien is in the pit. He gets the Baron. He's going to go down though.
He's down.
Looking for the resets himself. The wallbang. He gets cleansed. Light is in trouble. JDG. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him and it's hitting him. Light's trying to fight back, but Light has found an unstoppable wall in Allah's Poppy. And
Pays!
the
Pays!
one we wanted to step up. He takes 2 before his life is forfeit. JDG are looking for the finish.
They give up the Baron, and they even canceled Breathe's TP on that play. How much more can JDG get? There's 3 grubs in their back pocket, and they don't have a ton of minions. They're probably going to be opening up the inhibitor line. Such a tough fight here as JDG finally come out on top, finally blow open the lead in their favor.
40%. Holy cow.
Pays on this Ezreal, kind of showing up as the big carry for this team, even all the way back in Demacia Cup where this team didn't make it out of groups. I think Pays was one of the most consistent members, and we're seeing that continue to grow. All of those matches he played in 2023 and 2024 have prepped him to now play at his best here in the LPL. As we get into this fight, no teleport coming in as Breathe is down. Ala gets in, but even with Tien's getting the Baron, I just want to see where our marksmen are in this. Light is eventually going to be able to get taken down here, but our 2v2 bottom lane with Missing and Pays, the freedom he plays with his Ezreal is incredible, and the fact that he's able to force summoner spells out from Weibo is so important.
This guy is still growing, and he's already showing up here. And there was a lot of questions wondering, you know, what's going to happen in the place of Ruler? What's going to happen when this guy didn't really show up in that Demacia Cup series or even in the first series here from JDG? But the fact that he's been coming into his own, and especially against Light, who has been working at this for so long, it feels so good to be paid off. Now JDG, they're in some trouble now though, because they're about to lose Ala for nothing, and this is right in front of the dragon spawning. That's soul for Weibo if they let it go.
30 seconds, and it'll be 17 when it spawns that Ala will have to wait before he's back up and available. Can JDG make magic happen? Even if they lose the dragon immediately with the smite and whatnot, I think there's still an ability for them to turn, but Xiaohu now right into the face of
He
Scout.
just jumped straight on him. Heroic entrance has come through, but Scout is still pumping damage. Buster shot to get him away. Xiaohu's
fights
dead.
it!
Reset is there. Look at Shug. He got the
sleep.
swirl seed, and he got 2 down. They slowed them down. Hung is getting low now. JDG, they're prowling. They want the re-engage. Tien wants the resets. Tien wants Scout.
There's
Scout's
the reset.
down.
Oh my God,
Weibo's
Light.
doing it. Light is sitting Pays down and saying it's not your time.
It's Father Light stepping up when everybody on Weibo needed it. Breathe thought he was getting caught on the side lane. Xiaohu offers his life in trade for a Chemtech soul. And we're going deeper here in game number 5, last game of Group B here. Weibo, they don't want to go out without a swing. In JDG, they're putting everything on the table to make this happen. This play comes through, and it's a great denial. I think the amount of time that this buys for Weibo is really important, as, I mean, this sweep coming in. The swirl seed is nice, but who else is there, right? If everybody else is there, maybe, but I think Shun getting a few too many tips from our boy Speak Up in the LTA. No one was there to be able to answer, and it turns into those fights where we get the resets for this Jinx.
Oh man, I love this series so much. Maybe the best series we've had in LPL in Split 1 so far, but this is a banger indeed. We're on 4 items for Light, now on the Jinx. We're going to be close to 4 items for Pays. It's not over, but there has been some serious damage done to Weibo's base.
Lennon, it doesn't get any easier from this point either, right? Like, yes, Light now has a Bloodthirster, so he's just that much harder to kill. And looking at FaZe, almost finished with 4 items here. Did pick up the Spear of Shojin. I wonder what this 4th item is going to be. Maybe it's the Sorelda's for him to be able to punch through Breathe, because he is a very, very tanky Galio at this moment. So, going to be looking for how JDG are going to be able to attempt to close out this game, because we haven't talked about it too much, but Scout 4-item Tristana here.
Yeah,
Level 17.
I mean, that's massive. Able to get the turret down here as well. It's a lot of standing gold given over. Another one bites the dust. A reset comes through from JDG. True Shot Barrage takes half of Hung's health, and that's not even with 4th item completed from FaZe just yet. We're going to get a big reset. Baron on the table in 40 seconds. What do we want to see from both these teams?
Okay, I'm tracking summoner spells here. No flash on Shun, no flash on Scout. Everybody, aside from maybe Tien and Hung, don't have those summoner spells. Those are going to be key ultimates, especially for someone like JDG. You want to be seeing Shun flash in, find multiple members with the Lilting Lullaby. And Scout without his flash, he does have a makeup one. Oh, Tien, you gotta be so careful. Sorelda's was completed there for FaZe, and FaZe just kind of says, oh, this is just free damage.
I'm Ezreal. You forget your place. As, yeah, I mean, both FaZe and Light are set up on pedestals right now to be the carries for their teams. As long as FaZe doesn't get caught, you know? He does get a little bit of damage down, but he can play on the knife's edge, and that's why you want him to be in these aggressive positions.
Look at this, Xiaohu's trying to come in from a flank angle, maybe seeing if he has time to push on one bottom wave, but staying in Fog of War, so important. Maybe they make this play onto FaZe. I think it's pretty tough though. I mean, he's got a Poppy right next to him. Wave are going to try to pincer off of this mid wave and force JDG into an uncomfortable piece of terrain.
All right, JDG do end up getting the Scuttle Crab. FaZe poking down, but not really sticking just yet. JDG realize they don't really want to fight in this all-seeing Baron pit. We'll move them back out. FaZe going to do a lot of damage to Breathe right there. Really nice little side steps.
I want to see the items here from Xiaohu. Xiao got a reset in and teleported right back out onto the map. I wonder what that completion was for this Talia.
Can't back.
He can't back because of Riftmaker. Nice. Okay, so we've got 4 items here for Xiaohu.
They just started.
I think this is... These are the item inventories you're going to need.
It's double marksman. They just reset.
All right, here we go. Teleports in top lane. Maybe Light can walk in. Tien with maybe
Weibo?
a steal.
Tien?
He gets it!
He gets it, and he's out of there. Xiaohu in the middle of everybody. JDG, they've just lost their hope and did not talk about the ADC. Scout
oh my
goes
God,
in.
Scout,
by
no!
himself. Scout's down. FaZe trying to pick up the slack, trying to make it happen. Hung goes in with the repel. JDG, they're headed for the hills. Tien sidestepped by FaZe. FaZe is still there. FaZe is still pumping. Xiaohu very low. FaZe might have just saved JDG's game, but you lose the fight detrimentally.
Scout, he sees the light in his eyes. He's like, I can try to find the jinx, but it just means that they lose more. No one zoning out Tien, and they don't really have a tank. That needs to be Allah's job, or at the very least, Scout with a buster shot. They can't stop the enemy jungle from walking in, and that's the Baron. It'll be multiple resets as we take a look at this replay. Again, we were watching what Talia was going to be doing with this ultimate. 1400. I feel bad for Shun, man. He has been missing these smites all series long. And we didn't even get an ultimate from this Lilia. Yeah, they're over the wall, and Scout right here, I think just,
that's
again,
bold.
Light in his eyes. So bold coming out from a legendary mid laner. Opens up the game for Weibo.
Actually so insane. That's the wall bang double stop there by Allah is actually so massive, because that would have been the difference maker. I mean, the side steps and stuff from FaZe are huge, but that rocket jump was lethal coming forward. Now, we have no time to rest on our laurels. We have a fight around the dragon. We have a fight around mid. Baron's still available and up for pushing for Weibo.
A lot of damage here for Scout, but he doesn't have the same survivability. But here for FaZe, no flash. He used it in that last fight because he arcane shifted forward and put himself in a pretty dangerous spot. Flash is here for Scout, and I want to see how JDG's carries are able to navigate
Elder?
this.
Started?
Tien is by himself on this side of the map. They need to be able to pincer.
You've got to do something. You've lost all the snipe fights. You have to do something, JDG. You
Shun's
have to look for
looking.
an big keeper's verdict. That's so. Ala just single-handedly changed this entire fight. Hung is gone. Shun might go down as well. He's going golden. Heroic entrance is in there. Breathe is going. Mega Death Rocket is going to go through. Shun
no
is
resets.
gone. Pace still gets a lot of poke damage in here. Reset now being deployed by Weibo. Dragon cannot be taken because Shun is not there. Tien going towards top side.
And one of these teams has a Baron, and the other one is named JDG. Anytime they're on a wave here, it's so easy for Weibo to walk in, push in the minions, and look for some of this. I mean, this mid-tier 1 or mid-tier 2 is very low. Pace trying to
Watch
land
out,
whenever he
Pace.
can. He is
I
playing
love
with
it.
fire with
I
these arcane
absolutely
shifts.
love it.
It's a 5-second cooldown. I respect it.
I absolutely love it. You have to play on the edge in these moments if you want to take this. The difference between first and second seed is massive, and that's why there's so much pressure in this final game of this best of 5. We'll see the Elder Dragon started up by Weibo. They have a really good angle here. Shun is not alive for 5 seconds. True Shot Barrage is there. Pace going across. Now they get the reset
found
on the
Hung
Hung.
again?
Scout got cocooned. They
gotta
ended
get
up
the-
trying to get it going. The Elder, it's gone. Now Weibo have the upper hand in the fight. Missing, gonna get executed. No, the burn is not enough. Missing is alive. JDG is alive, but they lack the Elder Dragon.
Elise surviving that play is such a big win for Weibo. They keep all 5 members with this Elder. They've got Soul. Gold is completely even, but we've reached 40 minutes. I think it's going to become less and less relevant. We're looking at item completions. We are looking at how strong this Weibo team is. And it's only going to get more difficult, right? We're talking about finishing some more tank items, and JDG are reaching, I think, more of the apex of their strength here. And that Clemtech Soul, getting that increased damage as well as the damage reduction below 50 HP, 50% HP is kind of massive, and potentially what is going to turn fights here for Weibo.
Gonna need to find ways to turn it in any way. Honestly, it's been so neck-breaking to watch how back and forth this game has been, let alone this series. And now, I mean, we're waiting for big objectives to come up to really kick off the fighting. Seems both teams very much respecting each other in the in-between moments, but we have about 1 minute and 20 seconds for that next Baron. And it's Weibo looking to push with this Elder that they have for another minute up towards this top side and get priority up there to make it easier.
As we've said for all of Weibo, while most of their games are not the most perfect or the most clean, I do respect how much they are able to kind of follow in on fights.
Found Pace.
Xiaohu's out.
Oh, he tries to get him. He gets the arcane shift over. They do get the turret, all for the Weaver's Wall. That's all that was used from Weibo. See now, though, as the rebuttal
Oh my
comes
God,
through, Repel
Scout.
goes up, Hung almost dies. The explosive charge does it. Tick, tick, boom, and JDG are up a man.
30 seconds on this Elder Drake, and we still haven't been able to see all that much from Weibo. It got them a single turret. Same with that Baron. Didn't open much of the map here. JDG have so much to play. These double marksmen are, I think, giving so much utility for the rest of the team. The wave clear is there. The damage is matching as well. Ultimate from Light, just a feeler, just to see where JDG are on the map, and I think we're just getting another reset. We're waiting for another set of Elder objectives. Baron is up, and JDG, they need to be clearing all this vision because they don't know when a flank TP is going to be coming through.
It's like the fact that we're just swinging blow after blow in these big objectives. Literally one of them can be a game decider, but we've seen multiple team fights not go whole-handedly and keeping some members up to keep the threat alive. Now Weibo trying to regain prio in mid. Gonna immediately get the explosive charge onto Breeze. JDG do not want to give control, but a wayward Swirl Seed could make the difference. He has the Lilting Lullaby. It's gonna be popped.
With the ultimate from
Get the
Ezreal,
repel
maybe?
over. No, it's not gonna go through.
Okay.
And that will be a big ultimate down from JDG.
I want to just say, regardless of who wins here, for Weibo, if they're going to win this game, send themselves as first seed, it'd be a great testament to, I think, the level of skill they've shown.
They got
for
it.
JDG, the stick-to-itiveness of being able to win a series.
Oh, Shun! He's gonna get
Okay.
the scout hand-me-down there to get the Baron. Hung was looking for an angle now. Gets popped over the wall. He's got the TP coming in. Breathe
Oh,
is
Breathe.
there. Shun gets taunted out. Look at JDG. They're coming.
Tien's
Pays
dead.
down. And missing's gone. Pays with a massive true shot. Scout, look at him. He's got the mechanics.
Oh my God,
Pushing into
Scout!
Pays. Scout has made up for all of it, but Tien shuts him down. Now Pays by himself, trying to bot away from Tien, but he's going down low. Pays gets his GA pop, and Weibo, they might have just done it as they take down the new Wonder Star carry. Weibo are trucking.
Ah, man, the fight looks so good. Scout jumps forward. But how many times in this series have we said that? Scout moves forward, puts his team in a bad spot, and JDG now are going to be looking to claim second spot as Weibo dominate them in a back and forth Game 5 victory.
And that's how it ends. All that tension, all that mystifying essence. It was all because of the Baron taking JDG's mispositioning. Now the final Nexus turrets are up. Shun, he's trying to get the damage onto the Lilting Lullaby target, but you got missing. Moving out, Weibo cannot finish the game here.
Oh my God, Pays buys another GA. He's like, okay guys, I think I'm just gonna have to keep the item for now, as we've got more League to play. The Elder spawning in a minute. If somehow, by some miracle, oh my God, Shun, please, don't do this to me right now.
Please
Don't
right
do
now.
this to me. If
Not right
everybody
now.
from Weibo are there,
He got
that could turn
smite.
into a different fight. We're getting TPs coming
he wants
through.
it. Lilting Lullaby, he wants to go forward, but he doesn't have it, and now he's trying to get some damage down. Shun's going to try to chase down Breathe. He does have a lot of damage
Breathe
and
has
a lot
no
of
mana.
follow through. No mana. He just realized that he's going to continue to follow it. But Xiaohu being there, JDG go from the back end of the fight and make it theirs.
I want to talk about what this win for JDG looks like if they're able to grab this. Obviously, our two marksmen are going to be so important, but for a team that from Demacia Cup looked very, very weak, now coming in, they've had some pretty sloppy games, not only in this series, but we think back to the series versus Ultra Prime. There was a couple games there, maybe, especially for their debut. We think about the game versus, or the series versus OMG. That was almost a Game 5 that could have been very sloppy for JDG. And now they find themselves in a very similar position. Shun, you have missed the smite all series long. You
All that
need
matters
to
is
make it
one.
happen.
Keeper's verdict has gone through. They get out of the pit. The Elder Dragon is about half health. Xiaohu has made it back. The Elder is at 7,000.
Tien on a
Hung
flank,
half
though.
health. Tien looking for Scout, maybe looking for Shun. Ala goes in. Look at Tien. He still has an angle. We still got to look. Breathe goes in for the taunt. Shun in trouble. Shun getting focused right now. He just needs to get out there. Lilting Lullaby back on
Lullaby's
Tien.
there.
He gets stopped. The Rogue entrance doesn't go through. And Scout's
Tien's
getting reset.
down!
Scout's getting resets. And JDG, the double marksmen come alive. The Elder Dragon wings will lead JDG to a first seed finish in the LPL Winter Group Stage. What a series!
I don't think there are many people who saw JDG's performance through the group stage and thought we would be here in this match. JDG win the fight and they win this game.
Pays and Scout, the two combining to destroy Weibo, and JDG take a thriller, and it's not even a scratch on Scout's back as he takes a drink. It is 3-2 for Weibo, or for JDG over Weibo, and literally the best series of LPL so far.
Dude, all I'm gonna say is, Scout, you're my GOAT, man. Thank you for putting up 5 very entertaining games in the mid lane.
God.
It didn't matter, like you said, the entire game, all of the mistakes erased in an instant by a single one team fight. Tien in a backline, didn't find the reset, and I mean, I do want to give credit over to Weibo for, I think, the level of performance that we got to see from them game after game after game, but some of those are going to start to haunt them. Some of those individual picks, I'm thinking about those LeBlanc games from Xiaohu. I'm thinking of Game 2 especially, how dominant it was from JDG. We're getting a very high ceiling for this team, but I'm worried about some of the consistency for both of these rosters.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. And again, this is the last version of these teams we're going to see before the playoffs, before the big moments. And especially for Weibo, when you only have potentially, one life in that playoffs. I think it's very difficult to come away from this and have a lot of confidence in a lot of cases. But honestly, the scrappiness in this series brings me back to what I know and love about the LPL, and it's that, yeah, some of our best teams maybe don't look the cleanest, but they will scrap their hearts out. And big shout out to Weibo for obviously everything they put into the series, but JDG's story of this series was so wild and weird and not like a typical JDG series would go. I feel like it's very hard to walk away from this one feeling confident.
Lennon, I don't want to derail us too much, but I do have to agree, trying not to check chat too much, but we have chatters that are reminding us you may have sacrificed a piece of clothing to this show. You said you were not hopeful.
You know?
Yeah, the tryst. We won. All the scout
Unfortunately,
believers,
you know,
hands up.
Not
this shirt. You're like, hey man, this shirt's got me through a lot. Okay, man.
It's got me a lot. I'll put my hands up though. The fact
nice
that it was
goalpost.
also Scout in the end that got the resets on the TN, like,
Yeah.
God, man, like the storybook ending of this series and all the narratives that we were piling into it, like. Pays was playing one of the most confident Ezreals I've seen in recent history, and all these things go into one team fight at the end. Doesn't matter what had come before, like you were saying, but man, the end of Group B was a stellar one, I gotta say.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about some of the stakes here. Obviously, getting into the top 8 playoffs is nice. Having that extra elim is going to mean so much for a team like JDG, who, like we said, they're not bulletproof. They're a team that definitely has some of the flaws in their gameplay, but if you're able to swing high, I think that this is a team that can definitely reach the upper end of their ceiling rather quickly. But it's all about that ramp-up time. It's all about all of these series kind of leading up to that moment. And, I mean, this just makes me more excited as we get more games underway. We get that playoff bracket starting to get filled out there. And, I mean, now, in my mind, there's a team that has to play an angry Weibo in the bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, that's not gonna be a fun task for anybody, honestly. And oh my God, there's so many moments that you could go back and nitpick on and be like, that was like the difference maker of the series and stuff like that. And you could always do that. Hindsight's 2020, but Weibo's gonna want a lot of those moments back. I just wonder in what world that goes the way of Weibo. Like, is it a positioning factor at the end of that game? Is it trying to get TN back into the team fight on the north side of that fight instead of trying to go for a flank? Like, the littlest things are the biggest difference makers in those situations, but gotta give it to JDG.
Pace
Look at that
played
gold
so well.
crack.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of set up our mid lanes, but I think, I'll be honest, egg on my face, when we were doing the storyboard meeting, you were really big on this bot lane matchup, and I was like, I think they're going to be passengers. And while there were some games that I think we got to see them things kind of happen around them, I really want to give Pace his flowers, and we've been talking about him all show long, but he is really stepping up, and I want to see him now next level up. Where's that next step? Who else are we going to be playing against? What are some other legendary AD carries? I think maybe if we get some series between him and Jackie Love, or even Elkanon on BLG, that's going to be my next test for this guy to kind of see, like, where are we ranking Pays? Because there was so much hype, especially from the Korean fans who have been kind of showing out in force over on the YouTube channel.
I just think it's so cool to see Pays finding his own, and it was not a situation where the ADCs were playing like reluctantly, playing back, you know, trying to find fights front to back. I mean, both these guys were fighting tooth and nail. Both these guys were taking aggressive steps forward in these fights. And so those are the kinds of things you love to see, and that's what I want to see continue for Pays specifically into other ADCs, because the last year of JDG obviously was not great. Ruler, probably one of the worst splits, worst years we've seen from him in recent history, but still big shoes to fill on this team where that was centered around ADCs being a major factor to them winning series and winning big moments. And to have Pays starting to show some of this through, especially in like a 50-minute game 5, to be able to have those kinds of moments, that's huge.
I wonder what who are we giving MVP here to, man? Please give it
That's
to
hard,
Pays,
man.
Please
It's
give it to
hard.
Pays, man. Shun had
No, there's
45
no way.
minutes.
Don't even add him in the conversation.
Yep, exactly. You know.
Not even.
You know.
Not even,
so,
bro. Miss
I
two
really do
smites
think
to
Pace-
abilities and then also miss smite fights. Nah, they're
Pace played this game near perfect, in my opinion. There's a few errors, and maybe, you know, in a deeper review you can find laning phase and the like, but honestly, I don't even want to give anybody kind of the chance of being able to argue or refute that. I think his positioning was really, really strong for such a large portion of this game. I think maxing out on Ezreal damage, this guy was just very clean, and he played most of this series very, very well. The Callista game, one of the reasons why this champion is extremely perma-banned is games like that.
I mean, it has to be when you see things happen in that way. And I think there's a good reason why we see all those bans come through. But man, we got to go all 5 games in a fearless draft. How fun is that? We got some double marksman to finish out. I thought we left that back in 2024, but apparently not.
I don't know, man. Like, we had a I can't believe this is the same game. We start off Dragon Steel, Dragon Steel.
Oh man, it's gonna be a
We
game
have
of
Scout,
all time for sure.
Scout doing Olympic level tricks on the Tristana to make this game as hard as possible
That
for his team in
flash
some instances.
over the wall of the Baron pit to get the reset back. Oh my god, there's so many highlights in this game that you can talk about.
And we can, I think you kind of touched on it earlier during the recap. It's just like the destination, people will see the 3-2 and be like, okay, this was a close series, but they won't know the journey that kind of got us to this point. Even the journey in just Game 5 alone, where we were like, okay, Weibo should be winning the game. Weibo are looking like they're in favor to try to take this series, and that's just not the case. It came down to some pretty clutch team fights. 3 MVPs in... So they played 3, they played 5 in 13 games. And obviously you're not winning every one of those, but insane stuff coming out from 3 in 9 games that they've won.
Yeah.
I think that's a great showing, especially for a guy who, in his first week alone, went 2 deaths in 3 games.
Yeah, very true. Oh, that was such a fun series to watch. There's going to be a lot to break down for both teams, especially like the tape for other teams to look at getting prepped for them. But JDG will move on to have that double life in the playoffs as the first seed, and Weibo will be in the lower bracket once we do the draws at the end of the week here. But that is it for Group B as well. I mean, any thoughts as a whole from Group B? I know we only get to see 2 of the teams move forward, but was the bout that we were expecting worth it? I mean, we had to wait all the way to the end here into the last week to see the top 2 teams.
I'll be honest, I was a pretty early adopter. I've been wanting to kind of really big up this JDG roster, but with the level of games that we had coming into the series, I thought, okay, Weibo should probably take this. I'm kind of glad to be happily surprised in that manner. And while we do have the top end of the group done, I am looking towards our Ultra Prime and OMG series. Just even though I think some fans may ask, like, well, they're already knocked out of the group, why do you care? I think OMG has showed a lot of great stick-to-itiveness and some of that fighting strength from their spirit, especially from that series versus JDG. And while I haven't been the biggest fan of Ultra Prime this season, I think that there are some bright spots, and I want to see what these 2 teams look like, not only in their last series of the first split, but what they're going to look like going into split 2 as well. Yeah,
it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, there's a lot to learn and a lot to not learn in such a short split. We'll see what teams get to continue on in that very long playoff bracket. Remember, 1 team out of 16 get to represent the LPL at first stand. Well, that's it for our series, at least a 5-game banger. Before we get going, though, I got to give a huge, huge shout out to our Elite Coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Thank you so much. Your pledge contribution helps level up the broadcast in so many ways. Also helps support us as broadcast, helps support everything behind the scenes. And we're so happy that you were willing to support us. It gives back to the cast and crew who's tried to give you as much LPL English as you could possibly ever want every single day. I want to also give a huge shout out to Chippy, who put on a desk plus caster show today, as
Oh,
well as our
true.
desk. Rafa, who led it all. We had Shochi and Bradley, some NACL Tier 2 players. Make sure you go follow them. We have their ads on the Twitter post not too long ago. Got to also give a shout out to you, Al, for making it through 5 games with me. That was a ton of fun.
I've only been the one to me. Now I'm the only person, the through line
You
for all the
are.
5-game series, man.
You
Ah,
are.
man.
I've given my crown to you. There you go.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for
Oh,
tuning
boy.
in. It was a long night, but we appreciate you all. And make sure you come back because tomorrow we got AL versus Team WE. It's going to be a lot of fun.